And yeah, should be a good day of competition. Where's it pumping?
This is the Krui Pro, and this is day 4, and heat 1 has just about to bounce down. We'll go through the lineup in a moment, who we got, but it's Mark Clift here this morning, joined by Di Wacko. G'day, Di.
Good morning, Mark. Another beautiful day. I mean, yeah, the surf looking still great, though.
A little bit different to me today. Out of the other 3 mornings, it's just got a little bit of texture on it. It's looking a smidge smaller, maybe. Perhaps maybe not as much consistency as the last couple of days. So that's the challenge this round, the back end round of 96 lads have to deal with. What did you make of it when you saw it?
Well, I thought it looks still fun out
rippable.
there. Rippable. So, yeah. But like you said, it's got a little bit smaller than yesterday, but still plenty of waves coming through the lineup.
And here we have Dylan Wilcoxon in the red, representing Indonesia. Bodie Williams out of Australia in the blue. Harry de Roth had a good heat there yesterday out of Great Britain / Phillip Island, I believe, in white. And Stokesy there, another Australian, Zeb Stokes, in the green. So this is kind of like the second last round of seeded surfers, the back end of the round we finished with yesterday. We saw a lot of big performances yesterday afternoon. So we've come back just to tidy up heats 9 to 16 of this round. And then it's looking like the ladies get a go today.
Finally, day number 4, and this is going to be her, their first surf for the women's. But we're going to go to the round 1 and into round 2.
That's what's formatted.
Women's.
Yeah. So we'll see. There's 4 of those ladies' heats in round 1, round of 72, and then potentially into the next round. But let's stay with Bodie Williams. He's been waiting a few days to get his campaign underway as well, and he's scored the first heat of the morning. So you can see, I was talking to him just before in the athlete area. I said, how is it? It looks a little small. He goes, it's so fun. And I said, well, that's good. He goes, but it's a little small. He's going, well, yeah, but it's still beltable, is what he was saying. So there it is, Bodie.
Yeah, getting a finish in nice start of the day. He's been waiting for like 5 days, probably, since the comp starts.
I imagine he got here well before the start of the event. Here's the replay. So the judges may sit on this number for a little bit just to, sometimes they look at 1 or 2 ways first, just to make sure that the fresh day fits into the scale of what's on offer.
Yeah, setting up for the scale for the day. So, but he gets a, nice finish right there. Nothing big major turns, but still was a great wave to start off the heat.
Well, it's a completion. It's better than a fall, and he's got a couple little runs on the board, like you suggested. Nothing major. So Bodie Williams, he's been doing the Asian region for quite a few years now. We see him every year front up to Krui and Nias. And Dylan Wilcoxon, he's a fresh Grom on the rise, out of the mental eyes. Take us through this wave.
Got the vertical with a lot of sprays and come around the section, just checking down right there, trying to wait for the section to stand up for him. Just one major turn and couple of cutbacks. It's okay start for him, I think.
A slightly bigger wave than Bodie's. So neither of them, Bodie's just locking in as a fairly mediocre number of 417. I imagine Dylan's is going to fall either side of that as well. Just to kick things off. So, did you have your late free surf yesterday, mate?
I did. I went out. I tried to surf, but it is the replay of the last of red. What did you think?
Got stuck there, so hasn't scored any points yet. I think it's going to come down to that. Turn was pretty good. Let's see what else he got out of this. A little mini schwack also. All right, so a bit like Bodie's ride. Something happened, but not a lot. And a completion is better than, sitting around out the back doing nothing or falling. So at least that will help Dylan's confidence a little. Here's the replay, so let's compare them, guys. A way better first turn for Bodie. And just a little mini move as well as his backup sort of turn. Not much points in that one either. The judges have been sending those messages. At least he strung it together and did 4 pretty decent moves yet. So likely, Dylan's score is in. It's just a little under a 0.4 advantage there to Bodie. Yeah, the judges have been looking for brutal turns all week, haven't they? They've been sending that message to the surfers.
And to me, getting the good finish is really important to getting those minor turns on the middle of the wave. Getting the finish is very important.
Well, speaking of the judges, that's them in the big screen, the big hut. They're just right in the centre of the picture right now, everybody. A big high tide slapping up against the break wall in front of us. The athlete zone right behind the Enjoy Krui banner. A few of the free surfers making their way in. It's a pretty nice shoreline, I must say. There's still a lot of coconut trees around. There's still a lot of foliage. There's quite a few surf camps amongst all the shoreline, but it's kind of still kept a feel of like you're kind of in the jungle.
Right, that's the true. Yeah, like you said, a lot of palm trees. If you are riding scooters, it's just nice to be in the jungle.
And sometimes when you stop to check the surf, you've got to look up and make sure you're not standing under a coconut tree because there's still a lot of them around, right?
You don't want them to, fall onto you.
No, it's a real thing. I mean, in the Western world, crew are like, what's he on about coconut trees? Well, there's a lot of them in Indonesia. Coconuts do drop from a big height. They're heavy. And people over the years, not that I don't want to be pessimistic, but people over the years have been killed by dropping coconuts, believe it or not. And it is a thing. So you've just got to take that into account when you park your bike up and think, I'll just stop under this in this bit of shade and watch the surf. It's like, oh, hang on, I'm right under a coconut tree. Better find a better bit of shade. But I really like the this Tanjung Sedia area because it's still got that little feel of old school Indo. There's plenty of accommodation to kind of suit anyone's budget. It's some high-end sort of setups. Most places have a swimming pool. All their viewing points are based at the front of their block, so you can sit there and watch surf and perhaps have a swim in the pool and watch surf. You can have a beer in a little raised 2-story pond dock and still watch the surf. It's all pretty good.
Yeah, I love the feeling too. You can feel both like luxury at hotel, but as well as the countryside. You don't really get to feel that in these days. So, yeah, nice to be here. Just feel the nature.
Yeah, bit of old school Indo with lots of surf options up and down this coast. So it is the Tanjung Sedia area that this Ujung Bucor reef exists. It is the Pesisir Barat region, and it's in the province of Lampung. So if you want to get here, you've got to somehow make your way to Lampung. You can do it either via Bali, through Jakarta, up to Lampung, South Sumatra. Bit of a hike up over a big ridge in a car to get here. Good 6 hours from the airport. Or you could maybe come via KL or Singapore through Medan maybe, and then down to Lampung, or just direct to Lampung and park up down here and enjoy your holiday.
Yeah, there's so many places you can go for surf. You don't have to be surfing here with the crowd, always. You can go find your own spot pretty much. And there's beach breaks, reef breaks, sloughs, everything. Like every level can suit, here. So it's best. I reckon it's the best place to be a surf trip too.
There's some killer waves. There's some easier waves. There's some long waves, some slabs.
Yeah.
And there's even a beachy that goes pretty good. And it's a long beachy at that. So I had a little surf by myself the other day, our first day we got here on the Monday.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you where it was, but Billy Hanging knows. On your Billy, good morning. Here's Bodie's second wave, everybody. So good strategy just to get busy early. Wow. He's throwing up some big hits. Yep. Okay, so this is into a better wave than his first ride. Of course, he's going to complete it. He's a quality act and really connect perfectly with all 4 of those hits without sort of going too nuts. You could see he was just playing the game of finishing another good ride
Right.
and locking in what I believe will be the morning's best points.
Yeah, he's having a great morning. Great vertical first time. And second time with just power, speed, flow, everything was on point, connecting every single turn really smoothly, and gets another big finish. So it's going to be a really great score for
Yeah, I reckon.
Surfing Blue. Yeah.
Out of the Lennox area, generally rolls around with Glenn Curtis and co. He goes green now. First wave for Zeb Stokes. It's taken him almost 10 minutes to pick this up, so he'll be really anxious to just get to the end, connect along the way, make it count. You've got to stay in touch with the top 2 spots. So lots of work going on here for Stokes. You can see the breeze just puffing around. It's like the offshore's just starting to pick up a little more. Almost had a touch of the onshores. Looks about it this morning. So I think the breeze might just be changing in favour of what we like.
Wow, it was well served from Zeb. Like you said, it's been 10 minutes. Been waiting for that wave quite a long time, but well managed surfing. Didn't get a big finish, but still a lot of work done in the beginning. A big first turn, and a little bit of a check-in time right there. But here is kind of wave started to send up from here, goes vertical. That's a nice looking turn, and put another one in. And here is the last section to hit.
Yeah, the replay looked pretty good, really. So the judges have got something to think about now. Bodie's clean 4-hitter. This is it again. All right, so the judges are probably having a look a second time. These numbers are in actually for Bodie. So this is a 6-5, all right. 4 good connections. Just clean surfing. Well-manufactured wave. Just doing what he had to do.
Right. Yeah.
So the judges will be able to compare that, and Green's gone under a little bit. So Green's locking in as the second best wave, which is pretty good.
5.33, yeah.
Now, Harry DeRoth, he's going to need to start his campaign pretty shortly because it's almost down to half time during the heat. The big fella out of Phillip Island, he's a dad. He's a young dad. He was the one with the funky scribbled drawing all over the bottom of his board yesterday, which must have been his grommet just playing around with the crayons.
Right. But he was surfing incredibly yesterday. So he knows, pretty sure he knows what to get. Just waiting for the one to pick up, but looks like he's having a look at this one. It's been over 10 minutes.
It's kind of looking scrappy-ish. He's not convinced, so he holds on to priority. The thing didn't really break anyway. It just ran out of puff. Looked like it was going to be away, but the energy just didn't really hold. So that's what our athlete zone looks like this morning. There's a few crew getting around. A few of the ladies are showing some interest in a free surf this morning and hanging out because at the end of this round, the round of 72 for the women's are formatted to roll out, and then potentially rolling into the round of 64 for the women's a little bit later on today. Let's see if we get to that point. All right, so in the evenings, Di, let's talk about our little nocturnal activities. What have you been getting up to?
Just having fun with the Indonesian team.
Guys last night.
Yeah.
There seemed to be a fair bit of empties on the pond dock when I rocked up.
I got locked up.
That's all right.
It was fun.
It was an early finish.
Yep.
So early start, early finish. But good times.
Good times every day.
Yep.
Yeah. I went for surf straight after. After when I come back from surfing, the boys just having
Boys
fun.
got you in a headlock and said, come here. You're with us. All right. Right on cue. Here goes Harry DeRoth surfing into this, increasing offshore by the look of things. Not much of a first move. You just want to get to the end of this thing as well and really capitalise a little bit on a late start. The wave not doing him too many favours, but the big fella biding his time. There's a better section. Still chipping away down the line, so it's still connecting pretty well. Most waves out here this morning. They're still offering quite a lot of turns, but here's Bodie.
Wow, he's in a good rhythm. Throws the section with just a kick, early kicks out. But I think that was a smart move from Surf Blue.
Yes, I didn't see the start of Bodie's wave. I'm not sure where that fits, but he liked what he saw in it. He's obviously trying to upgrade his 417. So this is the judge's view of the big fella's ride. A little bit of a non-event on his first move. He's got plenty of chatter to deal with, but he's a heavy lad and pushing his board straight through it, no worries. You can see the ski out there in the background. I think we've got a water patrol team on duties this morning. That'd be good. That'd be Johnny Decker and his mob. All right, so what did you make of all that, Di? Where do you reckon that fits?
Mid-force range, I reckon.
All right.
It wasn't a bad wave, but this
is Bodie again. He's going pretty good.
Well, he's looking for a wave to beat the 4.17 and gets a float. So a couple good turns. I reckon. Yeah, it's gonna be mid-force again.
All right. Yep. So nobody's really connected with a glassy wave that's been easy to ride. I think everybody's had a little bit of, I don't know, the high tide blues, a little bit of some bumps and some ridges and some, I don't know, morning sickness, do you call it? But everybody's just in a very similar sort of 4 to 6 range at this stage, trying to really tee off, but the waves haven't cleaned up enough to just provide seamless A-grade surfing. They're all just getting the business done. So it's not a super high scoring heat. In fact, Bodie's the only one with a couple of numbers on the board. So Stokesy, Dylan and Harry will be pretty anxious, I reckon, to get a good second number. The young pup in Dylan Wilcoxon does have first priority. I imagine his old man's watching this morning. Ray, how are you, mate? If you are. Haven't seen him around the blocks, so I imagine he didn't make the trip. He's good fun, though. Good on you, Ray. Let's see how your boy goes here. No.
Well, no takers on that one.
I imagine the tide's having a little bit to say about those waves that slide under the crew. Harry doesn't mind. He's picked up a little one-hitter or no-hitter.
Yeah, trying to be busy out there. Trying to get one big turn, but unfortunately went down, but this is still on. Second wave. Nice. Carve off the top. I'm trying to time it right. Just connecting to the inside. Waiting for the section stand up. Here is the good finishing turn from Dylan.
All right, so once again, I'm sort of seeing more of the same. Nobody's been able to really break out. No one's had that real A-grade bowly wave. This wave looked unreal at the start. All right, look at this. A whip sort of out there on the face, but not bad. Another sort of not bad. Okay. So he kind of did almost his better turn maybe at the end.
Right.
But never really got that big blockbuster moment. So I think the number's just going to reflect another one of the numbers were, similar to what we've seen. So apart from Bodie's 4-hitter, which was turning into the highlight. So this is more of the judge's view.
So this was Dylan's first wave, 377.
And his last one was a little better. So they're going a 403 for that last effort. So the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, there's plenty of them. It's going to be a nail-biting finish because apart from the 6-5, everything's looking the same.
Right. Everyone's kind of struggling to get those ones actually steep up for them. But Zeb Stock has first priority and he's holding on to the 533. Needing a 247. That's a small score.
Yep, his second highest wave of the matchup is holding him in pretty good stead. That's 533, you're right. So his backup's got to be, if it's a substantial number, he'll put himself in a good spot.
Yeah, having the 533 can give you the space to, you can be waiting for a long time and then just because he needs only 2.47, so he doesn't need to rush to get another one, pretty much.
Well, everyone at this level, the round of 96, they've all been doing events for a long time. That's why they're in this position. That's why they come to these kind of events. It's Indonesia's first 6,000 ever. So to get to this point and to get a Rashi on and contest in the round of 96, you've surfed a lot of heats in your life. You've done a lot of juniors. You've been proven to be the best in your area. You probably did really well at national level. And then you've gone, right, let's throw ourselves into the bigger pond, being the QS, which is the third level of pro surfing. If they do well in their region and garnish enough points, places like here and our next stop at Nias, and then back to their own regions and get enough points and qualify for the next stage, of course, you end up in the Challengers, which we just saw in Newcastle. If you do really well there and then make the top 10, you go even to the biggest stage, which is the CT, which we're watching at Trestle. So it's a busy schedule.
Super busy.
But the pathways are clear, right? So that's what everybody's doing. We can see the next heat just getting themselves ready up the point. They paddled out, backdoored the reef and paddle out up there. That'd be Zane in the red up there. I think I saw a white lurking around as well. So that'd be David Perry. Those boys waiting the start of heat 10. Meanwhile, some unfinished business with 5 minutes to go right here. I'd like to see a 4-wave set roll through, mate. I'd love to see this thing just surfed out fair and square.
Well, we're hitting a 5 minutes mark here. Very slow heat, though.
It's just a slower ocean, it's just indicated that a bit of the energy's gone. When I looked out the front of our place this morning, I did notice a real banger come through. This is the 6.5, all right? So we're looking at Bodie's second wave. He got this under everyone else's guard. You can see all the boys looking around going, should we have caught this? You probably should have, fellas. It was probably almost the cleaner wave that's come through.
Right.
Bodie just got these nice connections. There's another bowl that he's just dropped into. Here's his finishing move. Crisp. And just great timing. 6.5, best wave of the matchup, and everyone else let that wave go.
Definitely one of the cleanest face wave, and it was cleaner. It's great wave, great surfing. 6.5, yeah.
He's just surfed a smart game. He was the first one to get a wave. He got a 417, then he got that wave, and then he deleted his 417 on his very next opportunity. All that happened in probably the first half of the heat.
Right.
So Bodie came out of the gates with a clear plan. Everybody let him have that second wave because both green and white were on his inside waveless, so they would have had priority. Well, he would have had to give way to them if they took off, but they didn't look at it apart from once he caught it. So a little bit of a turning point perhaps in this heat because it's the only significant number. Bodie was probably licking his lips when nobody else showed interest in that one. 3 minutes, wow. All right.
What time's ticking?
All right,
a little bit of pressure on Zeb,
yeah, for
I reckon.
sure.
Has a plus priority.
He's in green, everybody. That's him right there. Decision time, he'll know that he's got to pull the trigger any moment.
Be patient for quite a long time, needing only 2.47, but hasn't caught a wave yet. But here he is. He's having a look at this one, but
just a sniff. You can't paddle too hard or you lose priority. So Red says, righto, let's investigate. So Dylan, this is a better way to kick off his campaign. All right, at least he went 12 o'clock and a lot of board above the lip with a strong finish. He's already sitting in second. Needs to burn off a 377. This is an important ride.
Here he is surfing green, needing 247 at the moment, but nice off the top. Gets over the white water, but
he had to make that turn. He did. I imagine it was super dodgy. He must have been feeling that nervous going up for that move, right?
I reckon he did enough for the 247, but I don't know. Dylan, to me, Dylan's last wave was pretty good.
Yeah, I reckon Dylan for sure drops his 377. So the 247 we're looking at for Stokesy is kind of a fake number,
right?
Because I don't reckon this is Dylan. What did you like about?
Oh, I liked the first time. He went vertical, no hesitation. A little checks down there, but he gets a finish here. Yeah, I gotta say mid-5.
Yeah, good start, good finish. I reckon for sure his better wave as well. And his old man's probably watching and he's nodding, going, I hope you guys are right. I reckon your boy could be safe here. So long as Harry doesn't do something out the back. We've got 90 seconds. So Stokes' wave, he must have been so nervous. He sat there forever with priority and then just caught almost a closeout.
357. Now he's in the second, but we're still waiting for the last of red.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Needing 488.
Ooh, it's kind of right there. It's probably could be a real either way sort of number. So the judges are having another look at it, but I agree with what you said. The way he stood up and within like 1 second, he had turned off the bottom and just pierced the lip and a lot of his board above the lip. So the judges love that commitment to a good, strong early turn. He seriously belted the action as well. So I don't think they're going to get too carried away with it, but we can see it's one of these numbers that's going to be right around the mark. I still think he's probably going to get it. I'm hoping because I like Dylan.
Right.
And I also like this fella.
Or he's just looking for wave to better 357. Probably he knows that he needs to do more.
It's a tiny wave, right?
Yeah, like you said, just, I don't know, wave-wise, size-wise, just
10 seconds, so he's got his head down. I don't think he's convinced. He's just going, give me the number. He's currently sitting in second. The score for red will determine his fate, and I still reckon, yeah, here it comes. He's so close to the mark. How are your nerves right now, Ray? There it is, a 493. So Dylan gets the number he needed. There's still a score to come for Stokes' last wave. This is it. So it's coming down to this, everybody. He now needs a 363 out of this. Tiny wave, lots of decent surfing.
right. He's done a lot of work, but it's just a small size wave.
There was a lot of pretty good surfing on a crappy wave, right? But he didn't do anything wrong. It was the wave that might be the issue, but still, you've got to reward the surfing he did. Where's it go? It's not enough. It's a 307. Wilcoxon survives. Oh, man, Ray Wilcoxon, good on you, mate. Your boy's through. And so is, who won that? Bodie Williams. All right, so we will go on to a quick break, and we'll be back with this next heat very shortly. There's the wave that got Dylan through. Well done. See you shortly for Heat 2. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Here we are. Here's the lineup and ripping straight into Heat 10, Heat 2 of the morning. This is Tim Bain. We'll watch this wave as I just welcome in True Starling to the comms. G'day, True. Good morning.
Good morning, Mark. Wow, we have another big day of surfing. It looks like the swell's dropped off a little bit. Tim just found a bit of a foamy one there. Oh, good looking wave. Zane has sink out the back. Zane is travelling with Tim Bain. He does a lot of travel with him and also Tane Dobbin. Oh my goodness, he just goes over on that one. That was a bit of an awkward fall there.
Yep, the boys just got off to an early start and just feeling it out. And it is a different surface this morning. It's not that super glossed up stuff we've had the last sort of 3 mornings. A little bit smaller. The energy is probably pushing up not quite as many waves, but when you connect, everybody in that last heat had a good opportunity to get 2 good numbers on the scoreboard, although it was a little more trickier than the last few mornings. It's still a fair playing field in 25 minutes. There is enough. And this is Zane's first effort.
Yeah, I love how he grabs that rail on that carve.
Yep, that's the hedgy, the hedge back. It's a pretty decent sized wave, a high speed. He tries it a second time and it doesn't pay off that. In that instance, it's only a 2.6. Well, it's not a score in yet for Zane, a 2.67 for Bainey. But that last heat was pretty exciting. And I'm stoked for young Dylan Wilcoxon to get some success because he's pretty young.
Yeah.
and he's on the charge. He'll be one of those guys we'll be talking about, for the next 5 years or more, or however long at this event. But he will get success eventually because he's working it out on the fly every time he gets the Rashi on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's really cool to see him, trial and error. I feel like it's exciting, and it was 0.06, you said?
Yeah.
That is, really close in between second and third. And it's moments like that where it's like, yeah, you're stoked to definitely progress through that heat for sure. But it's like, wow, that was way too close for comfort.
It was. And Zeb Stokes could consider himself a little unlucky. That man there in the blue, Rashi Bodie, who won it, got the earliest start. He got the best number. He surfed a really smart heat, I reckon, and said, catch me if you can, boys. The pressure was off him, and it was squarely on the next three from, in the last 5 to 10 minutes of that matchup. Yeah,
Bodie originating from Phillip Island, moving up to the Lennox area. He is just, the smiling assassin, Bodie. He's always happy. He's always, keen to be wherever he is. I don't think I've ever heard him say a bad word about anything. So stoked for Bodie to take that one out. It looks like he was surfing really well.
He was. He competed smart, in changing conditions today. Everybody's got to readjust. They've been watching every morning's surfing, and it's provided just, glorious images and a really clean surface. It's a whole different ball game this morning. It's still the same reef. It's still the same game set. But it's time to throw it down when it counts, which is right now. Here's Oliver Rissenbeck.
Yeah, Ollie is from the Newcastle area. He was in the trials for the Newcastle Challenger Series, and with surfing like that, he's off to a great start in this heat. Ollie, he's always learning. He's a bit of a sponge kind of person. Let's take a look at this replay. I love these two turns, Mark.
Yep. Okay, me too. I reckon the judges are going to love it too, because it was straight into a pretty brutal hit in a big pocket, and that's, for me, the best turn of the morning so far. So 3 good hits. The second was an absolute highlight. He decides to kick out. He knows he's done some business. No point riding it down the line for a bunch of fat cutbacks. I could see probably maybe the best number of the morning. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was committed. I really liked it from Ollie. I think, I was talking with Giada yesterday, actually. We'll get back to that, though. This is this last wave of Zane Asink. Zane from the Sunshine Coast grabs that rail again on that calf. Unfortunately, just catches a little bit and he has to kick out. Giada and I were talking yesterday about, whether you just do those good 2 turns and then kick out, or if you, roll the dice and try and surf all the way through to the inside. And it's, it's a real catch-22, but a 617 for that last wave of Ollie, basically for those 2 turns. That's a pretty good way to start off his heat.
Unreal. So stoked for him, because it was a bigger wave, and it's one of those bigger waves that actually had bowl. It didn't fatten off. It didn't have any real white flaky stuff all over it like some of those other bigger waves that Zane caught and Tim. So Ollie, well done. A 617, second best score of the morning. Well positioned. He'll be feeling pretty confident. And what sort of age bracket is Ollie around? You got any idea on that one?
I think Ollie's in his early 20s, I would say 19, 20, from memory.
All right, okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll hear from Di Wacko, who's got Bodie Williams down there for an interview. Go for it, boys.
All right, this was your first stop in this comp, and you've been waiting for like 4 days, so probably little nerves going around out there?
Yeah, it was slow heat, so I was pretty nervous at the start, but I was pretty happy to get one straight away and then go from there. So 4 days wait was a long time.
Yeah, tell us through about your 6.5, because you got that wave on the priority, right?
Yeah, I got my first one and paddled back out, and then I think Red had 3rd priority and I had 4th, and he kind of looked and then didn't want it, and I was like, oh, I'll take this every day of the week, so I was pretty happy.
What was your original game plan out there?
Just to try and have a quick start to get into that priority rotation, and then from there, hopefully more sets would come, but it was so slow and kind of had to change on the fly. So
how do you deal with the nerves when it's really slow heat?
You kind of just can't let the ocean get the better of you. You just got to wait, and if it comes, it comes, and if it doesn't, well, that's out of your control. Yeah, it's the nature of the sport.
Right. Probably you won't be surfing today. You'll be surfing tomorrow. Is there anything you like to say to home?
yeah, I'd just like to say a big shout out to my mum, dad, brother, girlfriend, all my sponsors back home, and everyone supporting me. So thanks for everything, and let's keep going.
All right. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thank you.
Good boxes there in his interview. He's a power of positivity, and he surfed a good heat.
Yeah, he did. Power of positivity. I like that, Mark. He certainly is that. So awesome to see Bodie take that heat out. This looks like Zane Sink. It's a smaller wave. We have seen a drop in the swell, but this one might start to grow. Nice first turn. Zane hasn't really connected the dots until just now. Gets a third turn into completion. So that was a better looking wave from Zane Sink.
All right, and let's have a look at David Perry. Surfed a good heat yesterday, this fella. I remember having an interview with him, and he was fully pumped. He's in the groove again. He's starting to wind up now. Gives a little bit of a tail slide at the end of that manoeuvre, and it proved a bit too much. Put him in the wrong spot for the final hit, but he's green.
Yeah, Tim Bain up on backhand, trying to connect the dots. This one a little bit flatter. He's waiting for it to stand up. Looks like it will here. Tags it there for Tim Bain. He's got such a lethal backhand. Gets up and into it once again. That was solid surfing. I really liked those last two turns. And wow, this is wave for wave right now, Mark.
Ollie's on his third wave straight away. So this is a really strong start to this heat. He didn't capitalise right there, but really liked the way Tim Bain finished his wave. His connection with his second last hit was just well and truly above the lip, and it had a lot of power. So the judges will totally buy into those cues of power, board above the lip, big section. Loved it.
Yeah, that's going to be well rewarded. Dave Perry is from the south coast of New South Wales, and yeah, he's another one of those surfers who's just happy to be here, happy to keep learning. So scores to lock in. That was a real back-to-back-to-back moment there from all four of the competitors. 15 minutes to go. I didn't get to see too much of that first heat. How are the waves looking? Was it feeling a little bit of consistency or a bit slow?
That first heat was a bit slow. Apart from Bodie's 6.5, everything was very similar. There was a lot of high threes, fours. Nothing much else went into it. At least there was one other score that went into the fives, but it was all mid-four-ish. Nobody really had the opportunity to do what Bainey just did. It was such a sick wave hit. So here it is again. Thanks for the replay, boys, because it was a cleaner wave. So this is his second wave. This is the number we're waiting for. And right about now, you're probably thinking, oh, why did he catch this wave? But he saw what was happening down the line, right? So he's hung in there. He's already done about 4 moves. That was pretty sick. He gets to this one again and just blasts through the lip. So he got better as it went. There we go. I think in this morning's surfing, that's one of the better waves.
Yeah, I agree. And this was that last wave of Zane Sink. It locks in at a 4.37. So Zane gets a couple of nice turns, maybe just a little bit misjointed in between sections. Still a really well-surfed wave of a 4.37. But I agree, Mark. I think this last one of Tim Bain will come in looking pretty healthy. It's starting to drop in now, pretty much on the bulk of those last 2 turns. And I agree, the start I was like, why is he on this one? But then it just kept growing, and he was able to really unleash.
Okay, so 5.93, the judges are still sitting on the higher end numbers. They don't want to throw them out too ezy because they realise the quality of the field in the back end of this round of 96 is pretty legit. So the boys aren't, they haven't even given up a 7 yet all day. They're just reserving these numbers. They want to see stuff like that man, the bleached hair Coda did yesterday. He got an 8.33 for the best number of the day, right?
Yeah, he did. It was an awesome wave. He actually had a very nerve-wracking second heat. I think it was the last heat of the day yesterday. And he was lucky to just keep catching waves under priority. I think Josh threatening up pretty soon. We've got Taj Stokes there.
Elliot Prada-Reed's in a heat a bit later on today as well, I think.
Yeah, we got some pretty stacked heats coming up in this to finish off this round of 96, and then we're going to see the women out there for the first time.
All right. Well, have you spoken to any of them this morning? Are they stoked with the format, or how's their feel?
Yeah, I think they're really excited to be able to surf a heat. It's been a couple of days. It's day 4 of the Krui Pro. We started the QS 2 days ago. So they've been waiting a while, and they just want to be out there with 3 other people out. And this is that first wave of Ollie, a 6.17,
Boom.
Solid.
Big time.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave.
All right, so looking at the morning and what he did, geez, the judges are sort of in that stingy mode early. I reckon that was such a good wave and a 3 big blasts. Ollie can still be stoked. He's got the best wave of the heat and the lead. He's now kind of starting to turn into a little bit of a battle of the backups. He's only got a mid-3 and there's mid-2s, and apart from the 5 and the 6, it's starting to look a bit like last heat where there's a lot of those mid-range numbers.
Yeah, it is. And we saw that at the back end of yesterday as well. And now I guess with that dropping swell, it's kind of feeling a little bit less consistent. So hopefully we'll see a couple more waves coming through.
Well, there is, but I think we might just stay with this for a minute. There's definitely a wave coming. So we'll just stay with this live. We're about to throw it on ad, but we might as well just see what this set presents. And perfect. Here goes David Perry. This is a good-looking wave. Does he have to give it up? Is there an issue?
Oh,
Who's got priority? I don't know. Red believes he was in the chute.
Yeah, looks like on our screen it was Zane Asink with that first priority, but I'm a little confused as to how Zane has that. I mean, Dave must have paddled prior to that because we've only seen Dave on 2 waves, but yeah, a bit of a situation there.
Yeah, we'll leave it to the boys that make the decisions, and we'll just stay with the live action here of David Perry. Down the line, he's got a little bit of a froth monster. He's got a 2-hitter, just about knocks himself out. So numbers are starting to drop. I don't think it's going to have a bearing. Well, something happened. So there's a moment there that is going to reflect on the results. A little bit of confusion in the lineup, perhaps with who exactly had priority. When you look down at our screen, I didn't look at it. What did it show?
Yeah, well, it had priority was with the surfer in red, which is Zane Asink, and Dave Perry actually had 4th priority.
Oh my God! Wow, that's a little bit of a brain explosion by Dave then.
Yeah, that was probably not the smartest decision that we've seen just yet. With 10 minutes to go, it looks like he will. If that is how it's going to play out, he'll probably lose his whole second wave.
You do, yeah. Priority interference means you do lose your full second wave. So unless you could get a 10 or a 9, it's going to be hard to get through from here. It's not impossible. It's been done before. So the interference does come through now there for David Perry.
Yeah, that was really unlucky because Dave was... Yeah, he was looking really good yesterday. I was excited to see him in this heat. I mean, these surfers, they're all mates. They've competed against each other plenty of times before. So, yeah, a bit of a questionable one there for Dave and that decision. All
right, let's have a look at Ollie. So here he goes again, just stomping around, doing what he does well, blasting through the lip, but he just couldn't quite hold on. The 3, 5, 7 will remain in his scoreline, but he was on his way to a good number had he rode out of that thing clean.
Yeah, just a little too far on the toes, unfortunately for Ollie. But I agree, he would have been getting rid of that 3, 5, 7 for sure if he had made that second turn. It was huge. Gets the fins out as well. So Dave Perry needs an 8.6 to get up into second place. Zane only needs a 4.24. And it is Tim Bain with that 5.93 sitting pretty in his scoreline right now, but his backup is a 2.67. So I feel like for first and second place, they have the 2 best numbers of the heat, and I think it's going to be pretty manageable for them to better that.
But Zane Asink is a quality act also, so
Yes.
he's in red. He's a big-time performer. He's only 0.4 behind Bainey on the current numbers. His requirement is quite low. It's just over 4 points. You can see him there in the red. He does have second priority, but Bainey's going to take whatever good wave comes his way next. And as we were talking about Zane, quick up and down. What's he doing? He just decides to commit to this wave now with a big wrap around to get him back to the power source. There's a lip to tag, and he does. I don't think he's getting the number he needs just yet, so something big has to happen here. It kind of does.
Wow.
Geez, that wave got about twice the size as when he stood up, right?
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave. Tim on the answer back only needs to better a 2.67. Looks like he might just do that as well. He only needs a 3.82 to go to first.
Hang on, Ollie.
Wow.
On a big wave. It's got some ribs. It's a bit tricky to serve. He's up there a second time. Dodgy, difficult finished. Just gets belted down that end. And I'm not sure about Bainey's wave either. That was like, he was really late to the party on his second hit either.
Yeah, he was. That was a that's a pretty important exchange, really. In the next 7 minutes is going to determine that first and second place. I mean, Zane only needed a 4.24. I feel like he might get that. Tim chasing that 3.82. And then see if Ollie betters his 3.57. I don't know if he does, unfortunately, with that that fall off. But wow, that was just such a flurry of waves just then.
One of those sets that just bend back out to sea. It's hard to surf. That was a real grower that Zane got. At least he completed his wave. The other two surfers didn't. So let's have a look at the ASIC here.
Yeah, Zane, it was a smaller wave. I was questioning the decision, and then you can see it just grow here. He knows what he's doing.
Boom.
Bang. That was a really nice end section snap for Zane to sink. It was a well-served wave, and this last one for Tim Bain, I love his backhand.
So that was a bit weird, all right? That put him a bit off kilter, and he's just started trying to get it together a little bit. Okay, so the replays. Oh, this is actually... Yeah, that bit there was dodgy. I didn't see the start, so...
Yeah, but he does make it.
Oh, he did.
He gets that completion. So I personally think he gets a 3.82.
Yep.
Zane's last wave was a 5.73. He goes to first. This is the moment here. This next turn of Ollie's.
Oh, bang, that's what hurt.
Yeah, that's
okay. So my apologies. I didn't see the start of Tim's wave, so I thought it was just that little fumble at the end, but he did something decent at the start, so it's going to be pretty close. Zane will be stoked. He had a slow start. He was involved in an interference. He's recovered. He's regained his composure. Currently in the lead, but he's just dropped into second. Bainey scored a 4.17 to delete Zane. It's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really close finish to this heat. Ollie's last wave was a 4.03. He's having a look at this one up and riding. Ollie, I love how he grabs that rail on his backside bottom turn. I see him do it a lot. Catches a bit of rail and looks like he goes down, unfortunately, on that second turn. Pretty sure that he is coaching over here with Adam Dufner. He was doing a lot of coaching over at Newcastle during the Challenger Series there. This is a replay of that last wave.
All right. He really put himself in the pocket for this final move. Like, look at this. He did the right thing. He went for it. But I think just the ribs coming up the face and just a little bit of a moment getting off the bottom for that end move cost him the finish. He's still in the lead, though, so he won't be bothered too much. The score in for Bain is in. It's a 3.73. Didn't get the number, so ASIC dodges a bullet. Bain is going to have to swing again. We're down to 4.
Wow, that was close numbers there. A 3.73 for Tim Bain's last wave. He needs a 4.17. I mean, he is well and truly capable of doing that. Dave Perry, he is unfortunately out of this heat, so he can just really go for it on these next few waves and just enjoy the surfing out there right now with 3 other people out. David Perry, wow, unfortunately comes unstuck, but he'll better that 3.3. It's unfortunately he got that interference.
Yeah, needs a 10-10 at this stage to stay alive and move through to the round of 64. Interferences, you never like to see them. It's a real deflated to go out that way, and it puts a bit of a bad mood over the heat for me to watch it and see people of his level go out like that. I'd love to know what he was thinking. Was it the glare coming over the ridge and he couldn't see the priority? But when you're in 4th priority, you know when you're at the top of the lead,
the priority
rotation, right? So
that was a really I don't see those mistakes happen too often.
Maybe you thought red wasn't going to go.
Potentially for sure. That was
Anyway.
Really unlucky, but it is what it is, and he I'm sure that's going to be a big lesson that he's going to remember for a while. It might haunt his dreams for a little bit, but that's just how it goes. Sometimes these things happen, but with 2.5 minutes to go,
0.6 separating first, second and third. It's a tight heat.
Yeah.
Who's got priority? This will be important. Bainey's got priority. Wow, and he's the surfer in 3rd. So let's keep our eye on green. A 417 is the requirement. He's going to have to use his priority wisely. He's got one last opportunity, I reckon, to get that number. So a couple of things have to happen in his favour on the wave he picks to move into that second spot. Asing can't do anything about it. He's got third priority, so he goes Tim Bain.
Yeah, Tim up and into this one. Nice. First backside snap. He needs a 417, gets a second turn in. He's getting a little bit of speed here. Oh, that was a really strong connection. Needs to finish this one, and wow, he does. And
he gets it.
That'll be the score. I agree, Mark. I mean, he needs a 4.17. Zane Asink needs a 4.48 to go to first. He's now on the ropes. I love this wave, Mark. What did you like about it?
Oh, I reckon what I liked about it was he held his composure. He must have been that nervous, right? About now, he's probably still thinking, I've got to do something else. And he did, and then he almost lost it right there. It's a little well-disguised recovery.
Wow.
Into a great finish. Best turn was the last turn, but enough good surfing done to be fairly confident he'll move into second. And Asink will have to ride another wave, but he's got second priority and 1 minute to do it.
How are the nerves there for Tim? You know, that last turn, I was like, if he makes this last turn, it's a score.
Yep.
This is that last wave. The 5.73 for Zane Asink. And you can see it just starting to grow through here. So Zane gets a 5.73 on this one. Tim only needs a 4.17. So he needs a point and a little bit less than this wave. I think he's got it. I think he's done the job right now. It's Ollie who needs to defend second place because that last wave of Tim Bain was a 5.33. Ollie goes up and into that section. He needs to really better that 4.03. And he gets the completion too.
Wow, this heat's gone all over the place.
Wow, Zane Asink out behind him.
I know. Tim Bain's in the lead. Asink is back into third. 8 seconds remaining. Last opportunity to go nuts. What does he need? A 4.48. Has to tag it and ride out. Does. Hang on something else. And he falls off. A close finish. We're going to have to stay with these numbers, I believe, because it's a photo finish. Bainey, geez, it's just so close. When you look at their numbers and their totals, Oliver could still go to first. Zane has given himself a shot at progressing. Tim Bain's probably pretty nervous in the lead, knowing there's still 2 scores to come. It's one of them heats. We know where Perry fit, unfortunately, within one of the only interferences I've seen at this event so far.
Yeah.
Here's all the stuff that went down again. What did you like about this one?
Yeah, I like how Ollie just maintains his speed through this wave, gets that connection there. Dramatic finish too. I mean, this was just a back-to-back scenario here with Tim, Ollie, and Zane. Zane floats that first section. This is a pretty important number for Zane Asink. Ollie's last wave locks in at a 4.8, so it betters his second wave. Zane needs to get a 5.25 on this one.
Geez, that finish would have been handy.
Wow.
This is close.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Zane had some really good turns in there. I feel like him falling off the back, I don't think it's really going to come into play.
First impressions, I think he's probably going to dip out. Had he finished that last move, I could see him getting it. The numbers are starting to filter through now. They're looking like they're a little under the requirement. A 4.8. He only needs a 5.25. First number is in it at a 4.93. Needed to finish that last move. That's how close it was. It was one of them heats. Commiserations to David, Perry and Zane. But we'll throw to a quick break and we'll be back shortly with Heat 11.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Let's go.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
And welcome back. It's day 4 here at the Krui Pro. This is Joshua Levy up and riding on his first wave. He was here all day yesterday trying to get into the event and gets in overnight and really opens up super well on his first wave out the back. Cash Brown. Wow, there are so many waves coming through. Cash, huge backside snap there and throwing heaps of spray. Oh my goodness. Ben Lorenzen goes down. Looks like it could have been a pretty painful fall. I'm truly joined in the booth with me is Giada Legati. And Giada, it's been an exciting morning.
Wow, well, it already seems like an exciting morning. It looks like there's so much more waves than yesterday afternoon. This is now Sammy Lowy on your screen. Beautiful first turn, sets it up for this second one, jams it, kind of lays back into it. So I really like that. And he will ride out of it nicely. Really nicely done from Sammy. How do we say his last name?
Low.
Okay.
Yep. Sammy Low. He's actually just 18. He took out the under 18 Australian junior titles last year in his hometown in Wollongong at Woonona Beach. So yeah, it was pretty special to see that. Josh Levy, he was an alternate, gets in overnight because Dane Henry unfortunately gets injured and can't compete.
Oh, unfortunate for Dane Henry. So this is the replay of Joshua. I'm sorry today, guys. I can't with the second names.
Levy. I'm pretty sure it's Levy.
Levy. Okay. Joshua Levy. We want to say it correct, so I want to make sure it's well said. And behind Cash Brown. Nice first turn. Sets it up for this second one. Good looking wave. Oh, I love that finish. Wow. So many good waves ridden already. Unfortunately, Ben Lawrenson falls off on his. But this is the wave of green, Sammy Low.
Beautiful first opening carve. Driving through this with heaps of speed. He's just a really strong, goofy footer and gets a solid completion there for Sammy Low. And yeah, that was a really exciting exchange to start off this heat. It's heat number 11 of the men's round of 96. Ben Lorenzen from the Sunshine Coast having a look at this one. Drives through a nice opening carve. He's hoping to get a good score on the board. And Benny he's a solid surfer. He's pretty consistent. So he goes up and into that section. It's a bit of a flatter one right now, but he sees it stand up and absolutely tags it to get a finish there for Ben Lorenzen. I'm sure his sister Gia might be out there as his caddy. Maybe Zeb or Taj Stokes, who knows? But yeah, Ben, that was a really nice second wave to get him back into this heat.
Yeah, and Ben last year had a really great run here at the Krui Pro. He was looking so comfortable when it was solid. So I'm sure he knows this wave pretty well. I think he has that like a little bit more of an advantage compared to the rest of the field in the heat right now. Mm-hmm. He's been out here. He's done the runs. So yeah, he's using his past knowledge.
Yeah, he is. He's actually been dealing with quite a number of injuries, so it's nice to see him back in the Rashi. Cash Brown. This is going to be his second wave. You can see him just flying down the line. This is a good-looking wave, hoping that he can get up into one of those sections. Not really much going on here. Cash from Cronulla. He absolutely charges. Driving through another backhand carve. Let's see what he can do on the inside. We're going to go to that drone angle and you can see him just eyeing off this section here and jams it, but maybe lacking a little bit of that power that he was hoping for on that wave.
Yeah, it looks like there's, the tide is super high right now. I think we reached the peak of the high tide at 7:40. So there's a lot of water moving out there. Mm-hmm. The current is just dragging everyone down. It's smashing. The waves are smashing right close to the competitors' area. And with that, we're going to head down to an interview with the winner of the last heat. Right after this replay of Cash Brown. So Cash already sitting on a 6.33. We're still waiting for the score of this one to come through. Not too much done out on the outside. This wave, he managed to get around that foam and kind of into that open face. But you're right. I don't think it was really what he was looking for.
Yeah, it just seemed that wave didn't really offer a steep section. I mean, that was still a good turn, but maybe just lacking that power that we saw off his first wave, which came through at a 6.33. Sammy's first a 6.17, but someone who was dropping pretty big scores in that last heat was Tim Bain. He's down there with Mark. What's going on?
Okay, we are down here in the athlete area with Tim Bain, winner of the last heat. Tim, that was a mighty strange heat. What's your take on it?
Yeah, it was definitely a very weird heat. The lead kind of changed every set pretty much. So, yeah, I was stoked to get that last wave with a few minutes to go and go to the lead.
All right, so what were you thinking when everybody had to change a share of the leaderboard? The numbers are going up and down. How did you steady yourself?
Oh, well, I had first priority when they said I was in third place and needed the score. And there was probably 5 minutes to go. And, yeah, I knew if a wave came, I could have got the score. So I was stoked to execute on a good wave.
And you've been doing the rounds here in the Asian region for a long time. It's so much fun, yeah?
Yeah, so much fun here in Krui. There's so many different waves. Beach here, Mandiri has been really fun the last few days. So, yeah, it's just been good surfing with mates and getting good waves.
Always good hanging with your mates, and it's even better when we're doing it in good ways. What's your favourite Indo dish?
Oh, probably a mee goreng. Can't go past a mee goreng.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, keep it simple. Yeah, they're really good.
Well done, Tim. I'm going to shake your hand and say all the best for the round of 64.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, and thank you, Tim. Yeah, it was that last pretty much 5 minutes of that last heat was pretty crazy. Tim going to first, then Ollie going to first, and Zane going to second, and then more waves coming through. It was pretty insane, but it was clutch surfing from Tim in the end, just really holding his composure. It was awesome to watch.
Yeah, and we've had that so much yesterday as well, just those last-minute wins and last-second wins as well. So it keeps things entertaining, and I'm excited to see today the ladies hit the water.
Yeah.
So I know your friend Leilani is going to be surfing as well.
Yes.
Will you be commentating her heat?
I actually don't think I am, which is probably for the better because I'm one of those people. I get so nervous for my friends. I literally can't talk. So it's probably a good thing. But you have a heat today as well, which is super exciting.
Yeah, I'm last one of the day.
Yeah, bring it on. It's going to be offshore, pumping. It's going to be perfect for your heat.
I'm excited. I am super excited.
Well, this is Joshua Levy. I'm sure he's excited to be in the contest as well. He gets that second connection in. Joshua is from the Newcastle area, and Sammy Lowe from the south coast of New South Wales lets the fins fly a little bit there, driving through this hard carve, staying close to the power source. Wow, just getting another nice connection there. Sammy Lowe surfing beyond his years right now. You can see he's fired up as he gets another nice connection as he kicks out with just under 16 minutes to go. We've had some big scores lock in. Cash Brown getting the better of it, that 6.33.
Yep, and Sammy already on a 6.17, so he must be feeling it right now. And here he shows it. I love that first turn. Just all three fins out, slides it over, wraps it around here. This was not an easy wave to surf. There's so much water moving out there. This wave looks lumpy and super bumpy too, but he manages to hold his rail really nicely throughout the entire wave.
Yeah, he does well to maintain that momentum throughout it. It was a little bit of a foamier, bumpier looking wave in certain sections, but he'll move up into second place. He only needs a 1.17. Joshua Levy locked in a 4.67 on his first wave, backs it up with a 2.67. But Sammy Lowe's first wave just giving him a little of an edge, a 6.17. So we'll see where this second score locks in. Ben Lorenzen, his second wave, a 4.7. He holds first priority, and last of Sammy Lowe locks in at a 4.8. So Sammy goes up into first place, and this is that last wave. Also, the first wave of Joshua Levy, a 4.67. Driving hard through that first section.
Yeah, that was really nicely done, and I like how he kind of just leans back into it, so it's not just a normal top turn. beautiful finishing there. So came in at a 4.67. Probably the wave size wasn't helping him too much. This is the second wave of Ben Lawrenson. Had a good run last year, trying to replicate that again this year. Good wave here from Ben Lawrenson. He has incredible rail game. I saw him dropping some clips from a recent trip he did that he was charging. I'm pretty sure it must have been Fiji, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, Ben absolutely charges. It's kind of scary at points, but this is live action right now. Sammy Lowe goes to the sky but just lands on his board there. That was a bit of an awkward fall, but it's okay. He's in the lead with a 6.17 and that 4.8. He can kind of let loose a little bit towards the back half of this heat. And 25-minute heats for these round of 96. 25-minute heats all day, actually. And then, yeah, as we mentioned before, we are going to go into the women, which is super exciting. We have 4 heats for that first round of 72. And then we'll kick straight back into the round of 64 for the women. We'll do the first 8 heats, which is going to be super exciting. Lots of big names in that draw as well. So we're getting through the heats, but right now it's Sammy Lowe out in front, Cash Brown chasing a 4.64 to go to first. Joshua Levy only needs a 4.94 to go to second, and Ben Lawrenson chasing a 4.91 by the standards of the surfers in this heat. I feel like we're going to see some big numbers throughout the next 12, 13 minutes.
100%. And it's been super consistent all morning. It's been non-stop sets coming through. So I agree with you. 100%.
Yeah, it'll be good. I feel like for Ben, he's gone through a couple of knee injuries, and then I think he had an ankle injury as well. So he's probably not been in the water as much as he'd like. I know that he's been back for a little while now, which is good. It's nice to see him back in the Rashi. So it's hard to... Have you had any big injuries, Giada, that's kept you out of the water?
For now, I've been super lucky and I haven't, but
me too.
I'm hoping to keep it that way.
Yes. Yeah, they're the moments that it's pretty tricky. I mean, someone that unfortunately had to pull out of the event last night was Dane Henry. He was supposed to be in this heat. I'm pretty sure he cut his foot open and had to get stitches. So very unlucky for Dane. He had a first or second round loss here last year, and speaking to him leading up into this event, he was really excited to give it another crack. He got into the Challenger Series, winning the trials down in Newey. But we'll stick with this live action. Sammy goes big. Oh, wow. Gets the rotation to completion. Sammy Lowe stands tall. Bit of a staunch moment there.
That was epic, and that's the first air I've seen in this event. So I'm pretty excited. Something about Krui, we don't see too many airs, but when they do pull them off, it's super exciting. So that was really, really well done from Sammy Lowe. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges kind of score that, and he'll give the criteria for the rest of the it'll give an idea for the rest of the surfers what the criteria is for throwing those airs in.
Yeah, that was exciting from Sammy. You could see him just fins high, tail high. We'll see where that goes. You could kind of see that that's where his head was at after that last fall. He's like, no, I need to stick one of these in this heat for sure. So we'll see what this last wave of Sammy Lowe will come in at. It's starting to filter on in. It might be his second best wave of the heat. And it sets a good bar, as you mentioned, Giada, for the rest of the surfers in the event. We won't see the men back on again today after we complete this round. Last of Sammy locks in at a 5.67, so extending his lead. Let's take another look at it, Giada.
Yeah, you can kind of see him eyeing the section down. He highlines it, wastes no time doing any turns throughout that wave.
Actually, this might be his first wave.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This is his first wave. We got too excited to see it again.
Way too excited.
But a bit of a slow-mo action here of his first wave. Love that turn. He just leaned straight into it. And this one, air drops down and stands tall. Really well done from Sammy Lowe.
Yeah, 6.17 for that first wave. A good way to start off his heat. This is the 5.67. That last wave of Sammy Lowe gets the rotation. And pretty clean completion considering it was, a bit of a weird section, but he did well. and yeah, extending his lead. Excited to see what Sammy can do in the back end of this one. But Cash Brown, Joshua and Ben, they don't need big scores. Cash only needs a 5-5-1. We saw him go to town on that 6-3-3, and he had a really great heat yesterday from Cronulla. He was looking on point.
Yeah, so just taking a look at the next heat now, while there's a little bit of a break in the action, we're going to be having Joshua Stretton, Raiki Masuda, Kenshin Matsunaga, and Sein Fujimoto. So a couple more Japanese surfers in that heat. I'm excited to see them. This is now Ben Lawrenson trying to get rid of that one already with that first beautiful open turn. Just weaves his fat section down. We will follow him through this. You can just see how difficult it is. The wave is the tide is so high right now.
Yeah, it's quite high, and it looks like there's a couple of, weird lumps that are coming through the wave, which looks like it's a little bit difficult to navigate. But, these men, they've been surfing out here for the last week, or maybe if they've been here for a little bit longer more. So I'm sure they have tried to be out there on all conditions to experience it throughout any time of the day. Low tide, high tide, whatever it is, a little bit windy, because you just never really know what you're going to get. But yeah, it looks like those last few scores still waiting to lock in. Cash Brown's last wave won't go into his top two. It's this one of Ben Lawrenson. He needs a 4.91. I'm not sure if that's going to be the score, because it didn't really look like he got a critical connection in there, and it looks like it's going to come in at his second best number, but not the one that he was looking for, unfortunately, for Ben. With 7.5 minutes to go, it's a 3.33. He's still chasing that 4.91, and it's Joshua Levy holding first priority. He needs a 4.94. Not big numbers, but it seems like they're a little bit harder to get today.
Yeah, you're right. We've had many waves surfed. Of course, Sammy and Cash's sixes were incredible, but besides those two, the other surfers finding it hard to kind of get into that rhythm and break through the fours. So I'm hoping to see a couple more sets come through and see the guys get an opportunity to kind of bust through and give us a bit of a show.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to happen. We saw that in the end of that last heat. There was just a flurry of waves, back-to-back action. It was, a real seesaw battle between Tim, Ollie, and Zane. Unfortunately, we actually did see, I think it was one of the first interferences of the QS event. Dave Perry, unfortunately, getting an interference, having fourth priority, and then kind of going in front of the wave of Zane and just affecting the scoring ability, really.
That's unfortunate for Dave Perry, but hopefully we'll be seeing him in Nias as well. Different setup, but second chance. And that's the best part about these back-to-back events, is that, if it doesn't really go your way for the first one, you straight away get a chance to kind of redeem yourself for the second one. I've seen it a few times throughout the years that people maybe in Krui a little nervous in their first heat and not sure, had just a rough heat, and go to Nias and just break through and make it to finals day.
What is your thoughts on that? Having those back-to-back events, how do you navigate those emotions of whether if you go on a really good roll and you end up taking out the event, or if it's you've had a couple of awkward moments in heats, how do you just regroup for the next one? Because it's a pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah, it's a super quick turnaround. But I think that's better, since it doesn't give you too much time to kind of lose that momentum again. You lose and you're so frustrated and angry that it kind of builds that fire for the next one. I feel like if we had too much time in between the contests, you can kind of forget how much it stung, and you're just kind of relax a little more again and get a little nervous. But I feel like the back-to-back gives you, fuels a fire more than anything. And the mistakes that you made in the previous one are really fresh. So you're definitely not going to be doing them again.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. And a lot of these surfers are obviously super competitive too. So I think it's cool, they have one event, they go to the next, they, maintain that competitive mindset, which is so different. As soon as in Oz, if we have events, as soon as you're done, it's okay, cool. I'm going to go home. I'm going to reset. go back to work or whatever it is and save for the next contest. Because a lot of these competitors do work a full-time job or a part-time job to be able to get here if they don't have backing of their sponsors. A lot of them are in university as well, you know, so it's cool to see them all really giving it a go, and having these back-to-back events gives them 2 opportunities.
Yeah, you're totally right.
This is that first wave, though, of Cash Brown. It is still the best number of the heat. It's a 6.33. And with surfing like that, you can see why. And I really, really loved this end turn here from Cash. Just going for it, throwing so much spray. He didn't look like he was going to fall at all in that one.
Yeah, he was looking really solid. He saw that section, zero fear, and just went for it.
Mm-hmm.
This is Sammy Lowe's 617, so a bit of a smaller wave, but really nicely surfed nonetheless. You see him kind of past that first section, a lot of whitewash on the face, but he weaved through it nicely. Beautiful first turn, always maintaining his height like on the top of the wave, never really goes too low because this wave is really fast, so he has to keep that speed. And here you see him finishing it off, deep bottom turn and straight off the top right there.
Yeah, committed surfing, gets rewarded for it as well. A 6.17 for that first of Sammy. He's having a look at this one. He has second priority. He's going to take it. Sammy Lowe, live action, gets that nice first turn. Driving through the second one, maybe lacking that, you know, big oomph that he was maybe expecting, but still connects the dots really well on this one as he tags it once again. Almost gets a finish there, but it kind of, that section's hard to get those, you know, big moment turns because it does get a little bit fat. It's easier to catch a rail.
100%. That wave just kind of, this wave, if you don't pick them right, it can just fatten out on that last section as it gets deeper into the channel. See Ben Lawrenson asking for scores or priorities. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it might be a priority situation. He's asking, hey, I think I'm supposed to be in first priority. And yeah, we'll see what happened. I mean, with 2 minutes to go, Ben holds second priority. He needs a 4.91. I think Joshua Levy might have had a wave as well in between that moment. He had the first priority, so we'll see what is going on. But yeah, first priority is with Cash Brown, which is great for Cash. He needs to defend second place, but not so great for Benny, who needs a 4.91 with 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, wow, this heat kind of just running away from us. I didn't notice that we were already on almost a 1 minute mark.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an exciting finish. Hopefully we see some lines come through and Ben gets an opportunity to get rid of that 3.33. He only needs a 5 practically, so he definitely has the ability to do it. He had an incredible run here last year. Super solid surfing. He wasn't afraid to go on those sets and just hammer those big sections down. So hopefully he gets one more chance here.
Yeah, fingers crossed there's another opportunity. 55 seconds to go. You'd think there's still time for another wave. You'd think that there would be one coming through. It's been a little bit slow in this heat, unfortunately. That last wave of Joshua Levy was just a 1, so didn't look like he was able to make the most of anything there. Sammy Lowe's last wave was a 3.63. So Sammy maintains a lead. It is Cash Brown trying to defend second place. And Ben Lorenzen, he's looking for a 4.91. Joshua Levy chasing a 4.94. 20 seconds to go. Doesn't look like there's really anything coming through.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ben. It looks like now Joshua Levy on the inside, he's gonna take to the air as well. Oh, unfortunately, doesn't make that last one. So it will definitely be Sammy Lowe and Cash Brown going into the next round. And with that, we're gonna head over to a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is now in the water heat 12, round of 96. Some big names in the water right now. On your screen is Joshua Stretton taking a look at this one. Wasn't interested with what was happening down the line. I am Jada Legati in the booth with Dai Wako. Welcome back.
How are you this morning?
I'm
Jada?
good. I'm on my second coffee, so I'm
Already?
fired up. Yeah.
I just got my first one. I just waited for
You're,
like half an hour.
staying behind. Yeah, the line was super long
Super
this
long.
morning at Leafy's. Just showing how good the quality of the coffee
Right.
is over there. Thing is, I was an early bird, so I got my first one really early.
And you got the second one.
Yeah.
Maybe next one.
Oh,
You're
no,
going
no.
on the third one.
I'm 2 a day only. So a couple replays now. This is Reiki.
増田選手1本目のライディングになります。これはカットバックターンでつなげていって、ここからですね、際立ってきたところに当てていきます。このフィニッシュ大きかったです。ただ、ここがしっかり前に出てこれたのか、ジャッジが判断するところでしょう。So we have 3 Japanese surfers in this heat. White, Kenshi Matsunaga, blue, Reiki Masura, green, Sein Fujimoto, and in red we have Joshua Stresson.
You know, the only name I've seen in the past here is Sain's Fujimoto. So tell us a little bit about our Japanese surfers in this heat.
You know, Kenshi Matsunaga, he got 3rd place in the junior division 2 days ago, and he charges. He loves big surfing at Chopo, Pipeline, Backdoor. He even surfed in the Backdoor shootout a couple years ago.
No way.
And his big brother is also known as a big wave surfer. He charges a lot. And they have a lot of clips, so you might want to check it out on Instagram.
I definitely will.
And then Sen Fujimoto, he used to be living in Australia on the Gold Coast. Went to PBC and Palm Beach Karame State High School, and he's just graduated from uni in Japan and now fully committed to this QS Asia tour. And Reiki Masuda, he is really strong competitor actually. He came 3rd place overall in the Japan National Championship tour. And yeah, he's really strong and smart competitor. So that's 3 Japanese surfers in the seat.
Okay, I don't know too much of the Japanese surfing scene, but if you're living in Japan full time and you want to be known as like a big wave charger
Right.
and someone who surfs those solid waves, is there anywhere you could go or what area usually gets those bigger swells?
Probably you will be surprised how much we have in Japan. Like,
Really?
those places has like gnarly waves, but I don't know where. But there's a few professional surfers searching for the waves only in Japan, and they scored so many waves.
And they must be
gnarly waves.
surfing by themselves most of the time.
Pretty much.
Do the clips they drop, are they like big slabby waves or like point breaks? Like what type of waves do they usually find around in Japan?
They have slabs, like heavy slabs as well.
Whoa.
As we don't really have the point break like Krui, but we do have heavy beat break, like a kind of mindery kind of waves. But yeah, you should check it out on Instagram. It's there's so many places that I've never surfed before, and the early waves. in
So you
Japan.
said you don't know the waves well. So does that mean that they keep it like a secret?
Yeah, kind of.
Wow. So it's like an underground thing
Yeah,
there.
I kind of know where, but
Okay. No, don't tell them. It's
yeah,
okay.
I cannot tell, but some of the places I don't really know where.
Okay.
So yeah, these guys are just searching for the waves in Japan. They scored, so yeah, good on them.
Do you think is there like a big wave surfing community in Japan, or is it still growing?
Still growing,
Yeah.
but I think we have a good, big. It's getting bigger, I reckon. And there's one guy who charges at Nazare too.
Oh wow.
He's still young
Okay.
young kid, but yeah, it's getting bigger and bigger.
All right, we'll get right back to that because that's super interesting. But we're gonna head down to True and a post-heat interview while there's a break in the action.
Thank you so much, guys. Sammy, another heat win for you here at the Krui Pro. Congratulations.
Thanks heaps.
It looked a little bit difficult out there. It's obviously changed a lot since yesterday. Talk to me about the conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit smaller than yesterday, a bit more disjointed, so I feel like it's almost better because there's heaps more room to move under priority.
You got that 617 straight away and then backing it up with that 5.63. You're surfing really smooth out there. Do you feel like you've just got a good connection with the ocean right now?
Yeah, I feel like this is almost my dream wave. We don't really have any left points at home, so I was so stoked to come over here and have a go. But yeah, it's funnest wave, having heaps of fun.
Speaking of home, I'm sure you have lots of people watching you. Would you like to say hi to anyone?
Yeah, big shout out to all my friends and family at home and the Sand and Point board artist crew for helping me get over here.
Awesome. Thanks, Sammy. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, True. Back to what we were saying before
Right.
because I'm super interested. Just at the top of your head, what are some of the names that come up to you when you think of big wave surfing in Japan?
Keito Matsuoka.
Okay, Keito.
Keito Matsuoka. He won backdoor shootout about 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not too sure, but yeah, he is probably one of the guy that you want to ask, and you want to surf with when it's big. And then Shin Murakami, he was used to be on the QS tour and he was doing really, really great, but he just decided to go on the free surfing way and chasing all the good waves. And I gotta say, his brother Rem Murakami is one of the guy who's chasing great waves in Japan, and Taichi Wakita as well.
If I'm not wrong, I think Shun was on a Channel Islands trip recently.
Yes,
In the HTs.
HT.
Yep. So big shout out to Stambo and Keon Martin and Rise Our Drone Guy. They were all on that trip at HTs. I'm pretty sure they scored a couple days. And on your screen right now is Joshua Stretton. Pretty good finishing there. Kind of had to pump out of that whitewash, make sure he completed it. Wants to put a score on the board. Just sitting on a 0.63.
Nothing major scores coming in, so it was great surfing. I mean, well-managed surf from Joshua, getting those good connection and nice flow to the section, and gets the finish right here. This is really great finish turn right there. It's not gonna be a huge score, but still, good score to start with.
Yeah. So in Japan for the big wave surfing, who do you think, we're seeing a lot more Japanese names go into the free surfing scene and, in the backdoor shootouts
Right.
and in these bigger events specifically for charging. Who do you think though is a bit of a pioneer in the Japanese big wave surfing?
Well, there's a few names. Of course, we have Okita-san. He's one of the legendary surfer. He is well known in Pipeline as well, and
Oh, this is Sarah Wakita's dad. Yeah.
And well, I would say Keito Matsuoka is one of my inspiration as well. One of the pioneers for the younger generations.
Amazing. Yeah, so Sarah Wakita is in this event as well.
Right.
I know her older brother used to compete as well.
Yes.
Not anymore, but a family of chargers spent a lot of time in Hawaii. Sarah is an incredible competitor,
Right.
beautiful style as well. We used to both be on. Oh, she's still on Volcom, I think.
Yes, Volcom.
Yeah,
Also
so
the Volcom.
back in the day, I remember
Right.
I was on the team as well. So
Right,
that's how I
right.
found out about Sarah.
Yeah, she's very smart competitor as well.
Yeah,
actually.
super smart
Super.
competitor. But yeah, so anyone interested in big wave surfing in Japan, we gave you guys the names, and that's how you're gonna figure it out. So right now in this heat 12, not too much happening. Only one 4.57 from Josh Stretton. That last one coming in as his best wave. So as there's a bit of a break in the action, we're gonna go to a Bonsoi ad.
Cal! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're gonna get cone today. You, let's go, brother.
All right, welcome back. That is Josh Stretton right now. Current heat leader wants to get rid of that 0.63. Looking like he wasn't able to ride out of that last turn, but hopefully we'll get a couple replays and see what he did earlier on. This is the replay of Josh Stretton.
Oh, just one turn, and yeah, unfortunately went down on the second one. You know, it's a smart move just to keep busy, get as many as he can, because you know obviously it's a slower heat than cup of heat, so you might want to just get rid of the 1.70 in an early stage.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw some of the surfers passing their heats were the ones that started early and got 2 scores up, and then the ocean would practically almost go flat. So that's some pretty smart surfing from Joshua Stretton. Probably spent some time looking at the heats yesterday, looking at strategies, and I think now he's kind of executing it.
Yeah, he plays the game really well right now, getting those scores. 4.57 isn't bad in this condition.
Yeah, we've
Especially-
seen people win and come second on score with scores like that. So you're right. You're right. 4.57 is actually a pretty solid score for a day like today.
Yeah, conditions being changed a little bit compared to this morning. It got slower. Maybe the size wise got a little bit smaller, but still, when the set comes, still so many opportunities to hit.
Yeah, I remember yesterday when we paddled out in the afternoon, we got straight away like a 6-foot set on our head.
It was kind of bigger than what I thought.
Yeah.
it would be.
I saw you paddle out with your twin. I
Yeah.
was like, whoa, he's brave.
Yeah, I think it was my surfboard is too short, 5'4" or something.
But with all the talent in the water, it's difficult to get on those sets. You know, it's hard to catch waves. All the QS surfers are out there. No one falls. So it's hard.
I was kind of waiting for this person just fall off, but nah, they never. They
No
never
one
fall.
falls
Nah.
out. Everyone has like straps on their feet.
Right.
It's pretty crazy. I didn't catch a wave last night. I had to catch a whitewash in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, it was getting really dark. I was like, I'm
Yeah,
done.
I got one, but it was closing up, so same thing.
Amazing. Good.
Didn't do anything. It just went straight.
So, yeah, we're about to reach the 11-minute mark of this heat.
松永選手、2本目のライディング、これは重要な波になってきそうです。3.11 で逆転していきますが、ここはワンターン。ただ、大きなターンだったので、こちら、いいスコアになってくるんではないでしょうか。Well served from Kenshin Matsunaga. Only one turn, but solid, big one turn on the bigger set. And here he is, go vertical. Kind of stuck on the top of the wave, but still managed to, ride out of it. You don't really want to be holding on to the first priority. It was, a good move from Kenshin Matsunaga.
Yeah, he only has a 0.5, so he probably wants to start getting his ball rolling in this heat and getting a couple waves. Here right now is the current heat leader, Joshua Stretton. Just a one turn, wants to get rid of that 1.7. Pretty sure he's going to be increasing his scoreline a little more and creating some distance. But
This is 藤本選手2本目のライディングです。 さあ 0.78 で2の位置に上がっていきますが、これは1発目大きなターンを入れてきました。2発目はチェックターンになりましたが、3発目どうでしょう。ここも少しセットアップのようなターンをした後に、ここから最後のセクションが切り立ってくるところで、縦へのアプローチしていきたいところ、ここはしっかりと決めて前に出てきました。素晴らしいコンビネーションを見せてきたのが藤本誠選手、そしてその後ろから増田大輝選手もテイクオフしていました。さあ、最初何があったか分かりませんが、しっかりとフィニッシュのターンも決めてきています。Well, few scores coming in.
Yep. So scores for all four surfers to come in. We've seen some turns now. Everyone kind of playing it safe, nothing too critical. You can kind of see them holding back a little bit, not surfing at their 100%, because there are no scores right now. Just a 4-5-7.
So this was the first wave of the last exchange. It was a better looking wave, and first one was solid. But after that, probably put a couple of the check turns in, just trying to navigate to the inside. And here is the last section. He gets a nice finish right here. Just like you said, he didn't push too much. Just play safe. Just try to make sure he's done it. And this is like his last wave. That's a better first turn. Go over white water and a little bit of a check down here and gets a finish as well. Oh, so nice exchange in between blue and green.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Reiki. So the last of Joshua Stratton came in at 3.83. Does extend his lead a little bit. Kenshin's last one, a 3.17. We're still waiting for scores for Reiki and Sane to come through. I'm pretty sure they've gotten the better of that exchange. Right. So the judges taking a good look at it. They're the first solid waves. I love the wave of Reiki. It was one of the bigger sets. Surfed it nicely. So bit of an interesting mix here. But this has been a really slow heat.
I would be, really nervous on that wave. It's been like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
On a proper set. My legs would be shaking. Well, they all managed well to surf on that one.
And yeah, like we were saying, they played it safe, nothing too critical. They really needed some scores. There we have Sane Fujimoto's last one comes in at a 5.17. We're waiting for the last of Blue, and Blue goes straight to the lead of 5.83. So we're seeing some more solid scores come through. That is some exciting stuff. We're about to reach the 6-minute mark in this heat. Hopefully we get a couple more sets.
And 松永選手、これは重要な波になってきそうです。5.23 で2のポジションへ大きなターン、スプレーを飛ばしていきます。この波は張ってきそうです。ここもしっかりと前へ出てくるターンをして、ハイラインを通ってタイミングを測ります。ここもカービングダウンを入れてきます。ここから切り立ってくるところで、縦のアクション、これは大きなアクションになりました。そしてまだ続きそうですね、この後。ここでキックアウト。
That was a really nice turn. I really like that from Kenshin Matsunaga.
Yeah, his requirement is 5.23, and got a feeling that it's gonna be close because he managed to put, I think, 2 good turns, solid turns in.
So this is the replay of our man in white. Beautiful first turn. Gets a little bit stuck there, but gets around this second section. Wraps it around again. I think this second turn was probably the best one of the heat. Not this one, sorry, the next one. Was probably the best one of this wave.
Wow.
Goes upside down, finishes it nicely. One more little cutback just to kind of show that he got it. He finished that turn.
Right.
But yeah, it's been a difficult heat. No real solid backup. Kenshin will be getting rid of that 0.5 he had. Comes in at a 4.17, so not the requirement he needed, but he does chip away at a score. He has time to paddle back out and catch another wave. So right now on your screen is Joshua Stratton cashing in his priority on a good-looking wave wraps it around, stays close to that whitewash. That's like the power of the wave. That's where you get most of the speed. So, audience not liking what that wave was going to give him.
松田選手、ここで 3.33 を超えてくると、その差を広げます。素晴らしいカービングターンから縦のアクション。ここはメイクできるか少し引っかかってしまったようです。That was a little bit of mistake from Reiki as well. He wanted to get a wave to beat the 3.33 and he was on the way to that, but unfortunately comes unstuck on the second one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a little bit of a mistake there from Reiki. That was looking like it was a pretty solid score, especially reaching the 4-minute mark. He really needs to start extending his lead, especially with the field he has behind him. There is not much of a score difference between all 4 surfers, so it's still anyone's heat at this point.
Right. It's whether you can get a backup score or not. So, just Reiki just left the door open for everybody. And now just under 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Sane has first priority, needing 3.23. That is a very small score.
Yeah, so the requirements for all the 3 surfers to go into an advancing position is not much. Sein Fujimoto 3.23, Kenshin Matsunaga a 4.24, all doable, but it's all about the time now. They have to really get out there, Sein with priority, but Reiki and Joshua are gonna want to have to defend their spots. Looking like the ocean going a little flat at this moment with the last 3 minutes. Will Sein and Kenshin get one more opportunity? Both Sein with priority, Joshua with second priority. So he's definitely going to start playing the protection card, Gonna be sitting on Sein. He's going to be sitting on Kenshin and hoping that the ocean goes flat for the last 3 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I reckon Joshua is in a good position having a second priority. Even, saying if Sein got a requirement, but still, Joshua can get another wave and maybe meeting the requirements. So I think Joshua is in a good position.
Good position, but not ideal. You don't want to have to be catching another wave in the last minute to stay. The perfect heat mostly would be everything done in the first half. So this is the man we are talking about right now. Josh Stretton gets a little bit stuck off the top on that one. Sets up this bottom turn nicely. That was a little better. This wave going to be standing up for him on the inside. He is going to have to finish this one off. Unfortunately, falls off. So now it is all eyes on Sein Fujimoto and Kenshin Matsunaga, both first and second priority out the back. Will they get an opportunity?
Do you think the last of Joshua is better than 3.83?
I don't think so. Because that first turn, a little bit stuck off the top. This was probably the best turn of that wave. I mean, it's a big set, but he wasn't able to finish it. So technically, it's just that one turn.
Right. Really hard, hard condition to surf on that one. A lot of bumps on the face, but yeah, just like you said, all eyes on green and white. Just over 1 minute remaining in this heat.
Yeah, let's see if some sets come through in the last minute of this heat. I'm hoping for one more exchange. Keep things exciting. This has been a really slow heat. Not many waves ridden. Just a 5.83 from Reiki. But besides that, everyone's sitting on a 3 or a 2. So hopefully in the last 40 seconds, you see there Sein looking and trying to see if anything comes. Now that I think about it, though, Sein did have priority over Josh in that last one, and he decided not to go. He only needs a 3.23, so maybe a little bit of a priority mistake there from Sein.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he could have get 3.23 on that one.
Yeah,
definitely.
He definitely could have. Josh got a 3.2 on that score, so
even without the finishing time.
Yeah.
So.
A little bit of a mistake there from Sein. I think he was hoping too much for something to come out the back. So we count this one down, and it will be Reiki and Joshua going into the next heat, into the next round, sorry. And with that, we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is day 4 right now. There are the results of the last heat. Congratulations to Reiki Masuda and Joshua Stretton. We will be hearing from the winner of the last heat really soon with Dai. And on your screen right now, heat 13 of the day. This is Elliot Parada-Reed in red, Luke Brumby in blue, Harley Walters in white, and Yuri Ogasawara in green. I'm Jara Legati, and I want to welcome back Mark Clift into the booth.
Thanks, G. Heat 13 on Friday the 13th. What could go wrong, right? Anyway, let's see. So that last hit, geez, it didn't look like there was a lot of highlights. Give us a little rundown.
No, really. There was nothing really happening. Everyone practically sitting, like their highest score being a 4 or 5, and everyone's sitting on maybe a 2 or a 3 as a backup. So It was really slow. People kept falling off, and it was kind of brutal. Yeah, I'm sure the guys were super frustrated. It's definitely not the ideal heat.
I'm sure they would all like a restart out of that one, I imagine, apart from First and Josh and Daiki.
Yeah, so it was definitely a hard heat, not only to watch, but I'm sure to surf as well. The tide is still very high, so there's a bump on the face of the wave. It's not easy to handle. There's a lot of current moving around, so it'll take you out of position quite quickly. But I am excited to see his heat. Elliot Parada-Reed, I'm sure Liliana is watching, so big shout out to her. She's in Australia right now. Unfortunately, I don't think she was able to come. But he had a great run in the past couple of years here in Krui. So
he did. I think Elliot might have been a quarter-finalist here last year.
Yeah, and he's been doing the QSs for a while now. Him and Liliana have been in Indo, I think, for the past 2 seasons now. So 2 faces I see around Canggu quite a bit. And I'm excited to see him here. He's been surfing a lot with her, and they've been filming and like chasing swells, so it's exciting.
Yeah, well, Elliot's been a bit of a staple of the Asian region events for a number of years, and as it got really big last year and it got a bit much for most people, Elliot was one of those guys that stepped up and relished the size and the power, because he's just one of those power mongers, and will always go out swinging. So that suited him well last year. Let's see how he adjusts here today. He's been waiting ages for this heat. I'm sure he's revved up to fire hard and make a claim to become a round of 64. Luke Brumby, he's also been here a few times. I remember hearing that name. And Harley Walters had a pretty good win yesterday to put himself here. And Yuri Ogasawa, representing Japan, he's out there in the green. Let's see what he brings to a changing lineup.
Yep, so a couple new names and a couple names we've seen quite a bit before. It's been a beautiful morning, so many waves, but not as easy as it looks. There you see on the bottom of your screen how much the water's moving around. The tide is super high, but as it starts to go down, we're just going to see it clean up, and that perfect Krui lineup's going to show up again.
Yep, it's 9:15 here in Krui time. It was about 10:30 yesterday morning when things started going really good. All right, so the tide will be a little bit behind what happened yesterday. But when it got to that mid-tide-ish yesterday, stuff dramatically improved really quickly. And some of the numbers that were starting to appear and throw down and wave counts and all that improved out of sight. So I imagine we're probably gone just past the high tide, or hopefully we're just the other side of it. I did notice the Water Patrol ski and the boat out there lucky to get over a set earlier. There were some big wide sets that pushed down, and I was just glancing out to see and noticed this big orange thing just get over the top of a beast. So speaking of beasts, Elliot Parada-Reid. Oh.
So that's what we've been seeing in the last heat as well. It's just
Really?
a lot of people just kind of fumbling and not really making around some sections and getting their rails stuck a little bit. So I think it could be the factor of the high tide just making it a little bit harder.
And I did also notice the wind before. It looks like it might have dropped off a bit, kind of looking like a bit of the doldrums going on out there. But it was a bit of nor'east, a bit of northerly taking effect earlier, blowing straight into the wave. Yeah, Al he got up there nicely, didn't get the projection and the down part of that move correct. I imagine Jamal, his old man's watching. If you are, g'day, buddy.
Yeah, I've seen Elliot and Jamal. I remember mostly seeing them at Nias most of the time.
They're a strong team.
Yeah.
Let's have a look what Harley Walters brings. Good looking wave. It's smooth and he's helping himself to every part of this bowly sections. Gets up there for a third decent hit. A little bit of chop on the face now as he approaches the channel and the deepest part of the lineup. And out he goes. Good start. Well done, Harley.
Yeah, that was probably the best wave I've seen in a really long time. It was super fast. No time spent in between turns. Here we're going to see a replay. Beautiful first cutback here. Sets it up for the second one. Let's switch up to the drone angle. This was really nicely done. Wraps it around. So much speed.
Wow, there was no downtime between second and third moves. That was pretty sick. Little cutty just to add something to the judges' thoughts and wisely kicking out. Good move. Yeah, so the drone footage shows the bump a bit more than this live front-on footage. This is Yuri.
Nice turn there. Bit of whitewash on the face, so but he's handling it really nicely.
Completely different wave to what Harley found.
Yeah.
So a much harder wave for Yuri to get his head around and do something positive. But Harley will be in for a decent number. Judges probably haven't, as you said, haven't seen some goodness for a while, so they might get a little bit excited and throw something decent at that last wave. So a fair bit of racing going on for Yuri to get to his first scoring opportunity. That was a decent belt. The drone footage, you can really see the chop and bump we've been talking about. To negotiate your way around that and still put in some high quality moves is just testament to the skill set that everybody's got here this morning. It's not easy. That will clean up. We'll see some really bowly things going on a bit later on as that tide drops. Harley's number is sort of still in the mid-range. It's in right now, G. It's a 5-5. While we're waiting for Yuri's score, why don't we throw down and have a chat with Daiki and who's doing it? Chu? No?
Dai.
All right, the two Dais. Go for it, fellas.
始まります。ウェブで見る限りはかなりこう波がいいなというふうに感じたんですが、こうヒート展開を見ると波数が少なくて乗ってもこうこけてしまうことが多いように見えました。いや、コンディション的にはいかがですか？
そうですね、見た目はすごいよく見えるんですけど、入ってみたらこうちょっと開いてたり、リップがすごい難しいコンディションでした。
It looked really great on the webcam, but still, once you're in the water, it's kind of difficult to surf on it. It has a wide open shoulders. There's not much to hit, but he's able to finish his turns and get results. 4日目、大会始まって4日目ですが、かなりの時間待ったと思います。緊張とかありましたか？
そうですね、クルイに来て初めてのラウンドだったんで、めちゃくちゃ緊張しました。それで1本目とか結構悪い波乗っちゃって焦ってたんですけど、まあ5点出せてよかったです。
Yeah, it's his first surf in this comp. It's been 4 days, so a little bit of nerves going around out there, but still managed to pull out. では最後にたくさんの方見てくれてると思うのでメッセージお願いします。
もっと自分らしいサーフィンして、勝つので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。 Chew.
All right, epic. Thank you guys so much. That was a great interview with Dai and the winner of the last heat. Difficult heat, not only to watch but to serve.
Well, you've got a win's a win, right? You've got to get through somehow, and that'll do through to the next round. There's Elliot replays that went on, no doubt, during our interview. We also saw Harley get another number as well, so we're just waiting on the result of that from the judges. Now, I know this fella here, he, representing New Zealand and spending a lot of time in Sumbawa. I think his old man's got a little set up over there in the yo-yo zone. But here's also Harley's wave. What did you like about this?
Yep, so really nice second wave from Harley. Still waiting for the score to come in. He really doesn't waste any time in between turns. He's such a speedy surfer. A smaller wave, but he surfed it really nicely. He wants to back up that 5-5, and I think he did that really well.
Yeah, totally. Really good. Well done. And like you said, he's got a good burst of speed. The chop that's present out there doesn't seem to be bothering Walters too much. Just motoring on through it, connecting a lot of quality manoeuvres off the top of the wave. That's what the judges really want to see. So I think Harley for sure will extend the lead. He'll have two good numbers once this drops. We're watching Heat 13, everybody. There's 16 of these heats in this round, and then we swap over to the women's. First round of 72. Dai's back in the chute. What did you ask you, mate?
Oh, just how is it out there? And then because the wave looked really great on the webcam, but he said it's kind of tricky out there to surf on it. It got a little bit of bump on the face. And then it was his first surf in this competition, so he was super nervous out there.
Everyone seems to be when they, especially when you wait 4 days, you finally get your chance. You've seen a lot of shredding. Everyone's watching. You can't hide with the cameras and the drone, right? So it's you're in the spotlight.
And you don't really want to get knocked out in the first round.
Oh my God,
it's a long journey.
Yeah, and just the expense of getting here and hanging around, and everybody probably got here 3 or 4 days or even a couple of weeks before this event, being the first big one of the season. And you want to make it count. It would be quite frustrating to go out in your first hit out. So another good number drops in for Harley. It's very similar to his first, a 5.47, but the two best scores squarely in the lead. Elliot's last wave, his better wave, a 4.33. So those boys are vacating spots 1 and 2 at this stage. And Yuri, what can you tell us about Yuri?
Yuri is from Shonan area. That's where I live. He lives in the next village. And yeah, he's been in this industry for quite a long time. He's still 24, 25 years of age and been competing since he was like 8 or 7.
So no doubt he's won some stuff in the past.
Yeah, he's very experienced surfer. That's for sure.
Okay. Well, let's see how he handles this. He's off with 1 score on the board. That's not too bad. Luke Brumby is the one that would start to be feeling the heat because waveless after, 14 minutes is not ideal. He's had priority for quite a while.
Oh, no way.
This is him in the blue. He's paddling in now, but this is not even a wave. He's just repositioning it. A little bit of a reset for Luke. He realises something's got to happen soon or it's just not going to happen.
Maybe changing his strategy, but up and riding is Harry. Walter, a nice float over the section.
Front foot sort of slid off and things got a bit unusual. Down he goes. All right, so Brumby is the man that needs to make some sense out of these next little bit of energy that pushes onto the Ujong Bachur Reef. All right, so let's see. It looked all right. He put it up there, and then his front foot just moves, and it moved to the edge, the rail of his board, and he just went, I'm out of here. He's got much better waves than that anyway. He's under no threat at this stage with 2 mid-range 5s. Brumby, got to get some sweat on the brow right about now.
A lot of nerves probably going around.
You can see him checking his watch, his head swiveling around. He's
Yeah,
I guess he's trying to stay composed, but wow, you're down to a 10-minute heat.
and he's seated surfer, so this must be his first heat
Yes.
of the competition.
Yes,
So
red and blue are the seeded surfers, right? That's Elliot, the top seed in this heat. Al's got a bit of work to do. He's just packing a real low second number. His good score, he'd be hoping would end up as his second number, the 4.33. Got a little bit of a no wind situation out there, mate. So it's just putting the bump that's in the ocean is now all over the lineup as well. There's no wind to sort of clean any of it up.
right,
It's just sort of non-stop moguls and just hoping that you get something with a little bit of cleanness. The drone footage is just showing, you know, what the surface that the boys have got to play with. In the scheme of things, that wave there looks pretty good. Does Brumby take it? Has to, I
yes,
suppose.
he's having a look at this one. He needs to go on this one, and
Oh, it's going to slide under him, is it?
Oh.
No. Oh, my God. So let's have a look at this. Boom. First maneuver. Sticking in the pocket. Second, he's starting to feel it. Let's see if he can do some better moves down the line. His first couple weren't bad, but they weren't huge. He's, you know, something is better than nothing, and this is exactly what Brumby had to do, was get a wave, throw in a bunch of moves, finish the wave, and leave himself at this stage 9 minutes to get back out there and try and stake a claim for a first or second. But he's well back in the hunt now.
right,
All right, things are going to get pretty tight. That was right where some of these other numbers are.
still back in the game. Here is the beach angle from the first wave of Brumby. Nice first turn, and into the second turn, it's done a lot of work in the beginning, but from here, couple of checking turns to just making sure he's connecting to the inside and trying to see if wave stands up for him. Couple of checking turn again, and it kicks out.
Another mid-range number, I reckon. Let's have a look at Yuri.
小笠原選手、2本目のライディングになります。ここは大きなフィニッシュターンが入ってきて、しっかりとメイクしてきました。on the other hand, Yuri's wave got a finishing turn, so I wonder what here he is.
All right. Very similar start to Brumby's. Just, well, how's it end up? Pretty good, eh? Doesn't
Right.
it turn down the end here? All right. So Yuri, you reckon this is his best wave?
I reckon this could be his best wave because he
Pretty
got
tidy
a
finish. Yeah, well done.
great
All right.
finish. So
All right. But Elliot, he needs a wave. He's going to have to give way to Harley. And let's have a look at Walters now. Wave number 3. He's got a pair of 5s.
oh,
That's a heavy slash in the pocket and straight onto the inside rail and investigates the lip again, but gets clipped by the wash. Down he goes, so it'll be effectively rated as a 1 maneuver wave. Won't lock into his top 2. But I guess taking that wave off Elliot was also a part of why he went. And Al's regrouped. He's finding himself something now, so take us through this.
Elliot up and riding, nice off the top with the big spray, just racing down the line, trying to get around, and he did. Nice off the top. Is he gonna get another one? Yes, he went vertical with a lot of sprays and another one. This is a good looking wave and he likes it.
Well, finally someone got a really clean wave.
Right.
It took a few waves to roll through before that thing really groomed up. I guess in the big scheme of things, he's probably going to be happy Harley took that other wave off him and he had to get off because he found himself a really clean, bowly wave. It offered a lot. He helped himself to it. I reckon Elliot's best wave for sure.
Could be a best wave of this heat.
It could be because one of those hits as he went down the line really had a good connection and threw a lot of spray. So an owed a number from everybody. I think out of all that fuss, I think Elliot's was probably looking like, the betterer. Look at it. It's bending and it's bowly. It's looking really strong. Or it even barreled. Nice drone footage. You can see there's limited bump on this wave. And Al would have just been licking his lips when he kept looking down at the surface and it's still clean. You can see him giving a little fist pump the judge's way. So great wave choice. Elliot's wave number 5 will put him squarely, solidly into one of those top 2 positions.
Right, so Brumby's last wave came in 4.60. It's actually a good score in this heat so far, needing only 1.30, but we are still waiting for the last of aerial. So definitely requirement will be changed.
Yep, and Harley's will be that throwaway when it drops.
So last of Yuri comes in 5.23, enough to go into the second.
Yep, that'll change, I think, once Elliott's drops. So some very similar stuff starting to happen on our scoreboard. 4s and 5s are the theme of this heat. Elliott's last wave, as you're suggesting, it could nudge into the best wave of the heat. If it does, it probably will be by just a little bit, but it was a clean wave. We haven't seen much cleanness and bowliness. So the judges are probably looking at that during the replays and going, well, he had bowl and he did throw his board up there on top to bottom sections. So I think the quality of the wave is really going to help Elliott's number. All right, replays are flying around, so let's have a look. I'm not sure whether I paid much attention to all of this wave.
So this is
this
a
where
wave.
he falls, this is where it gets clipped right there. Yep. So that's not going to factor in. Let's forget about White's score. He's still sitting on a pair of 5s. Al's number is looking pretty good. Yep, the judges are soaking it up here. There it is, a 7.
Wow.
Now, I haven't seen a 7 this morning.
In a while, yes.
I don't think I've seen one this morning. The first 2 heats I called didn't have 7s. I saw a 6.5 and a 6.17, but a 7. Well done, Elliott. No wonder why he gave himself a little fist pump. He was feeling it, and the wave was an absolute A-grader in this morning's conditions. Nice work. So Team New Zealand, look how clean this thing is, even from the drone footage. And it fully bowls out here. It almost offered a moment where you could have thought, I'll tuck in. It did clamp due to the tide.
This wave's got a steeper section, more than other surface waves, and he hits every single critical hit section.
Yeah, sick.
No wonder he got 7 on that wave.
Yeah, really, really well served. And Walter's dropping on him and taking that other wave off him. Put Elliott straight in a head-on collision with that A-grade wave. So he could probably go out at the end of the heat and go, hey, thanks for taking that wave off me.
Now Yuri Ogasawa needing 5.74. Luke Brumby needing 6.37.
Brumby's got to get another wave. You'd just be ruining your heat if you went out and came in with one wave under the belt. You can't get through, giving yourself 0 opportunity to advance. Green's waving wildly. Yuri wants to know the outcome. It's reasonably close apart from Brumby. Yuri's rotation is pretty low on the priority side of life. He's got to hope everybody else gets one or something slides through under their guard. 2 minutes. It's looking tough for Brumby and it's looking tough for Yuri. Harley Walters has got them both in his sights. He's the surfer with his head on the chopping block in second. Good looking set starts to unwind down further up the reef now. Does it connect down here in the mid part of the reef? Yuri's on something on the inside.
小笠原選手、5.74 が必要です。さあ、縦へのアクションを入れてきます。そして、カービングターン。少し難しい波でした。必要なスコア 5.74 届くのか。残り時間1分30秒。
Yeah, not ideal for Yuri. Needed something better, much better than that. Blue has a squeeze. White has a squeeze. Red decides to pull the trigger. There's just over a minute, so Elliott says, why not? Got to try and burn off a low 4, and you can see why no one else wanted it. We couldn't see what was stretching out past the edge of the TV screen, so there was nothing. And Yuri, in hindsight, he didn't really need that wave either. At least he tried something. It didn't work. It was a small inside wave that was pretty bumpy. So it's looking like curtains at this stage for Yuri and Luke.
Yeah, just under 1 minute remaining. Time is ticking, and both of green and blue needing a pretty big score, 5.74 and 6.37. But Luke still holding on to the second priority, but Hurley has first priority over Luke, so it's gonna be tough to get another one.
Yeah, when you look at their overall performances in this heat, there's a lot of scores below 1 point. There's a lot of pretty scrappy numbers, and even everybody sort of had one okay to good start, and then just low to mid-second numbers. Brumby's just, God, he's having a shocker. There's 5 seconds to go, and Brumby's going to come in with one wave, and that is an absolute mortal sin if you want to get through a big-time event like this. So that heat is done. It's heat 13 on Friday the 13th, and it didn't go Luke Brumby's way. So we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be back with heat 14 shortly. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Here we are, and straight into it. Sol Grundling ripping off a big first manoeuvre. Needs to get onto some clean green face. It ain't going to happen that time, so Sol's open with a one-turner. We are now watching heat 14. Lu Shu in red, Teo in the blue. We saw Sol, and this is Ty Coulis in the green. Sort of a half turn there as his second move. That's a little better. Now he hits the gas and gets to an end section that goes a little pear-shaped, so not ideal. Some waves are better than none at the early part of the heat, and I'm going to welcome back Truce Darling.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, back in the booth, and this is going to be an exciting heat. I think Sol had that buzzer beater in the last 6 seconds yesterday, so I actually saw him and also Benny Zanata last night over at Lani's, who also had a buzzer beater finish. And I said to them both, I was like, can you boys, let's not do that again.
Yeah, I know. That was just stressing everyone out and themselves.
I know. I was like, honestly, it's just start off strong, finish strong. It's not that hard. Just kidding.
At least they got through to this round, and here's Grundling's first effort. Boom. All right, so he decided to make the most of the start of your heat instead of just sitting around and doing a Luke Brumby got one wave in his last heat.
Wow.
Yep, so that's a mortal sin in competition surfing. I feel sorry for Luke in the blue.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. Ty Coulis gets a nice start. He is travelling with Jay Brown, who's coming up in that next heat. So they've just been feeding off each other's energies. It's been nice to see them having a laugh. I know that they're heading over to Bali after this. So they're keen to surf a few heats, enjoy this beautiful place that is Krui, and then head over to Bali. And
not coming to Nias?
No, not coming to Nias. I don't. Oh, I know Jay isn't. I don't think Ty is either.
All right. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Teo is the surfer in blue. I'm sure his old man's watching. Harry, let's send Teo your mojo. Lu Shu, waveless also in red. Coulis with a 4 and Sol with a 3-5 for a 1 manoeuvre. So the stage is set. Heat 14, everybody. 2 more of these. And then for the first time in our draw, we'll see women surfing for the first time ever in a 6,000 here in Indonesia. So the afternoon and the late morning will be Ladies' Day here at the Point.
Yeah, I'm excited. We'll run that first round. There's only 4 heats in that round of 72, and then we'll go straight into the women's round of 64, that first 8 heats. I'm looking forward to seeing the women hit the lineup and see how they choose to paint this beautiful canvas, because the waves are firing today. There's been so many good ones. It's been really, really exciting to watch. And I was out there just before after doing that interview, and I was talking to a few people, and I was like, how are you feeling? Especially the women. I was talking to a few friends. I was like, how are you feeling for your heat? And they're just really excited to be surfing today. I think there's a few nerves because it's a build up over 3 days. It's like, am I surfing today? Oh, no, not today. What about today? No, not today. But it's the day today for the women to be out there. And Teo, wow, a really good looking wave.
All right, let's see how the young Grom. Oh, a little touch of nerves. You're just speaking about it. It's also Teo's first matchup after 4 days of waiting. So exactly those things you said about the ladies, feeling nerves and getting out there, and you're in the spotlight for the first time. Wow, it just cost Teo what looked like it was shaping up to be a pretty good ride. We'll never know, but here is Sol.
Yeah, Sol, nice backside attack. He's been looking really solid in the free surfs. Gets another connection there for the freshwater lad. I mean, Sol, he came over here last year. He had a good run and gets a nice finish there. He's just driving through some really hard carves. So good to see Sol, really going for it out there. I'm sure he's got a really good caddy out in the lineup. He's over here with the Northern Beaches crew. This is a good wave.
Sure is. It bowls out a lot and he helps himself to some big bowly sections. And once again, that turn there right in the pocket. So every time he investigated the lip, sticking to those parts of the criteria, surfing the most difficult part of the wave, which is right in the pocket. And he's already caught in the first 5 minutes the same amount of waves he got in his whole heat yesterday. Teo.
Yeah, this is a nice wave. Unfortunately, catching a little bit of rail there for Teo. He's still a young Grom. We saw him in the Pro Junior as well. It was definitely exciting to watch for sure. I mean, we were talking about it in the Pro Juniors. It's really cool to see the young Indo competitors here and just really pushing their limits and seeing how far they can get among some of the best in the Australian and Asia region.
And man, the level of the juniors was super high. The stuff that was going on every day, it's just like some of the QS warriors must have been looking at it going, whoa, all these guys are also stepping into our rounds a little later on.
Yeah.
So we might have lost a few of them between this point and the start of the QS, but it was quite a statement by the youngsters. The final was really good. Hiko Watanabe, worthy winner out of the men's side of the draw. Ladies again.
Akita.
You're right. Of course, he went back to back.
Yeah, back to back champion.
Yep.
Sol's first wave though locks in at a 5.83. He's looking to get a quicker start and maybe tying the knot a little bit earlier in this heat with 18 minutes to go, but that's still plenty of time. Ty Coolis, his first wave was a 4. Teo gets a 2.07 on his last one, but it's Zhang Lushu from China who is yet to open up his account.
And look, having a 5.8 early in the heat is just absolutely gold in these conditions. Almost anybody that's had a number like that in their scoreline advances due to the fact there doesn't seem to be 8 really good waves every heat. So the fact that he's already got one of them releases the pressure valve. His 3.5 now is his immediate thing he would like to improve on. We're going to throw down to Di and Alec Pratari to hear from Al and see what his thoughts are.
Not ideal heat to start off this competition. Probably a slower hit in the early stage, but you got the 7. How was it out there?
Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be like a super good heat just because it's so split up out there. It's actually really hard. So I'm just happy to make it. Even if it was 2 4s, I'll take it.
Tell us through about your 7-point ride. Did you know that wave's going to be steeper for you?
It had a little look that it was going to double up, but even that wave I felt like it was still kind of disjointed. I just got lucky that it doubled up, but it's super hard out there. There was I looked at my watch and there was 8 minutes to go, and it felt like the heat had already only just started. So yeah, just happy that I got that one double up and made it. Yeah.
How's it feeling? You've been waiting for 4 days and then getting a 7s.
Yeah, I actually haven't had a heat since NIAS last year, so it's over a year ago, and I keep telling myself that I've just come over here to have a bit of fun and stuff and not take it too seriously. But then before my heat, I was actually really nervous. So yeah, definitely still want it, and yeah, hopefully you can get a few more.
Well, it's been a year since the last heat, so probably a lot of people watching your heat. So you wanna shout out to them?
yeah, just kia ora to the whānau back home, and mum and dad, Lockie and the boys probably watching there, maybe on the phone at Sandbar, and my girlfriend and her family. Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck in the next round.
Elliot Parada Reid, Turbo. He hasn't surfed a heat for a year, so
Wow.
he loves the Asian region events, though. You know, I've seen him before come in and just so laser focused on it when he was sort of more into it, and the fact that he hasn't had an event for a year suggests he's probably close to the finish line. Apart from these events, because he loves them. More importantly, he loves the NIAS side of life. So I've seen him there a bunch of times before. Him and his old man just always front up there, and that was probably a big part of his plan to come and join the Asian region this year. Here we go.
Yeah, it's hard not to love these events, especially when Sol is doing surfing like this. It's a 4.77 for this last wave. His backhand, you know, he's been really fine-tuning it lately, gets a good finish there. It does look hard. We've been hearing it throughout the day. It's a little bit tricky out there. This is Zhang Lushu on his first wave. Nice opening backhand hit.
He's got a clean wave. Nice bowly clean wave here. So the surfer on screen will be stoked. He picked this thing up. He was only packing a 3-ish before he stood up, a 3.8. So that is much better work. Oh, that is the 3.8. So he's off and racing. He's got a score. He's still in the neighbourhood of qualification conversations. He's still got 14 minutes to work on it. But right now, Sol Grundling would be pretty happy with his work.
Yeah.
He's found 2 screamers. He's done probably 10 really good turns in this heat so far. And unlike yesterday, having the 6-second absolute kind of a shocker that turned into a good one. Geez, he was still pretty stressed out when I spoke with him at the post-heat interview yesterday. Yeah,
fair enough, too. I mean, you're riding high on emotions already. You've taken out the heat. You've done it in the last 6 seconds. You know, it's nerve-wracking. It's moments like that where you're just going, wow. I literally have 6 seconds to take off on this wave, and I need to get a 6 or whatever he needed to get, you know, and it's just like shows how composed he is. I mean, Sol is a really, really smart competitor. He's been on the junior tour for a while, and now fully committing to the QS. It's amazing to see him just really stay strong in moments like that where the nerves really kick in, you know, and it's hard to be like, oh yeah, you know, it's all good, but it's like, actually, it's not all good because I'm looking at my watch and I have a minute to go and I'm in fourth.
And as you were suggesting, to go out first heat will be an absolute shocker. It wouldn't be a great confidence booster, you know, stepping into big time QS events and going, right, my first go at it, out of Pro Juniors, out of the Northern Beaches, taking on the world, and all of a sudden you just get last. It would have been like a shocker.
Yeah.
But he recovered, and he's learnt from his mistakes because he's gone out swinging hard in the first part of this heat. 5.83 happened pretty early in his campaign. He backed it up. So he's learnt from sitting around yesterday and stressing like that. I imagine his mindset right now compared to his last heat at the halfway mark would be 100% different to what it was yesterday. I don't think he even caught a wave until about now in his heat yesterday. He's already got 3.
I can literally feel that. I can feel the nerves for him. That would have been really stressful, but he's doing well right now. 5.83 and a 4.77. He's trying to change the tides in this one and get a little bit more of a commanding lead. Ty Coulis has that 4, looking to get a backup. Zhang Lushu opened up with a 3.8. And Teo Radcliffe, just that 2.07. Teo hasn't really found one that he's been able to connect and get a good finish with just yet. But he does have a little bit of time to do it.
His first wave was looking good. He fell on that first manoeuvre, flashing back to that effort. That could have really put him in a good headspace. And if he just finishes that wave and gets, you know, whether it even be a 3, 4 or 5, it's making the confidence and the belief feel pretty good for Teo, because had a little bit of a shocker first wave, and then you throw down a score that's only a 2. He's got to be starting to be thinking about now, right, 11 minutes, no mistakes. Come on, I can do it.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about Teo. He lives in Bali?
He lives in Bali. His old man, Harry. He's good mates with my little buddy, Rajo. He comes over to Lakey quite often. Super cool, mellow dude, really respectful, humble fella. Good kid. I like him.
Awesome. It's good to hear that.
Yeah, he's a unit. All right, 11 minutes. Priority sits with Koulis. Grundling still making his way back from his last wave, the 4.77. So his wave choice has been on point here this morning. Manoeuvre selections on the bowling parts of the waves has been ideal, giving Grundling at this stage a very handy lead. When you're looking at the other totals, they're pretty low. So everybody else would be nervous.
Yeah, it's hard when you're sitting out here and the waves are perfect. You see good lines rolling through. This is Teo, though. Gets this one with his second priority. He's looking for a 1.94 to go to second, but once again, unfortunately, just pushes it maybe a little bit too hard for the power of the wave out there right now.
Yeah, he may have rushed that manoeuvre just thinking he's got to do more than he has to, but you don't want to do stuff that makes you fall, especially when you're in his position and you're fourth and you've got no good numbers. You need a completion. And so wisely jumps onto another wave. So listen to me, young man, finish this thing. A little bit shaky, but he's made it to this point. Got to make this thing. He does. There's his completion. All right, it's not going to be a big number, but surely it's better than his 2. So
yeah,
maybe he's starting to find his better work.
Well, this is Ty Koulis on his second wave, looking, to get a good backup, make it a little bit harder for Lushu and Teo, but unfortunately, Ty coming unstuck on that one. It feels like everyone's, maybe the nerves are getting the better of them a little bit right now. We're under 10 minutes to go. That last wave of Teo will go into the top 2 for sure, but even then he still looked a little bit shaky, and Ty as well on that last one too.
Okay, so nerves seem to be the theme of a few of these heats. Low numbers, sort of 10 plus points is getting most people through what we've seen this morning. Ali Parada-Reid in his post heat mentioned a couple of times how hard it was out there. And Elliott's, probably considered a bit of a veteran at this level. He's one of the slightly older dudes getting around. He's done a lot of time at these events. And if someone like him that is well experienced says how hard it is, imagine how it is for these young pups, for someone like a Teo and, and other kids about his age.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely hard, especially when you don't really know what's going on. But this is Zhang Lushu up and riding on his second wave. He needs a really small score at this stage, but waiting on this last score of Ty Koulis to lock in. Gets a better looking connection there and drives up and into a solid end turn. So he's going to lock in what I would think is his best number, and Sol, the current heat leader, out behind him, drawing a beautiful line.
Yeah, pressure's off for Sol. You can see it too. He's just freeing up now, and he's just surfing close to what he would do in a regular surf. So the pressure of the Rashi, I believe, is off. He's now just out there having fun. He's connecting pretty well on one of the bigger waves of this matchup. He's still got the 2 best scores at this stage. Everybody's owed a number. So let's see how tight this heat ends up. And here's all the replays. So Lushu.
Yeah, this was a really nice wave. He found it, I think, under priority, and he's just waiting to wind up, which he does right here. Can see him really identifying that section, looking over his shoulder, and once again gets a good second connection in there. So that was a really well surfed wave with that score to lock in. Ty Koulis did just lock in a 2.7. We have scores for this one of Sol to lock in also. Teo Radcliffe's last wave was a 2.87, but this was a really well surfed wave from Sol. I mean, he was looking really smooth on it. He didn't do too much, and I loved how he wasn't rushing it. He was just taking it section by section. It was, surfing the section, not the wave. And sometimes I feel like people look so down the line out here that they miss the best sections and kind of go to the calves. So it was nice to see Sol attacking it.
Pressure's off, right? He's got his high 5 and his high 4, so he's surfing like a man that is not feeling any pressure at the moment, and you can see that. Unlike Teo. So Teo's last wave, only a 2.87. Harry, maybe something to work on, I think, with Teo is at this level, you've got to do strong moves. If you look shaky at all when you're hitting sections, they're the differences judges look for when they're handing out numbers, because it's a high-level QS event. You can't shake, wobble, or show not much power. The judges see that. You can't hide that. And the
Yep.
difference between what Teo just strung together and the last wave of Sol, which is a 5.27, there's about 2.5 points difference in those rides according to the judges. And that's the difference. And that's how they break down numbers. Shakiness as opposed to strength and strong. And there's completely two different numbers.
Yeah, that confidence really shining through for Sol. Let's take another look at this 5.27. Really smooth lines, not rushing it. And you can see he's just identifying each section when he needs to, hits it early to come out in front of that that wobble in the wave. This last score of Zhang Lushu, though, locks in at a 4.93. So he actually goes to second place. Ty Coulis from Maroubra has first priority. He only needs a 4.74 to go back to second. And Teo out there with second priority as well. He needs a 5.86. With just under 5 minutes to go, you'd think there'd be another opportunity coming through.
I hope so. I'd really like to see Teo have another swing at it just for his own confidence and moving forward. He's a young fella, and I imagine he wants to keep coming to these events. So let's see what you learn as you go. Had a bit of a shocker of a start, a good first wave that he fell on. His pair of twos are mainly indicated just by the fact that he hasn't been able to show power. I've surfed with him a lot. He's better than what he's shown in this heat. So as a learning curve, at this level, when you're in 25-minute matchups against grown men and experienced campaigners, you can't make errors. You've got to identify parts of the criteria that are on offer that day and stick as close to them as possible and just show your confidence. And I think Teo is looking at a wave right now. I hope he can finish with something good because, like I said, he's a cool kid.
Yeah, it seems like he is pretty funny and brings a lot of personality to the days as well. So we'll see what he can do in the next 4 minutes. And also Ty Coulis as well. Wow, right on cue. He's up and riding. Needs a 4.74. Gets a first connection. Nothing really solid just yet. Lines up for a nice carve. Ty gets another turn in there. Lets the fins drift a little bit. So that was a better looking turn for Ty Coulis. He needs to finish this one if he wants to get that 4.74. So hopefully we'll catch up with that with 3.5 minutes to go.
Looked a little tentative on his feet until he got to that little fin waft, that little drift. So 4.74, it depends what happens further down the line. He was sort of on his way to a reasonable number. It just depends what happens out of screen. Maybe we've got a different angle of that. But 3 minutes to go now. Teo with top priority. And I hope for his sake he gets another wave and just starts to learn on the fly a little bit and digs in deep and buries some rail and throws some spray. I know you can do it, Teo. All right, here's the replay.
Yeah, this is that last one of Ty Coulis. Bit of a down-the-line speed carve there as he loads up here. I mean, it was a really nice wave. He did well. He needs a 4.74. That was a good connection. Dropping down. He kind of goes behind the pole here, so we don't really see what he gets to do at the end of that wave, if he gets another opportunity or not.
Always going to get it.
Yeah, it looks like he may have got another turn.
Judges are loving that fin waft on the top of the roof line. It turns into a 5.67, puts him squarely into second. All right, and a little bit of breathing space now because Lushu in the red needs a 4.75 and Teo needs a 6.8. Time is down to 2 minutes. Yeah, so Coulis, he looked a little bit measured and reserved on his first couple of moves, and then he got that little drift, and I think something else must have happened out of picture to extract that number from the judges, because 5.67 is a decent number for sure in today's surf.
Yeah, for sure. That's, a really well surfed wave. He was, looking like he was a little bit nervous on that one, maybe pulling back just a little bit, safety surfing that wave. So we'll see what happens in the next 1.5 minutes. Teo holding the first priority, Lushu with second. Teo needs a 6.8 right now. That needs to be the best wave of the heat. He needs to be on a set and really just not leave anything in the tank.
All right, Lushu's up anyway. Let's stick with the man with the red rails and the red rashi out of China. Starting to tee off. A big turn, a little bit of a fumble. Over the back of the wave he goes. That is definitely not the 4.75. We're down to a minute. So you can see and we all know this, surfing under pressure is not easy. and competing with the Rashi on, and you're under that sort of a moment, and you've got a number that you've got to serve to.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Lucia was trying to, but pressure is a strange thing, and it does weird things to people, and that's the nature of competition surfing, right? Some people thrive on it and extract the best out of themselves, but more people than not can find it really distracting and a little bit of a moment where errors start to creep in. Here's Teo. Come on, Teo. Yes. 24 seconds to go.
Yeah, Teo. Oh, unfortunately, that back foot just slipping off. Love the commitment. He looks like he was on a really nice wave, going to give it everything he could, but unfortunately, yeah, that wave just... It was opening up for him a little bit, but his back foot just slipping off. So that'll be all for Teo Radcliffe. I'm not too sure if Jane Luciu got up in time for this wave, but still a really solid connection. Unfortunately, not able to get the finish.
So it's going to be a no-brainer. Sol Grundling wins. Ty Coolis did a great job to snatch second place right at the back end of that heat. We'll throw to a quick ad and we'll be back shortly with heat 15.
That's a weird-looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth-as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, aircorn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Bit of a recap there from the Pro Junior days that we had a couple of days ago. We did see Iko Watanabe and Mariah Akita take out the Pro Junior here at the Krui Pro, and we just saw Sol Grundling take out his round of 96 heat with Ty Coolis coming in second. I'm True Starling, and joined in the booth to call through heat number 15 is Giada Legati. Giada, it's been a fun day so far.
Yeah, it's been action-packed. There's so many waves coming through, and it's not the end of it just yet. We're going to reach that low tide in a couple hours, and I just feel like this is going to get even better. And to make things even more exciting, the girls are going to be hitting the water finally.
Yeah, bring it on. I'm excited to see the women out there. We've got some huge heats coming up, so it's going to be really good. Speaking of huge heats, though, this is going to be a big one. Lennox Smith, Jay Okalupo, Jay Brown, and Tom Whitpain. I mean, this is, an exciting heat. Lennox is from the Wollongong area, Barrack Point specifically. Jay Brown is from Snapper. Jay Brown is from Cronulla. Jay Okalupo is from Snapper. And Tom Whitpain is from Burleigh Head. So, these men had a couple of heats. We saw Jay Brown yesterday have a good heat. He's up on this one, floats that first section. We saw his roommate Ty Coolis just make that last heat. Gets a good connection there for Jay Brown. Loads up once again. He's surfing with a lot of speed right now. Lays into another huge turn. Gets a bit of a drift as well. And Jay just putting together a really good combination of surfing as he kicks out. He's like, you know what? I've done the job on that one. And that was lethal surfing.
Yeah, that was a great start from Jay Brown, especially the last couple heats has been super slow. I was talking to some of the competitors in the area who just came out of the heat, and they're saying how hard it is out there. You know, with that high tide, it's super bumpy, and some people get, a little worried that with those bumps, it's so much easier to catch a rail, but he did a fine job here on this first wave.
Yeah, he did really well. He's surfing with a lot of speed. Love that turn there. That was so solid and gets that second connection in as well. Jay is just looking really strong on his feet. That was super impressive to watch, and to get it within the first 4 minutes. I mean, we haven't really seen someone open up with, as strong a start as that in a couple of heats. So I'm looking forward to see where that score comes in. It's really going to set the tone for the rest of this heat. I mean, Lennox Smith, he's an incredible competitor as well. He's been at the Krui Pro for a couple of years in a row. So it's nice to see him back in Arashi here.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a paddle battle there with Jay Okalupo, and I think it was Tom Whitpain. I know Jay's caddy right now is Kian Martin. He's probably out in the lineup cheering Jay on. They're staying together all in Mandiri. And look at the last score of Jay Brown. Comes in at a 7. That's a huge way to start a heat. And he's definitely going to be feeling fired up for the rest of the 20 minutes.
Yeah, wow. That was, an awesome wave for Jay Brown. Unleashes really on that wave without any hesitation. And a 7, I feel like that's a good confidence, a great confidence booster, and just applies that pressure onto Lennox, Jayok, and Tom as well. So we'll see how the other 3 competitors answer back to that first wave of Jay Brown. I feel like a 7 out there today is more like a 9. It seems like it's tricky to get those good scores.
It must definitely feel like it, especially seeing the scoreline of all the other heats. The people were passing with a 5 and a 3, in first place. So you're right. A 7 is a huge number today. Congratulations to Jay. He surfed that incredibly. Well, congratulations, not just yet. I'm already like, yeah, he won.
Yeah, no, it literally feels like that, though. They're hard scores to get. Jay, he's up and riding on another one. A good-looking wave, gets that first turn connection, floats it, airdrops down, hoping to get a couple more turns in on this one, lays into a nice carving snap, and Jay Brown is looking really confident. He's just going off the momentum of his roommate Ty. I feel like they've had back-to-back heats this whole event so far pretty much, so hopefully they don't match up, but that was another good wave from Jay Brown. It'll be a nice backup.
Yeah, you're right. And it's smart surfing from Jay. He got that 7. He heard the score. He's like, all right, I need to back this up real quick. And then I can spend the rest of the heat out there waiting for a bomb to come through. The other guys haven't even caught a wave yet. So it's a great start for Jay.
Yeah, it seems like he's just been watching the last couple of heats, identifying that it is slower, and there's not as many good waves coming through. So that was really cool to see him just go, what, I'm just going to catch a couple of waves. I'm not going to do the drop and wait or the anchor mentality. I'm going to be busy. And he's been busy in a good way. That 7 was a really great start. Let's see what this last wave locks in. We saw Sol do the same thing in that last heat after having that 6-second buzzer beater moment. He was just catching heaps of waves. In that last one, it got him the win, which was super exciting, and definitely a less stressful heat for him, I'm sure. But with 18 minutes to go in this heat, we still have scores to come through for Jay Brown.
The only one catching waves at the moment.
Yeah, that's about it. So, yeah, we saw Tom Whitpain. He progressed through his first heat yesterday, unfortunately knocking out fellow Burleigh board rider Maddie Job pretty much in the last minute of his heat as well. So it was a pretty crazy heat. I think this might be Tom's first proper year on the QS, coming over to Krui. So it's exciting to have him here in the Rashi and to see what he can do. He's another strong goofy footer. I've seen a lot of him on his backhand coming from Burleigh and surfing snapper a lot. So it's refreshing to see him go left every now and then.
Yeah, I'm sure it must be for people who live on the Gold Coast.
Yes.
You guys surf rights most of the time, so it's interesting to see people who are used to going right surf some lefts. Here is a replay of Jay Brown. Big first turn. Wraps it around here nicely. But I love how much he pushes his tail every time he does those turns. He has been coming to Krui for a couple of years now. I've seen his name a couple times. So he knows his wave well. He knows what he has to do to get those big scores. And he does a 7 and a 4.57 to back it up. So he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable being the only one who's caught waves at this point.
Yeah, a really smart heat surf so far. The only surfer that's had 2 waves. It looks like it's going to be Tom up and riding on this one. This is his first wave of the heat. He's trying to get around this section. Can he do it. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck a little bit too deep on that one, Giada. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, so as we reach the last couple heats of the men's, what have been some of your highlights the past couple days?
Ooh. Past couple of days, I feel like yesterday when Coda got that 833, that was pretty exciting to watch. Benny Zanata getting a buzzer beater, that was way too stressful for my liking. Even today, the heat number 10 with Zane Asink, Ollie Rissenbeek, David Perry and Tim Bain, that felt like a really good heat to watch. It was just lots of drama going on and back-to-back surfing. So that for me was super exciting. What about you?
Oh, the past couple days, I'm definitely going to say the women's junior final was a big highlight for me. I think Seoul's buzzer beater was very entertaining as well. And just an overall, like the waves we've been having and some of the heats we've been seeing has been pretty cool. So I think those were probably some of my favorite highlights, though, for sure.
Yeah, it's been super fun. Someone who had a really well-surfed heat was Sol Grunling. Compared to what he did yesterday, it was awesome to see him capitalize straight away. He is down there in the athlete area with Mark.
We're on. Here we are. Okay, Sol Grundling, winner of the last heat. What a difference a day makes. You just put a scare through your whole family and all your supporters yesterday, but that was a much better effort. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that heat was a lot more relieving. Had my time, but yeah, frothing to get through another one onto the main round now, I think. So, yeah, frothing.
The lucky white rashy. This is the one you wore yesterday and you got through again, feeling good?
Yeah. As soon as I checked in, I was like, oh, it's my lucky rashy again.
All right, on Friday the 13th, you've had a good heat, mate. You're going to go for a surf now, you're saying, with your buddies. Tell us about Team New South Wales that are here together.
Yeah, so I've come over with the Northern Beaches program. So we got a little crew now, which is mental. So we're doing all the QS and stuff together. They're supporting us so much, which is amazing. Big shout out to them. Shout out to Jocko and everyone at Unjumbuku Bungalows. Like, amazing stay. Like, good food, right on the beach. Can't ask for anything better. And yeah, I want to thank Mum, Dad, my coach Bowie and Duke, and everyone that's supporting me. So yeah, thanks guys.
I noticed Kai Otten's still getting around up there with you guys as well. So it must be so good having an ex-CT of his level steering you guys through campaigns like this.
Yeah, it's the best thing ever. It's amazing how much knowledge they have, and yeah, it's so good to learn from them, and yeah, lots of learning on these trips, because lots of them, like Kai Otten especially, like done all these trips and he's been through it all. So yeah, it's heaps of learning. It's amazing.
Well, you definitely learned from that effort yesterday. So congratulations on putting together a much better heat today, and all the best for the rest of the draw.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Unreal. Back to you guys. Thank you. Cheers, Sol. That was sick.
Thank you,
Yeah, they actually have such an amazing team with them. Kai Ott, Duke Kelleher, Nick James is here. He's been filming everyone in the mornings and the afternoons, putting in the hard yards. I think if my memory serves me correctly, Otts was the board caddy for most of the surfers last year in the program. So I feel like he's probably doing that well this year, and it'd be pretty cool to have him out in the water. Like, he's the biggest hype man. It is so awesome. He just gets so fired up. He starts yelling and cheering, and sometimes if there's time and if you're doing well, I was noticing last year was bring the surfers over, just be like, hey, come here for a second, let's just have a quick chat, talk about the game plan, get back out there. So it's cool to have that support for Sol and for the rest of the crew that's in that Northern Beaches program. It's awesome.
So talking about the program, I saw them here last year as well, but no one really explained much about it. So do you have a bit of insight?
Yeah, a little bit of insight from it. So there's a group of surfers there who have had some support be given to them, which was pretty amazing, to help them get over to these events, and to have some coaches come with them to just get that extra leg up, I guess, to really push the Northern Beaches surfers up into that Challenger Series qualification, which is pretty amazing. There's a bunch of coaches that are floating around within that. Kai Otten, as I mentioned before, Duke Keller is a part of it. Nick James, Matty Cattle was actually here last year as well. So it was awesome to see you know, the knowledge that everyone has, especially with heats and things like that. There's just so many things that can go wrong that can go right within seconds. And this is Lennox Smith on his first wave, pulling the trigger after about 15 minutes. Gets a nice connection there to finish. Lennox, that'll be his first and best wave so far. I feel like that was a pretty smart decision considering this has been quite a slow heat.
Yeah, he did really well there in that he has a beautiful style, so smooth and pretty powerful as well. Like these 2-turn combo here and how he finished it off strongly. So very smart surfing from Lennox. You're right, only 10 minutes left. So he's like, I got to get something.
Yeah, he's like, wow, I need to just get the ball rolling. Get at least a 4 on the board. It's looking like it's going to be better than that though. Locks in at a 6.5. So Lennox jumps into a pretty solid second right now. The last few heats, you know, we've seen people making heats with 4s and 5s, you know, or combined totals of 8s and 9s. So it's good to see Lennox start off strong with that 6.5. It kind of looks like it was going to be a fatter wave, but he saw something that we didn't and it stood up for him.
Yep. But going back to that program, I noticed that most of the crew of surfers they brought are juniors, actually. Yeah. So is it specifically made for juniors or how do they get selected?
So last year was actually the first year that they did, that they started this program, and it was this event that we all came over and they had lots of different surfers there and it was kind of just rankings from there and who's in it. It's Sol, Benny Zanata, Winter Vincent, Axel Carota. There's probably some more in there that I'm just... Xavier Bryce. I think that might be it. There might be a few more, but my memory's kind of just evading me right now. But yeah, it's a great group of surfers. They all push each other and that was a huge first turn for Tom.
Yeah, that was really, really nicely done. Kind of getting the work done all on the outside of the wave before it starts to kind of fatten out on the inside. But a really great start for Tom Whitpain. He'll be feeling pretty good, but after hearing the 7 and the 6.5, he knows he has to start really getting some good scores up.
Yeah. Kobe Clements as well was in that group. Can't forget Kobe, but
love Kobe.
Yeah, same. Jay Brown. Nice first turn for Jay. Gets a second one in, but just goes down. No harm, no foul. I mean, it would have been a really good wave, but he's in a pretty good lead right now.
Yeah, that would have been a great backup for Jay Brown. Already has the highest wave of the heat. He would have backed that up nicely and been like comfortably in the lead. But waiting for one more score of Tom Whitpain. Unfortunately, Jay Akilupo a little quiet in this heat. I'm sure Kian is on the channel right now, just kind of like, come on, Jay, start.
Yes. Yeah, he's like, let's go for it. But that was a great first turn for Jay Brown. Gets that second connection. Kian's being a caddy is hard out there. You're getting sets on the head, those wide sets, which there's quite a lot coming through. But then, you can feel the nerves for, whoever's in there that you're caddying for Kian. It's Jayok, and Jay is usually one of those surfers who starts pretty quickly in heats. So I feel like it's a little bit random to see him sitting for so long for a wave. I feel like maybe he's waiting for something that's not quite coming and needs to just get the ball rolling.
Yeah, you're right. And as the tide goes down, it's going to slow down a little bit. It tends to happen out here in Ujung Bochur. This is now Tom Whitpain wanting to back up that 5. A big turn here. And he's going to close this one off. I'd love to see what he did out the back. But that second last turn was looking pretty good for Tom Whitpain.
Yeah, that was a really strong wave. His last wave locks in at a 5.5. He still has another score to come through as well for that wave that we just saw there. You can see maybe a bit of frustration there for Jay. Catches a bit of rail through this first turn, but recovers really well for Tom. This was a huge connection and gets this second one in. I mean, Tom is just getting the ball rolling right now. I feel like he's surfing a really smart heat in the sense of just catching those smaller inside ones and putting a little bit more pressure onto Lennox. I mean, Lennox has that 6.5, but we'll see Tom move into second for sure.
Yeah, and you're right. We've seen it quite a few times that those smaller medium ones kind of hug the reef a little nicer and have a better wall to it, so it just lets you kind of hack into it. But Tom's last wave comes in at a 4.17, puts a bit of pressure on Lennox Smith, but only needs a 3.17 to kind of get back into that second spot. So it's gonna be pretty tight as we reach the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a really close heat, and with 5 good rides, I can't believe how slow it's gotten in this heat with pretty much 20 minutes down. J-Oc still hasn't had a wave yet, and it's so easy to get stubborn and be like, oh, you know what? I've waited for 20 minutes. I'm going to wait for the next 5 for one of those waves to come through. And it's like, well, yeah, for sure. But, you have to get 2 waves.
100%. You got to surf to pass the heat.
You got to surf, and you got to, catching waves means catching waves, If you just get the ball rolling, being in rhythm out there, then maybe it'll help. Jay just is like, wow, I don't really know what's going on. Seems like he's just trying to get back into that headspace, holds first priority. Hopefully a set comes through and he can unleash on it, and we can see a bit of Jay Okalupo surfing, because it is really good to watch.
Yeah, and Jay, I'm sure, of course, at home has a great team backing him up, but I know the guys he's with here as well, they all support each other. They're staying together in Mandiri, and they traveled together last year here. I know they're all at this incredible place, so I'm sure Kian is feeling pretty nervous for his friend Jay.
Yeah, I feel like I get way more nervous for my friends than I do for myself, especially when I was competing.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm really nervous, but I don't want to show that I'm nervous, but I'm so nervous for you. You try and be that cool, calm, and collected support, but it's on the inside, you're freaking out.
Caddying is a full-time job.
Yeah.
It gets personal.
Yeah, it does. 100%. You're when the person you're caddying for gets a good wave, you start yelling.
Eye down the other guys.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, unfortunate for Tom there, just going down. Looks like Jay is going to have, he's looking at this one. He's up onto his first wave of this heat with 4 minutes to go. Jay Okalupo, nice backhand snap to start this one off. He's still looking really strong despite the fact he's waited pretty much 22 minutes for this wave and kicks out. So well done for Jay Okalupo with the time really being the enemy for him.
Yeah, he's really going to have to paddle back out super quick and back that wave up, because it is looking like Lennox Smith now gonna pull the trigger on this one. It's looking like a pretty good wave for him. Beautiful first turn, goes upside down on the second one, and that's going to be a great backup.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge score for Lennox Smith. He already has that 6.5. He only needs a 3.17. It's Jay Brown now up and riding. This is the current heat leader, looking to get rid of that 4.57. Doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave, so he kicks out with 3 minutes to go. And I don't know why. I kind of feel like Jay is maybe not quite safe just yet. It feels like Lennox got a good wave. Tom has had some really, really nice ones as well. So we've got some scores to lock in.
Yeah, so what do you think about this one? What was your favorite part?
Oh, I just loved this whole wave. I mean, how's the power behind Lennox Smith surfing? That was huge. It's going to be a good score to, better that 6.5 in my opinion. But, connecting there is Tom Whitpain. He needs a 6.08 to go to first, and it looks like he's going to jam that section, but unfortunately, coming unstuck. That might be a huge mistake for Tom, because this last wave of Lennox is definitely going to be a big one.
Yep, it's going to be a big one. Such effortless surfing, and he just throws so much water.
Yeah, effortless is such a good word to describe his surfing. Yeah. It's so easy to watch.
It's really nice to watch. You're right. Here's Tom Whitpain's last wave. He's looking for a 6.08 to go to first, but we're waiting for the last of Lennox Smith, and it's going to be a good one. That was really nicely done from Tom Whitpain nonetheless. I don't think it's going to be the 6 that he's looking for. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish this one.
Wow, that was really unlucky. And Jay Okalupo gets another wave. Nice turn there. It's a little bit of a ridgy one. And oh my goodness, he gets a finish for Jay Okalupo. That was huge surfing. He's still going. And his first wave locked in at a 4.87. He doesn't need much to get to second. Jay Brown kicks out as well with 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. There is so much going on. Lennox Smith up and riding.
Oh, this is Lennox.
Wow.
Huge first turn. Backs it up again, similar to his last wave, but I think that was even bigger. So a lot of scores to come through for every single surfer in this heat. We're going to be counting this one down soon. We still have 50 seconds. Wow, that's a lot of action for the last part of the heat. The judges got the work cut out for them right now.
Yeah, so much just went on now. This was Jay Brown's last wave. One turn there for Jay. Oh my goodness, it's this wave here that's going to be huge. Connects so well. Wow, he just throws so much spray. He got a little bit more vert on that one compared to the previous one before that. So I don't even know where this is going to go. Tom Whitpain, just can't finish that one off. And then out behind Jay Brown. Where are these waves coming from? Where have they been in this heat? 10 seconds to go. And Jay looking to defend his lead right now. He rides out of that one well and truly selling it. And the heat is over. But we're going to see a change in the leaderboard for sure because we've got about 1,000 waves to lock in.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. People kept coming onto screen on different waves, and like that is gonna be super hard to judge. I'm stoked that I'm not having to do that right now. But a lot of scores to come through for all four surfers. I can't wait to see Lennox Smith score come through. That last wave, I think, could possibly be the best one of the heat.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a good score. He has that previous one was a 6.1. He has another score to lock in. So Lennox has gone to first. Jay only needs a 5.6 to go back into the lead, which means Tom right now is looking for a 6.08. Jay Okalupo is chasing a 6.71. Oh my goodness, there is seriously so many scores to lock in. I cannot believe what is going on right now. You can see the women getting ready to compete pretty soon. This is that second wave, the 6.1 of Lennox. Oh, huge surfing.
That was insane. Lennox Smith. Haven't heard much of his name around this part of the world, but with surfing like that, I'm sure he's going to be reaching final state. That was incredibly well done. So we can have scores for Jacob. Unfortunately, comes in at a 4.27. Wasn't able to go into first. Tom Whitpain's last one, 3.8. So doesn't go into his top two. So it is Lennox Smith and Jay Brown who will be advancing into the position. And here we're seeing some scores come through for Lennox Smith's last wave at 7.67. Wow. Incredible surfing from Lennox Smith. Congratulations, Lennox and Jay. And with that, we're going to go on a quick break and we'll see you guys in the next heat. All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is day 4 already. I'm Jara Legati, and in the booth with me is Dai Wako. Welcome back.
Phew, I'm back.
We had a huge heat just finished. I mean, huge. It all happened in the last minute of the heat. Everyone just started catching waves. It was super slow throughout like the 23 minutes of it, but then it all went down. At the very end, it was Lennox Smith and Jay Brown getting the win. Right now in the water, though, is Yuji Mori in red, Kairi Noro in blue, Toi Tanaka in white, and Arch Whiteman in the green.
Wow, another exciting heat for me.
Yeah.
3 Japanese against 1 Australian.
Back to back.
Back to back.
So it is another almost full Japanese heat. I'm pretty excited because you have some incredible insight on not only the Japanese athletes, but Japanese history in surfing.
Right, yeah. We have a very unique and interesting history of surfing in Japan, actually.
Mhm. So tell us a little bit about the surfers in this heat.
Well, Yuji Mori, he's incredible surfer. Well, he's second seeded in this competition. That means he's good, and he has this really stylish surfer. Chill, kind of, I would say Toi Tanaka has similar style as well as Yuji Mori, and actually Toi Tanaka and Yuji are from same area in Shonan, and it's called city called Chigasaki. And I believe they traveling together, but not this time. But usually they travel together as a team. And Yuji's been editing his surf movie as well. Goes around Japan doing screening, I think. And he's been coaching a few kids back in Japan, so he is very talented surfer. And Kairi Noro lives in Chiba. His sister is professional surfer as well, and he's been spent quite a lot of time in states, California, to do contests over there. Been doing a lot of camps, surf camps in Bali. Probably he was in Bali before this comp. Just be ready for that Korean news. Yeah, so everybody's great surfer.
Yeah, something I noticed about the Japanese surfing community is many of them come to Bali, obviously, because we're pretty close.
Yep.
But they spend a lot of time on the East Coast, like surfing karamas and waves around that area.
I'm not too sure why, but we tend to spend a lot of time in East Side.
I know there even used to be a stop in the Japanese circuit.
Yeah. It's called JPSA.
Yeah,
It's
the
called
JPSA, and they had a stop in Karamas. I thought that was pretty insane.
Insane to surf, Karamas with like 3 other guys. But here's Mori 選手、1本目のライディングになります。さあ、この選手はシード選手となり、今大会初のサーフィンとなりますが、綺麗に1発、2発、3発入れてきます。しっかりとスープでの処理もして、インサイドのセクション。さあ、ここもスプレーを飛ばしながら前に出てきて、ここはフィニッシュのターンも綺麗に決めてきました。That was a really great surfing from Yuji Mori.
Yep, and while there's a break in the action and while we wait for that score to come through, we're going to head over to True with the winner of the last heat.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Lennox, what an amazing heat. Far out. That was a pretty stacked last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. The last 5 was crazy, but the start of the heat sucked so bad.
It looks like it's really fun out there, but it is slow. You got that 6.5 straight away, got a 6.1, and then that 7.67 at the end was pretty insane. Do you feel pretty comfortable out there on your backhand?
Yeah, my backhand's feeling pretty good, but when it's slow and you're not really getting waves, you kind of start stressing a bit. But yeah, happy to get through that.
We were just talking before as well. You said you had a bit of a shocker here last year. Is it nice to get a little bit of redemption?
Yeah, I lost that heat last year, so I'm stoked to get through that. Felt good.
I'm sure you have lots of friends and family back in Oz watching. Would you like to say hi and thanks to anyone?
Yeah, shout out to my family, mum, dad, my little brother. Grom Surf Co as well for the hat. Cheers, boys. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Lennox. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Whoa, wow. Whoa. Oh,
Is he going to make that one? Oh, no.
I don't think he did. But yeah, while we were in that interview, there was some great surfing happening behind. I saw you nodding your head on a couple. You were like, yeah, that was good.
Thank you. Yuji is having a great rhythm in this condition. And Toi Tanaka's last wave was solid. Couple of turns, but unfortunately comes unstuck on the last one, but still it was amazing surfing. This is the first wave of Kairi Noro 選手の1本目のライディングになります。これは少しトロイセクションうまく処理しながら前へ出てきますが、クリティカルな場所に当てることができませんでした。その後ろからは森裕二選手、2本目のライディングですね。非常にスピードのあるライディングで前に出てきて、しっかりとフィニッシュも決めてきます。Well, that was well served from Yuji's last wave, but this is Toi Tanaka's first wave. Throwing a lot of sprays here and just navigating so well, and gets to this point. I thought he was gonna make that one, but unfortunately, it comes unstuck.
So Toi Tanaka is our stylish surfer.
Right.
Very beautiful style. Great to watch. So Yuji Mori's first wave comes in at a 6.33. That's a great way to start off his round of 96, heat 16. Kairi Noro a 3.43. Waiting for the last of Toi Tanaka, but Yuji Mori already backs up his wave with a 5. So really incredible start for Yuji Mori. This is his first wave.
Right.
This comes in at the 6.33. What do you think?
I love the first and the second turn. Pretty much those two big turns. Wow. He managed to put a couple turns in after that. Yeah. That's well served from Yuji Mori. Starts to finish. No doubt. Yeah, he's got 6.33.
So Toi Tanaka's comes in at a 4.20. So imagine if he finished that last turn. I think he would have definitely gotten into the 6 range because that was beautiful surfing. You were right. So much spray was being thrown. This is a current heat leader.
森選手、立て続けに波に乗っていきます。この 5.0 を上回るとその差を広げていきますが、これも綺麗にしっかりと決めていきました。Wow, his game plan is working out. Working so well.
Looks like he had like 5 coffees before paddling out.
He's so focused. But probably by watching all the heats this morning, he knew that he needs to get on it as soon as the horns go.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like he was watching those heats carefully because some of them were super slow. The last one was a perfect example.
Right.
Jay Akupo caught his first wave with only 5 minutes left, so it was a high pressure heat for him.
Especially seated surfers, this is their first surf in this competition, so there's probably nerves going around out there, but you need a wave to shake it off.
Yep, so there we have our first girls. The girls are going to be hitting the water right after this heat. Round of 72, heat 1. But back to our stylish Toi Tanaka.
田中選手、これもいい波になってきそうです。縦のアクション、スプレーをたくさん飛ばしていきます。ここはフィニッシュをしっかりと決めました。Well, solid 2 turns and nice finish right there from Toi Tanaka. He had a little mistakes on his first wave, but this wave, he did exactly what he needs to do.
Wow, it's pretty crazy. He places his board so perfectly on the wave that he just throws so much water out the back. It would be my dream to be able to do something like that. But Toi Tanaka, very stylish, very calm, surfing his heats. And you're right, he's definitely pleasing to the eye. It's great to see contest surfers with that free surfing style.
Yep.
And kind of mix it together.
Love to watch them.
So you told me Toi Tanaka spent some time on the Gold Coast.
On the Gold Coast, yes.
So besides Karamas and Bali, I've heard already a few times as well that many of the Japanese surfers go to the Gold Coast and spend some time there to train.
Train and doing some coaching sessions with Australian coaches, and just the quality of the waves there. It's just amazing. And I know it's crowded, but still there's so many great surfers that you can watch in the water as well. So probably Gold Coast and Bali are the places that we go to for practice.
It would be interesting to find out why Gold Coast. I've heard you say if you went to California as well, but maybe Gold Coast is a little bit closer, and it is a hub for the surfing world. So
the
best coaches in the world are there, and the HPC and places like PBC as well has the surfing program. So Arch Whiteman now getting a little stuck on the top of that one, but caught his first wave of this heat. He must be feeling a little nervous hearing Yuji Mori's 6.33 and 6. Toi Tanaka's last wave came in at a 5 and a 4.2. So Yuji kind of slowly starting to get away with this one.
Right, he's in a good rhythm in this condition, and he hasn't stopped getting waves. And Toi Tanaka's last wave 5.0. That is a good range score. Like a lot more waves coming in this heat actually.
Yeah.
Compared to the
We've
last one.
had some really slow heats this morning, so it's great to see some waves come through.
Here is ノロ選手2本目のライディングになります。5.77 をスコアすると2位のポジションへ。ここは大きなカットバックからそのままの勢いでトップへと行きますが、さあ、ここでスティープなセクションで当てられるか。さあ、一発入れてきました。これは綺麗にメイク。間違いなくベストスコアになってくるでしょう。そしてその後ろから田中選手がアップしています。フローターをして前に出てくる。これを大きな綺麗な壁が出てきました。ここに大きなスプレーとともにリッピングを仕掛けていきます。Another good wave from Toi Tanaka.
Yeah, that was really, really nicely surfed from Toi Tanaka. That one of the most stylish surfers on the Asian QS. So that's going to be a pretty good score for our man in white. This is Kairi Noro. This wave a little bit flat on the outside, so nothing too crazy or critical. I think probably his closing turn was the one that's going to give him the most points right here.
Last section, I don't think it was the wave that he was looking for, but still gets a finish nicely. But this one, smaller size wave, he managed to put a couple turns in and comes around the section, gets the big finish.
Wow, that was beautiful from Toi Tanaka.
Well, probably could he could better the 4.20 that he has as a backup.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's definitely going to be getting rid of that 4.20. That last turn was so nicely served in the pocket, super tight, smoothly rode out of it. So he's definitely going to be improving his scoreline, which is not good news for Kairi Noro and Arch Whiteman. Here is our man in green right now. Still to really start off this heat, but that's a good looking start for him. Will he get a good score? So he is surfing really nicely.
Wow.
That last turn was beautiful. Took the tail all the way around. He's going to try take this wave all the way down to the inside. It's giving him a little more to work with here, but fortunately that wave just flattening out.
Oh. 森選手、さあこれは沖でいくつかアクションを行った後にここまでインサイドまでつなげてきたように感じます。また素晴らしい波になってきました。Yeah, really like the last green actually. He waited for that one quite long time, 50 minutes in, and he needed that one wave to go back in the game, but I'm pretty sure he did. I really love the first float with the power and the speed flow and connecting nicely straight into the side and setting up for the bottom turn. And this turn is a money turn. Puts tail so hard, comes around and actually gets a bonus here. But I don't think there's major turn here. But a lot of work done at the back. Wow.
Oh, so this is a man of the moment right now. Yuji Mori, 2 huge turns out the back. Love his surfing right now. He's taking this heat by storm. He's looking pretty unstoppable. He's going to be getting rid of that 6, in my opinion, after this one. Oh, all the work was done on those first 2 turns, though.
That was a great wave choice and great, choice of maneuvers. Everything was in the critical section. The last of white comes in 607. That is another healthy score for Toi Tanaka, but we're still waiting for the last of red and green.
So green's last one of 5.73, so puts him back into this heat. Now only needs a 5.35 to go into second. It is Yuji Mori now waiting for one more score to come through, but I think he's definitely going to be extending his lead So it's looking really good for Yuji Mori. He started early. He's caught
Right.
so many waves. He has had his morning coffee for sure.
Definitely.
Toi
He's-
Tanaka with priority. And how are you feeling right now? Who's was this heat going as you expected?
Pretty much. I knew that Yuji is gonna be on point, and that's exactly what he did. He start with 6-3-3 and backs it up with 5, and next wave he got 6, and at the last of the red 7.5. So he's having a great show right now, and this is a 7.5.
Oh.
What 2 big turns, vertical off the top and straight into the third, comes around the section, and a little bit of check turn right there, and gets another big turn in. This is what 7.5 looks like.
Wow, really well done from Yuji Mori. You previously told me he's just launched his film.
Yeah.
So he's doing the Japan tour.
He's been doing screening in Japan, and also before this Krui, he was in Bali for like a week,
Mhm.
and he took his filmer to Bali and trying to make like a new film.
Have you had a chance to see his film that he just launched?
Unfortunately, not yet. But
Alright.
I think you can watch it online. So
Okay.
I need to watch it.
So was he filming around Japan mostly, or was he doing a bit of an international filming, like in Bali and Hawaii?
He did international trip as well in Bali and also in Japan too. He's been filming for quite a long time, so yeah. And he's doing great in the competition as well. So he doing great as a free surfer and as a competitor. So that's good. That's great.
So the Japanese, you guys have your Japanese contest circuit.
Yes.
And I noticed that you guys don't do it in Kramas anymore.
Well, actually, we did.
Oh, really?
This year.
I
Yeah.
didn't see it. I missed it.
I think it's the first one in years. Like
Okay, so
it
you guys
was back.
brought it back to Kramas. And is Bali the only international contest, or do you guys go to other places as well?
Bali was only one for like Japanese tour, but we did have like a special event in Korea as well.
Oh, wow.
With the Korean Surfing Association. I think it happened last month, and at a wave pool. It was great event to watch.
So if you win the Japanese circuit, is that a way to qualify maybe for the ISA or for other events? Or is it just the title that you
Just
get?
the title, just the national title that you can get if you win the whole thing.
Okay, so there isn't any extra points or a bonus if you win the Japanese circuit.
No, unfortunately not. But I hope they can get bonus after winning all the national event. But for now, nah.
I know that, well, I mean, for most countries, the Olympics in surfing is huge, but I know for Japan specifically, and they've invested a lot of time and effort into it. So how's the qualification for the teams? Like, do you guys base it off your WSL or how does it work?
Pretty much based on everything. You need to be getting good results. But wow, look at those Toi Tanaka's wave, the great first action, and get to finish a little bit stuck on the top of it. But
He almost makes it
almost right out of it, but unfortunately it went down. But yeah, it just based on everything pretty much. You need a good result, and there's one event that Japanese Association held. Well, here it is. This is a very important wave for surfing green, needing 5.35. Good looking start, but unfortunately wave didn't offer too much after that 2 turns.
So yeah, you were saying the qualification it counts through WSL results as well as
national JPSA.
Okay.
And there's another association we have called NSA, and they have one big event for selection for the Olympic Games. I mean ISA World Games representative. So pretty much you need to attend all of the association's events to be an Olympian.
Oh wow! So there's a lot of
Yeah.
a big selection process for
Right.
the Japanese surfers to be part of the ISA team.
ノロ選手、このライディングで 6.34 が必要。一発目大きなターンを入れてきました。ここで縦のアクション。そこからすかさずフローターで前に出てきます。3ターンコンビネーションをしてきました。Well, that was a better looking wave for Kyrie. He went vertical and gets the finish nicely, needing a 6.34.
So there we have the drone view of our setup here at the Krui Pro. We're going to be watching some replays. This is Kairi Noro's last wave. Nice first opening turn. Sets it up for this second one. Closes it. He needs a 6.34 though. I'm not sure if that's going to be the score he's looking for. Here we see the tide still pretty high, but it's getting lower. So we're going to see a huge improvement in the conditions this morning. It was super high tide, so the wave was not easy to deal with.
Right.
It was kind of bumpy and lumpy, and you'd see a lot of people getting their rail caught in throughout the turns. And this lower tide is gonna clean up the scene, especially now that the girls are coming. Round of 72, heat 1. We'll be seeing in red Chloe Grube, in blue Alani Morse, in white Shenhan, and in the green Guo Jinghan. So good heats coming up. Full day of action here in the Krui Pro. This is day 4. We started off the first 2 days with the Pro Juniors. Already had some finalists and winners. Then went straight into the men's QS. And now the women are finally going to be surfing some heats.
Right. You guys been waiting for like four days to surf on it. We've already progressing into the round 3 of men's and finishing up with this heat number 16.
Yep, so just under 2 minutes left in this heat, and it's looking like Yuji Mori with a pretty healthy scoreline, a 7.5 and a 6.33 to his name. He has just been increasing that throughout the entire heat. He started early and hopefully wants to finish strong. So it was Kairi Noro taking a look at that last one. He's kind of playing a little bit of catch up right now, a 6.34 to take the place from Toi Tanaka. But it's pretty much all eyes on Arch Whiteman right now with a minute left. Second priority needs a 5.35.
Not a big score. If he can do the same maneuvers as his second wave, then he will get the requirement. But just time is ticking. 1 minute remaining in this heat. And Yuji is holding on to the fast priority. Sitting pretty close to surfing green.
So we're gonna be counting this one down soon, but it looks like there's a couple lines. So it's all eyes now on Arch Whiteman with second priority. Yuji Mori comfortably in the lead. He will have the choice here of the first set. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to give anyone the chance to take his first place.
Right.
So he's gonna be going for this one. 10 seconds left.
Yes, he is up. 森選手、最後の波になるでしょうか。さあ、ここは大きなカービング。波が切り立ってくるのを待ちます。ここから切り立ってくるところで、1ターン、2ターンと大きなターンを入れてきました。しっかりとしたターンでこのヒートを終えます。
Alright, beautiful way to finish off his heat. Congratulations, Yuji Mori and Toi Tanaka. They will be going into the next round. And with that, we're going to head on to a quick break and we'll see you guys soon.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is day 4. We just finished off with the round of 96 men's QS. We are going straight into the round of 72 of the women's. Right now, heat 1 in the water. We have Chloe Grube in blue, Alani Morse in white, Shenhan, and in the green is Guo Jinggan. I'm Jada Legati, and in the booth with me is Mark Clift. Welcome back.
Thank you, Giada. And for the first time, we see the ladies doing their work out there in the Rash Fest for the first time ever, as well at a QS 6000 here in Indonesia. So, historic day. We've been writing history all this week with the first 6000 ever. There's the pad next door to where we're staying. This used to be the site of our setup. Our judging tower used to be right around there. It's where a lot of the workers used to stay on Buckinda Resort and on further up the point. Dumai Bungalows a little further to the south or right of screen. It's kind of your lineup spot, that big yellow building, which we all see once we're in the lineup. But plenty of punters down here checking out the action. It is Friday the 13th. It is the women's round has just started, and it's good to see so many people paying homage to the competition here at Ujong Buchor.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the best QSs in the world. Every time we come here, the waves are pumping. We've never had an issue of it being too small. And it just shows because we always have a couple international athletes joining. Even though this isn't their region and they don't get any points from it, everyone wants to come and surf a perfect wave by themselves with 3 other people out.
Well, people around the world that have been watching the Asian Tour the last couple of years probably look at this and they just want in. And especially last year, what happened at our next stop up there at Nias as well. Surely that's got to be one of the hardest QS events to try and enter these days because it went nuts. This place always delivers. It kind of over-delivered a little bit last year, and for the first time ever, we had to change locations over to Krui left. But we did, and it was still really good. And Java Searle won that division last year, and Mirai Aikida took out the juniors and the opens over there on the same day.
Yep, and speaking of Mirai Akita, we will be seeing her later today in Heat 5. So we're going to be doing the first round of 72 of the women, 4 heats, and finishing off with the round of 64, only 8 heats. There is 16 heats in total, but we're trying to get in as many of these early rounds done as possible so we have time and waves for as we go deeper into the draw.
Yeah, and a bit of flexibility because we do have large numbers, and if we stay ahead of the curve, it does give us options as we move through. So this is Alani. We've got a couple of Kiwi surfers up against a couple of Chinese ladies in the very first matchup here. So Alani is off and racing, doing a pretty good job on a mid-sized wave. Just keeping the board moving, collecting points all the way down the line. And we've just seen Red surf out a picture, her countryman Chloe.
Yeah, it's great to see this international field here. Guo Jinghan now taking a look at this one. Gets a little bit stuck on the whitewash there. She's going to lie down and pull off. But yeah, it's great to see some more surfers from New Zealand rock up here. I'm used to seeing a lot of Australians, but New Zealand's not so much.
Yeah, they're starting to get on board. And I mean, you might as well. It's a co-sanctioned event. You can take the points and the prize money and all the kudos and experience that goes with surfing in these 6000s. And why wouldn't they? You know, just down the road, it's the first time to collect points for their region as well. And the first time ever it's a 6000, as we stated. So this is Alani's first ride. What did you like about this one, G?
I like that she started early. Her setup is really nice. You know, she's not rushing it. This is a first wave. Nothing too crazy or critical, but she wanted to start early. She's probably seen the other heats, been really slow. So it was smart. It was a smart move from Alani Morse.
All right, and also the replay of Chloe's first wave. Things didn't go that well for Chloe. She flicked off this at some point, I think I saw. Got 2 turns in, that's all right. And out she goes, not much going on down the line. But it was about this time yesterday, Giada, on reflection, that the tide started getting to that mid-stage. Things really improved during the men's heats at this point yesterday. So hopefully we're at about the prime tide time. And let's just hope the ocean gets its puff together and it's pushed together at the right time and gets onto this reef, because we've got some quality ladies in this first field. We've got a lot of Chinese surfers featuring in the first 4 heats. We've got a whole bunch of internationals there as well.
Yep. So big day of competition again here at the Krui Pro. And you're right, as we start reaching that dead low tide, it's just gonna clean up the scene, and this wave is gonna be firing. So with that, we're gonna head over to Dai and the winner of the last heat.
素晴らしい試合運びでこのヒートを第1位で通過しました。もう出だしから6点、そして乗るたびにスコアを更新していくような、もうコンペティターとしてはこれ以上ないような試合運びだったんですが、振り返ってみてどうですか？
もう波がもう本当にいいんで、クルイはもうサーフトリップでも来るような場所だから、本当に来るのが楽しみだったです。はい。
He's so frozen getting those good waves, and he just loved to competing in this epic condition. He just enjoyed everything. 今回なんか作戦みたいなのあったんですか？見てる感じだと作戦があるというよりはもうなんかもう感覚で全部合っちゃったなみたいなようには見えたんですが、
なんか波がどれがいい波か結構見えてる気がします。なんかここで待ってこの波だなっていうのはもう海の中にいて分かるような気がします。ここのポイント去年も何回もやったから。
So this place is like his go-to place. He had a lot of surf trips here, and he used to this condition, so he kind of knows where to sit and what kind of wave he should pick. So that's how he got great waves. そして第2位で田中ソイ選手、同じ茅ヶ崎出身の選手とのワンツーフィニッシュですが、そのあたりお気持ちどうですか？
そうですね、もう小さい頃からやってきて、シーボーイズっていうグループで上映会もやったりしたりして、今回の映像のテーマはとにかく試合に勝ってその上映会の動画を集めようっていうなんでできるだけ勝って上映会用に残したいと思います。
He's also very happy getting through with his best friend Toi Tanaka. They are from same area and they trying to make a movie out of this trip. So he's very happy. じゃあ最後にたくさんの方見てくれてます。メッセージをお願いします。
楽しみます。ありがとう。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Well, thanks, Di. And sounds like the boys had a bit of fun down there. We'll have to ask Di what that conversation, where it went. A 4.33 for Alani, the best number. Her countryman Chloe with a 3. Jinghan Gui with just a score below 1 point. Lady surfing is alive and well for the rest of the day down here at the point. It's about 11 o'clock. So we have 12 heats remaining on today's format. I hope the Ocean sends through a good amount of push here for the ladies to kick off their first campaign here in this year's 6,000.
I mean, yeah, we're definitely going to be having lots of waves ridden, but with that dead low tide approaching, there could be some slower heats. But as soon as that tide switches here, we start seeing bombs come through. I feel like with that incoming tide, Ujung Bochur just kind of grows a couple feet. Like it's pretty crazy.
Especially on sunset, right? It just bangs every afternoon.
The 6 o'clock set.
When you look at the shoreline there, though, this morning it was slapping right up against that break wall. So we've got a nice mid-tide featuring right now here at Ujung Bochur. We've got heat 1 of the round of 72 in the lineup. We have priority sits with White, Han Shen, and Dai Wacko just rejoins me back in the hot seat. You guys had a bit of a giggle there. What was that all about, Dai?
Well, he's super happy to surf this epic condition and happy getting through with his good mate, Toi Tanaka.
Yep.
And because he's coming here as a surf trip all the time, so he knows this place, he knows where to sit. Well,
so does Alani right here on wave number 2. Alani Morse out of NZ. Burst out of the blocks with a 4.33 for the very first wave ridden on the women's side of the draw this year. A little backup number there to drop and sit alongside that. So I imagine the athletes area now would be starting to fill up with the ladies, the women's surfers.
Yep. Definitely. There's a lot of women surfers. Be prepared for their heat coming up.
And I also noticed in this first round, I don't know how this happened, but Ziggy McKenzie is in the first round. So maybe Ziggy put her entry in a little late. Being a world junior champion, I would have thought she would have had some runs on the board and some ratings points to put her maybe as a seeded surfer somewhere through the ladies' rounds. But she's in heat 4 of our first round here in the round of 72. So when I see Ziggy, I'm going to ask her what went on. Surely she's got some rating points.
Right.
All right, last number in there for Alani, just a 233. She rejoins the pack out the back. We'll pick up 4th priority in a moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow heat in this heat so far.
All right, so Roy, with the slowness, let's throw and hear from our sponsors, Bonsoi.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoi almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
And we're back. We just saw some really good images of the winners of the Pro Juniors a couple of days ago, and Team Japan cleaned up.
The wave looked bigger than what it is today.
It kind of was. Yeah, all right, it was. It had a little bit more oomph to it, but geez, I imagine for Team Japan, if they walk away with 1, 2, and 3 on both sides of the men's and women's, boys and girls draw in the Pro Juniors, that's a really good result, right?
Good result.
And they seem to be everywhere, Team Japan. So it won't be long before we see someone on the CT other than Connor and Kanoa, I believe. Watching a super slow-mo replay here of what looks like the 3-point ride of Chloe Grube. There it is. And this would be Alani's second wave, I think.
It's a little bit of foamy sections to work on, but decided to just kick out.
Anyway, they're biding their time out the back, just waiting for an opportunity. We just saw a little word from one of our other sponsors as well, Kemenpora, which is the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. The people that put this event together, and we can thank them, WSL, also Pisoi, the province of Lampung, the region down here of Pesisir Barat, and the ASC RS Chair for bringing us this event. Here we go.
This is the first wave for Han, but not really, major towns on that wave.
No,
much kicks out.
She sat there for a long time, right? With 11 minutes on the clock, her first opportunity, had priority, paddled onto a closeout just to take it off a teammate. I'm not sure that was ideal.
That's probably the error she made right there. 15 minutes in, she was waiting for that wave quite long time, and comes in 0.63. So, like you said, it's not ideal to start off her campaign, but there's still 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
So Team China are here on force in this women's round. They've got 7 ladies in this first, 8 ladies in this first round out of the 12 surfers that are featuring in our first round. 8 of them are Chinese. They're down here making a push at this QS level. A little bit of inexperience there for Han Shen in the white. So as a debrief later on, the coaches could probably say, what did you see in that wave?
Right.
Seriously. You need waves that run down the point and clock up, more than one move to garnish a decent number. Caught a closeout, blocked a friend. As a learning curve, you've got to be better than that with your wave choice. Win, lose, or draw. And learning, that's a big learning moment right there for Shen Han.
You can practice your surfing skill and techniques, but for the priority wise, you gotta be in the competition, like heaps of competition to actually learn.
It's maybe that there's a fair bit of inexperience involved with that campaigner just then. But you got to get good waves. If they're closeouts, how badly do you need a one?
Right.
You know what I mean? You don't catch a closeout. So the Chinese ladies in this heat, both green and white, you can see their score lines. Nothing's really gone on at this stage. I imagine the Kiwi ladies for Alani and Chloe, a little bit more experience with the rashies on. They look like they're a little bit older and more experienced. They're out the back, and they, judging by their wave choice on their first stances, they've been here and done this before.
Right.
Now, you've been to China, right, Dai?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about the place.
I went to Hainan Island.
Yep.
It was a good left actually, and we had a comp over there. But I was there about like 10 years ago, so I'm not too sure what it's like right now. But it was what I remember is it's a pretty good place to hang out. It's warm tropical weather with a good left.
All right. Well, let's just stay with this, because let's see if she can redeem herself. She can't scratch onto that. Not much going on down the line. The two Kiwi surfers realise they may be a little too far out, so they bring their act back into the corner a little bit more. And the score lines and the wave counts not really bothering the judging panel too much in this one. We've only had 6 waves caught in 17 minutes.
Yeah, not many waves are ridden in this heat, but looks like red Chloe. Having a look at this one, up and riding, nice off the top, comes around the section, nice check turn right there, and he's gonna connect to the inside, but
all right, her second wave. So tagged it a couple of times in a slow heat, not much wave catching going on. Probably a good result there for Chloe, just to get a few more runs on the board. The Chinese campaigners in green and white will no doubt now be hearing a larger requirement to get into second. So let's see if that plays on them a little bit. This is Alani. That's a great turn.
that was a great surfing, and tags it second turn, gets a finish clean. I got a feeling that it's going to be better. Her backup score 2.33.
I got a feeling it could be the better wave. It
Right.
was just some confident, strong surfing. I mean, doing foam climbs, it's not the biggest, bangingest moves, but it's not an easy move either, because if you get it a little bit wrong tagging the foam, it can be easy to fall. It was a larger wave, and she confidently just rode off the wash twice. But let's watch Chloe's last effort. She hit the lip as well a couple of times.
Yeah, unfortunately, wave just fell out and couldn't make it to the inside, but still put one turn in, and this is
I
why.
like this one. So this is what we're talking about the foam climbs, all right? Not the most dynamic moves in the book, but not a fail either. Some pretty decent commitment to those moves. So Alani's number is yet to drop. Chasing a 2.7 to go back to first. I reckon she'll do it.
Wow, Chloe's last wave comes in 4.03,
all right.
which is not a bad score.
She kind of hit the lip though, you know. She connected with it once and rode out. So a good number coming for Alani. It's the wave of the heat. It's a 5.17. So the Kiwis are sharing the leaderboard for the New Zealand surfers. Blue first, red second. Xinghan Goi chasing now a 6.2. And for Han Shen, a very similar number, a mid-range 6 is probably not good listening for them in the water. And, you know, they're both sitting on 0 point somethings, and they've got to get it together shortly. There's only 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go for their first outing ever, I'd imagine, at a QS level of this stature, a 6,000. But here is now our surfer in green.
Jinghang up and riding. Nice off the bottom. Nice off the top, and comes around the section and gets another one in. And she's trying to connect to the inside, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But it's better looking way for surfing green.
Oh, her best for sure, 100%. At least she got a few moves going on that time. I imagine the nerves are just at an all-time level under their green and white Rasfest at an event like this, watching probably a lot of surfers who they've heard of before. They're watching men go crazy out there in the lineup with some big names that have been surfing, and they're probably maybe a little overwhelmed just by the situation, and now the spotlight's on them for their first go, and it's like, whoa. You can imagine remember the first time you ever did it on a bigger stage, and it's like it can be really nerve-rattling for sure.
Definitely. Thinking of people watching from all over the world.
Yeah, and your teams and everybody's at home going, come on, you can do it. And that amounts to stuff as well. And the scene on the beach and, their campaign, they've got to get to this point and then it's your turn. And it's like, whoa, now things get real in a hurry. And the moment can get to you. It's understandable. A 2-1-7 locks in there for green. So still chasing almost a 5-point ride, and her teammate in the white needs a mid-6. The Kiwis are starting to post some bigger numbers here. Both their last rides were pretty solid. And they're sitting out the back. Looks like they're almost having a chat. They've got first and second priority and first and second on the leaderboard. They both look at the watch and give each other a little nod and go, right, I think we've got this.
3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. They both are in a good position right now.
So Red's decided to go in and stay a little closer to the Chinese surfers here, just to do what happens at the end of heats. Should a good one come.
Han is still looking for this backup score. She's only got 0.63, so she needs another good wave. With the 3 minutes remaining in this heat, you don't really want to go for 6-4 for the surf and wide. There's still time, maybe, to get 2 waves. Han is having a look at this one.
Good looking wave now for green. Oh, is that blue? It's blue. Here she goes. So Alani Morse, one of the bigger waves of the heat. She bails out because Red was having a good look at it as well. Red will lose priority here. She does. So top priority now opens the door for Shen Han. Han Shen, I should say, for all the crew in China listening on. She's got priority. She's got a 6-4. She's only got 1 wave in the bank. She needs a 6-4 desperately. She needs a good set wave firstly, but the good news is she's got priority, 2 minutes. The Kiwis look at each other and probably go, what did you do that for? I thought you were going. Well, I thought you had it. Thought they had it covered, and a little bit of miscommunication there between blue and red. Threw away their billings on the priority roster. And meanwhile, the youngster there in the white, Han Shen, just repositioning now.
Yeah, she has fast priority. Just over 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. So is she going to get one more wave?
I'd like to see it because I reckon she's got something. There's a reason she's here. She's obviously a decent surfer, a good surfer, representing China. So it would be, as we saw earlier today, it's non-negotiable to surf a heat and not get 2 waves. That's kind of like, a real major part of your first focus. You've got to get 2 waves. They've got to be good ones, and then you've got to surf around parts of the criteria. So Han Shen will be desperate to get a second run on the board. If it's a 6-4, she'll advance into second. She's got 1 minute to do it, but it looks like there might be some lines out the back.
Right, a few lines coming into the lineup. But those ones breaking out the back.
Didn't connect with this part of the reef, did they? Yeah. And that's just the lack of PSI in the water today, It's been our smaller day out of the whole 4 days we've been here doing this. Probably the least amount of sets we've seen in those 4 days as well. And hence the waves aren't connecting from right up. Remember day 1, how far around the corner crew were taking off, and there was barrels going on and 7-turn waves and all that sort of jive going on because it was breaking from start to finish, but it's just not really doing that here today. So you're surfing the back half of the reef effectively. With 10 seconds to go, that's going to be the result. For Alani and Chloe, great job there for the team New Zealanders, moving through to the round of 64 that we will surf today. And for our team Chinese ladies, for Jinghan and Han, they're going to have to just have a debrief with their coaches and go, okay, what went wrong? What can we do better next time? And there's a fair bit of room for improvement. We wish them all the best, and we'll be back with Heat 2 shortly.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Righto, Heat 2, the round of 72 of the ladies. It is a three-person matchup. The surfer in white is straight into it, Juniper Harper. And I'm going to welcome back Drew Starling. Did you catch much of that first matchup?
I unfortunately missed a little bit of that first heat of the women. I was needing to go and get some food, so I had a little snack. But that was really unfortunate for Wang Jingwei, one of the Chinese surfers on her first wave. Really like that board spray, but she's taking on Juniper Harper and also Kira Buckpitt out there. I spoke to Kira a little bit before her heat. I was like, how are you feeling, Kira? You've got your first heat in this event. I think this might be her first time over here at Krui. And she was like, I'm a little bit nervous. I've got two really good surfers in my heat, but she's just locked in a 6.33. So the nerves aren't really showing in this one.
Oh, here's the replay, blue. So this is the lady we're talking about. The 5.33 is a real keeper in these conditions. Great wave. Got the matching blue boardies on. Down she goes, but things are looking pretty good when you open with that sort of form and 23 minutes on the clock. So a little takeaway from that first heat. True, the Kiwi surfers definitely more experienced with the rash vest on at this level with what they did and what they strung together. For Team China, I think their better number was around about a 2, and we had a couple of 0-somethings either side of those young competitors. So I was suggesting it must be overwhelming to come to a big 6,000 QS to watch some of the surfing that's gone on around the venue, to watch the guys surfing for 3 days and go, oh my God, there's so many legends here that just rip, and then the women's get their chance, and then they get their rashies. They're on the spotlight, and it was like, whoa. I think the moment got to them a little bit.
Yeah, there's lots going on. There's lots that comes into play, especially in these big 6,000 events here. I know we're going to see Suchi Yang a little bit later on, and she's an Olympian, so she's used
amazing.
to that spotlight. She's amazing. And I feel like she's probably just, paving the way for her fellow Chinese competitors, and it's exciting to see them here. I haven't seen too much of them, so it's always, for me, it's always exciting to see more women in the water, and to have more female competitors in this event is pretty insane.
Yep, and there's a lot of them this year. Team China have burst onto this scene. They've got 8 of the 12 competitors in this round one are Chinese, so they want in on this QS side of life. It's a big learning component. They're down here on force with their team coaches and stuff, so debriefs will be going on at the end of these heats, identifying areas that worked, identifying areas that didn't, and how they can improve and catch up to the Australians, the Kiwis, and the other internationals that are here.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I mean, I'm sure they'll be watching these heats closely, but Kira Buckpitt, 6.33 to start off her campaign in this heat. Kira is from the Culburra region. She spends a fair bit of time up on the Gold Coast. The last year or so, we haven't really seen her in a rashi. She's been dealing with heaps of injuries. It just seems like it's been back-to-back injuries, unfortunately. She's come back from one, then something else has happened. So it's nice to see her here in really good form, competing in these events, traveling with her dad, Mick. I'm sure he's out there in the board caddy. And I'm sure her brothers, Ben and Bo, and her mum, Justine, are watching online probably.
Well, the whole clan.
Yes, yeah. I've spent a lot of time with Kira competing, and her brothers as well. She's like a little sister to me. So it's exciting. I'm really excited to see her in a rashi and hoping that, she can really stamp her authority in this one.
All right, the 6.33, keeping her in good stead, releases the nerves early in the first couple of minutes. That's a big number. In the scheme of things, that would have been the biggest number out of the last heat as well. So Kira definitely strutting her stuff and stamping her authority on heat 2. Do we know much about Juniper Harper?
Yes, I believe she is from the Lennox Head area. She absolutely rips. She drops some big clips. She's a charger. Yeah, Juniper. I don't know if she spent too much time in the QS event, so it's exciting to see her here. She is in this round 1, so it says that she doesn't have a big ranking. So, yeah, she isn't seeded into that second round. So I don't think she's had too much QS experience. So to start off here in perfect pumping waves at Krui is pretty insane. She has a small score to lock in so far. But yeah, she's a really good surfer. She's exciting to watch.
Speaking about those things, really good surfers and ranking points and all that sort of stuff. For some reason, I touched on this before, but for some reason, Ziggy McKenzie is in this very first round as well. But you've got to be thinking she's got some points. Ziggy is a world junior champion.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is ISA, so those points don't actually transfer over to the WSL.
I realised that, but I thought for sure she would have been in some QS events before and has some sort of ranking points. So maybe she put her entry in too late. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? I think she's had a couple. I don't think she's done too much QS surfing. A lot of pro juniors for sure.
Shredder.
She absolutely
Charger,
rips.
shredder, like her act. Anyway, that's in the future. But meanwhile, we'll throw down. We'll hear from the winner of the last heat, Alani and Di. So take it away, team.
So you've been waiting for about 4 days till your first surf in this competition. There might be a little bit of nerves going around, but how was it out there?
Yeah, it was really fun. It was really good just to get the feet in the wax, and I surfed like when it was a bit bigger on I think Monday, and there was less people out, and it got me a bit used to comp surfing with not many people out, so felt pretty comfortable out there. But it was just fun sharing the heat with a fellow Kiwi and against 2 Chinese was so sick.
Right. Is this your first trip to Krui?
Yeah, it's first trip. I live in Raglan, so it's kind of like pretty similar to what I surf every day and what I where I train, and it's real sick just to find another wave that's pretty similar and just like showcase my surfing. And
yeah, nice. How you liking Krui so far?
it's sick. It's like a bit different, but I just love that. And nice, warm. Back home's so cold, so it's cool.
Right. Is there anything you like to say to your family, friends, supporters back in country?
Yeah, just shout out to all friends and family watching and the NZ crew. So sick. Pretty far away here, but missing you guys. And thanks to my sponsors, people that funded my trip here. And yeah, I'm so blessed to be here. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next round.
Spoken Alani out of Raglan, freezing cold. She's here in the boardies and just the rashy, steaming hot conditions. It must be it must take some acclimatizing too to adjust to this, because it's pretty hot out there, right?
Oh yeah, it is so warm out there. I was talking to Lennox Smith before, and I was like, "How'd you go?" And he goes, "Yeah, that last 5 minutes was pretty stressful. I think I lost 2 kilos just from sweating." And he's like, "It is so hot. I'm gonna go have a 20-minute cold shower because I need to cool down." So yeah, it's definitely, the competitors are feeling it out there. But I mean, look at this view. It's absolutely beautiful. The water is so clean and clear, even being a caddy, to just be able to dive down and see the reef. And yeah, it's really cool. And Kira Buckpit.
Boom. What a turn. Second section. Get up there and do that again. Thank you. Right on cue. So 2 really strong moves. A third. Wow. So I'm getting a groove on. Really looking comfortable out here and just throwing spray at every opportunity. Although the wave looked a bit flatty, she made it look better than that with where she was hitting it and the spray she managed to garnish off each manoeuvre. End section, way down here next to caddy corner. Might even come back right.
Yeah, Kira, she is no stranger to a very good backhand snap. So, yeah, it's exciting to see her out there, and she knows, she's been watching a bunch of heats. She knows what's scoring and what's not. So let's take a look at this replay. Really strong first turn, throwing heaps of spray, loads up for this second one. And you can see she sees this section as well, driving around that corner. Kira does a little bit of surf coaching as well, and she just is able to give so much knowledge. So she's super fun and a really good human to be around. So I love this end turn as well. She doesn't try and hit it too late. She tags it a little bit earlier just so that she can really solidify a finish. And I feel like that was quite smart, especially considering that was her second wave.
That's the coach in her coming out, right? She's probably been telling her students to do that forever. And when you get the Rashi on, you got to talk the talk, right?
She's still pretty young. I think Kira's about 19. So, yeah, she was dabbling here and there and some coaching and living in Kalbara, doing kind of part-time down there, part-time up on the Gold Coast.
Big number coming.
Yeah, big scores to lock in for Kira Buckpitt.
Well, easily the best score so far on the women's side of the draw. The best two-wave total. There it is.
Yeah, it's a 7.33 for Kira. So that just complements that 6.33 beautifully. And the 13.66 combination is very well done, Mark.
Look, she picked off a really good wave, smart wave choice. It was like one of those waves today. It was an easy wave to surf, and she got up there and tagged it every section, and there was a lot of them. And she got up there and just did what the section was asking for, and it wasn't a threatening wave, but she rode it a long way and did a lot of good surfing. The judges went, yep, that's the best we've seen so far. So a worthy 7.33. There's still room should someone get some real bossy sections in the ladies round. Still quite a bit of room to move in the higher end of the scale, but on what we've seen so far, well done. 13.66. Could just about come in, but why not just sit out there and try and surf a few more waves?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the opportunity to be out there with two other people. She may as well take it. That looks like that's Lola Grub or Graub making her way out for the next heat.
How's the caddy like? We're talking about the heat. The caddy's gone out in a big wide brim hat because you got to sit out there on your board. And and speaking of surfers, competing and you're paddling, you're trying to paddle hard. Even those rash vests make you hotter, right? The water is hovering around 30 degrees because we're pretty close to the equator. The sun is about the same, 30 degrees. You're rashy on, you're paddling kind of hard, and your brain's in a little bit of stress mode. You're probably going to sweat your sunscreen off in a 25-minute heat, right?
100%. It is hot. There's so much going on. So, yeah, there's no doubt about it in my mind at all. You're just putting on lots of sunscreen, lots of zinc, and hoping that it stays. But, what's on the cards for the rest of the day swell-wise? Are we going to see a dip in the swell? Is it going to get a little bit slower? What's your prediction?
I heard today's was forecast to be one of the smaller days as we watch Juniper now. Just starting to put her colourful shooter through the moves. Maybe an end turn there, just a little bit late. But I've heard today was sort of, let's just stay with red.
Yeah, this is, unfortunately going down. That was Wayne Jingwei. So another small score to lock in, but she was looking like she was gaining a lot of speed. I'm excited to see her find one that kind of opens up a little bit more, but it looks like Kira Buckpitt's going to go back out with first priority and a very healthy heat total. But yeah, back to that conversation.
Yeah, back to that convo, right? So I've just been listening to some of the other crew. Dino's had some input in, from Larney's. He's all over it. Some other crew, some competitors have been saying, so Clifty, today's the smaller day, right? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm not looking at the numbers. I don't know this region. The numbers to me, I don't know what they mean up here because I'm never here, apart from this event. So I'm just listening to crew that are all suggesting today is the smaller day, and they're more back to the size of the last 3 days. So tide-wise, I think we're at a good part of the tide right now. It's 11:30. About this time yesterday, it started going nuts for the men. Just a little bit less PSI in the ocean, a bit less sort of wave energy is why we're getting some of these lulls, I reckon.
Yeah, there's definitely been some slow moments. Hopefully it'll get better throughout the rest of the afternoon. That last score of Juniper Harper locked in at a 3.67. So she is just getting her heat underway with 10.5 minutes to go. And right now, it's a battle for second between Juniper and Jingwei. And I think Jingwei's back out there with second priority. We'll see what she can do, if she can convert on her next opportunity.
I hope she gets one. 10 minutes to go. I'm sure she will. She's just coming into the screen now. She's tracking right behind Kira there in the blue. But Kira Buckpitt has really set the benchmark now in the women's side of the draw. She's got priority. She's got a set wave. This is all looking really good for me. So let's see what she can do with this first section. Whoa, whammo. Best turn I've seen here in this heat, and she's done pretty much all the best surfing. Third connection, huge. Well done, you. Right from that, paddling onto that wave, she looked confident, and then that first turn was just great. Well done.
Yeah, that was big surfing. That's going to surpass the 633 for sure. I feel like we'll see an increase in her heat total. Let's have a look at this replay. Nice first turn, just really jamming it in the pocket. Kira once again loads up into it and gets that 2-for-1 combination to complete. And yeah, thank you very much. That was a really well surfed wave for Kira, and I think she's got a pretty strong lead here.
That'll be a big number dropping, because that's the best turn I've seen on the women's side of the draw so far. The fact that she really squared it up off the bottom and kind of went up quite vertical going into that blast on a bigger wave, the judges are going to love it for sure. So here goes the super slow-mo of her second wave. This is a 733, so this is wave previous. Yep,
big turn there.
Yep, so she kind of did that same turn, but on a bigger wave as a last ride, right? So this is what a 733 looks like. I'm sure she's got a pretty big number about to come for wave number 3. We're still speculating, but for me, really strong. Judges will love it.
Yeah, I agree. The judges are going to love that last wave of Kira Buckpitt. Once again, this is the 7.33, and she did a really, really good job here. Just connecting with each section, you can see that she was seeing this one stand up as well on the inside. And looks like that last score is...
Yeah, it's a banger.
Yeah, it's an 8.0 for that last wave of Kira Buckpitt. A huge combo of scores. And this...
Here we go.
Wow, that is Wang Jingwei up on her first one. She got a good turn in there. Wondering if she did anything out behind her. Unfortunately, got a little bit caught behind, but solid connection there nonetheless.
Yep, good on it. That's a third wave in the bank. Looked like she got something going on. Probably going to be her best score, but I reckon Akira probably got at least 6 points out of that first turn. The judges loved it, had a lot of height. So the 8 and the 733, the two best numbers out of the same surfer in this heat. Well done. And I think even the 633 throwaway is probably the third best score.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a 633 last heat, but she's matched that, and that's a throwaway. So she's having a ripper, and she's still got 7 minutes to get out there and just have a free surf. Go for it.
Yeah, pretty much. Now it's time to just go surf and explore the lineup, see where the best waves are coming through, see what she can do out there at Ujong Bochor. And this right here is Juniper Harper. Quick in and out for Juniper.
Yeah, we'll probably collect the first priority again directly. 6.5 on the clock. You're watching Heat 2, a round of 72 for the women's surfing. So we've got a big draw, a whole lot of ladies that have been waiting to get their teeth stuck into Ujong Bochor with the rashi on. We're going to see it for the rest of the afternoon. At the end of this heat, we have 10 women's heats remaining. We have some high-class surfers coming up for your information throughout the draws. We just watched Wang drop a 2.27 for her last effort. But I'm noticing Freya Prum, that's a big name. Nanaho Suzuki in Heat 1 of the next round is really good. Lydia Kato there. And Yang Suchi representing China coming up also in that very same heat. I see Philippa Anderson, Paige Harrod, Charlie Haitley, Holly Williams, Mirai Akita, my goodness, Izzy Campbell. It's a strong draw.
Oh, yeah, there's some huge names in the draw. We actually also have Leilani McGonigal in heat number 4 of this round, who is a 2019 winner here.
Well done.
So
nice.
Very exciting. And this is Juniper Harper.
Yep. All right. So Juniper is on wave number 4. Can't quite capitalise each time she stands up. Maybe needs to just widen that stance a little bit and use the rails a little bit more than she is, but at least she's into second at this stage, looking like she's going to get another crack at it this afternoon. So maybe that debrief with your coach or your friends at the end of heats is going to help her in going forward into the next round. So at this stage, the surfer in red needs just a 2.38, so she's pretty close to advancing. This, for me, was just golden. That had at least 6 points written over the first turn, really. And a nice, strong setup move into a quality belt at the end. That's what an 8-point ride looks like, everybody, on our Bonsoy replay.
Yeah, huge. I mean, big turns equals big scores, right?
Big turn, big wave, solid control, ticking all parts of the power flow and commitment and those parts of the criteria.
And she's just gotten better every wave. Started off with a 6.33, gets a 7.33, third wave's an 8. You know, it looks like she's just getting a little bit more confident out there each time, keeping the ball rolling. So, yeah, it's...
Having a ripper. We'll be moving into that next round full of momentum. And it's when you have heats like this, you just kind of wish you could take a little bit of credit on the scoreboard into your next heat from the effort you've done here. If I'm throwing away a 6.33, can I take that through with me next time? Be pretty handy. She's killing it. No disrespect to the others, but a 6.33 throwaway number, she could be winning the heat with that wave.
Yeah, she could be just with that one score. Juniper Harper has a 3.67 and a 0.97. She's comboed for first. Both her and Jing Wei are. Sitting in third. Wang Jingwei, she has a 2.27 and a 1. She needs a 2.38 to move up into second and holds that first priority. So we'll see what she can do on her next wave. She's having a good look at this one.
Oh, she's not going to get it. She's going to lose priority. Little bits of learning. There was a big one right there. And let's just watch Juniper right here, wave number 5. So she's leaving the door open here for Wang Xinghua to get up and track that 2.38 that she needs to advance. Here she is.
Yeah, nice first turn connection there. And, just kicks out. Maybe could have milked it a little bit more to get that second turn in. It looked like a bit of a smaller wave. So maybe a missed opportunity, and she's going to get a couple sets on the head. Looks like Kira Buckpitt out in position for this one. This is the current heat leader. She has an 8 and a 7.33. What's she got for us here? Huge turn. Wow. Kira Buckpitt loads up for another one. This is shaping up to be another really good wave. Gets a third connection in and a completion. Wow. She is looking really strong. And I think that she knows that that's a good wave. She's feeling it.
That's an excellent wave.
Looks like she might try and make her way in. She has 2 minutes to go. I'm not too sure if she's going to get back out there in time, but those first 4 turns were pretty next level.
Calm in, take it easy, accept all the kudos you're going to get when you're on the beach. Even rides a little right-hander in where the Groms in the afternoon surf. All the local little Groms, that's their little corner. So outstanding. The wave choice, the manoeuvre selection, she went for it. You could just feel the no pressure under her Rashi. I'm tipping she's just put together the best wave as well right there. That was so sick. Boom. Look at that first hit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, wow. This is strong surfing. Kira just not putting a foot wrong in this heat.
Even that, like for sure, best wave of the heat, I reckon.
Yeah, that was dynamic. And there it is, a 9.33 for Kira Buckpitt. 17.33 combination. I think that's the best that we've seen of the event so far.
Huge numbers, absolute BOG. She's coming in all smiles, and why wouldn't you? I get to have a chat with her. I'm just going to ask her, what the hell did you have for breakfast? Because whatever she did, it's working. She's on an absolute tear, riding a firewire by the look of it. And he goes, Juniper, can she sign off in style? She's only got to improve a 3. Wow, flavour of the month, Kira Buckpitt. That was so sick.
Yeah, that was really strong surfing.
The first turn looked really good, and you thought, oh, well, she's on her way to a big number. But then she just threw, such a huge amount of commitment at that second section that was even bigger. And it could have gone, she could have fallen so easily. But the risk factor, 9.33, I agree. So sick. Well done. And thank you, judges. She did get better with every single wave. She just surfed the perfect heat.
Yeah, that was a pretty... not really much she could have done more than that. With 20 seconds to go, it's now all eyes on who's going to get second place. Wang Jingwei has an opportunity. She's looking for a 4.67, but I'm not sure if she's going to scratch onto that one. It was Juniper Harper who locked in a 3.47 on her last wave. So she looks like she's going to roll into that next round, but Kira Buckpitt stealing the show.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so let's go and I'll go and have a chat with her. We'll be back in a moment with Heat 3. Got to watch this replay again. Let's do it. Let's stay with the replay.
Wow.
This is what a 9.33 looks like. Look at this turn here. Oh, that was a really good turn just momentarily. Anyway, we are going to throw to a break. Let's do it. And thank you, Bonsai, for the replays.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
The Krui Pro, we just saw an amazing heat. Kira Buckpitt getting a 9.33 and an 8. These ladies looking to follow in those footsteps. I'm Drew Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Giada Legati. And Giada, I don't know if you got to see any of that last heat, but that was huge.
Actually, I didn't. I was kind of hoping we'd get another replay of the 9.33, but tell me what happened. What went down?
Yeah, Kira just controlled the heat from start to finish, basically. She opened up with a 6.33, gets a 7.33, then she got an 8, then she got a 9.33.
Whoa, that is
4 waves.
a pretty crazy heat.
Yeah.
And I just overheard you saying now that she had a break last year. So what was happening there?
Yeah, so she had, I'm pretty sure it was about a year off competing. She had a few injuries. She had a little bit going on, and yeah, just took some time off competing, and then recently came back. She went to the Open State Titles in New South Wales, took that one out, first event back pretty much, and now she is in this QS 6000 and just really showing up and blowing up. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, just in the free surf, I don't get to do much surfing, but I see a lot of the surfers out there catching waves, and honestly, like, the girls and the guys are ripping, and they are all surfing so well. It's going to be a really, really tough contest this year. So great for Kira, already opening up her QS run with a 9.33. She's going to be storming the next round.
Yeah, I'm excited to see her. We'll see her a little bit later on today in that first heat of the women's round of 64. She's going to go in with Nanaho Suzuki, Lydia Kato, and Suchi Yang. So that's going to be a very exciting heat as well. We are going to run to heat 8 of the women's round of 64, and why not? The waves are fun. It's getting a little bit slower, but the quality of the waves is still really high.
Yep, and yesterday we were super lucky that it was offshore all day practically. We had a bit of overcast that just kept that wind down. Hopefully we'll be seeing that today. The conditions are have already improved so much from this morning. We saw that high tide kind of affect the wave a little bit, but this is Lola Grube right now on a good looking wave. Good first turn. Sets it up for this second one. She kind of leans back. I like her style. Here we go. She's taking this one all the way down. So good start for Lola, sorry.
Yeah, Lola connecting really well with this wave, and I haven't seen too much of Lola surfing, so I was excited to see her in this heat. She is representing New Zealand. I'm sure she's over here with a bunch of the New Zealand girls. There's actually a big group of them that are kind of in this event that haven't really done too many QSs before. So it's awesome to see the next generation. And yeah, what a great way to start off that heat for Lola. She is taking on Zhang Yuting, Wen Jinyi, and Deng Zuiying as well in this heat. So Lola, this is a replay of that first wave. Nice first turn. It's his second one that she lays into a little bit more. Love that she pushes on that back foot and driving through another carve. And yeah, she's just finding each section out there, doing really well to drive through those turns. And it kind of makes it pretty easy when the conditions are so perfect.
Yep, you're right. So really nice start here for Lola. She really went to town. You kind of see that she made it all the way down the line. It's going to be a long paddle back for her. This is a replay of Yuting Zhang on her backhand. Nice first turn, a bit of whitewash on his face. She managed to hold on. This wave stands up for her. Unfortunately falls off on that one. But that was really, really well done from Yuting Zhang, her surfer in red. So still a couple waves to come through, but Lola's last one comes in at a 4.50. So for now, best wave of the heat. This is the Krui Pro QS 6000. We have had already 3 heats of the women's. They've waited a couple days to finally start off. This is now Zui Yingdang taking a look at that one, but wasn't able really to get onto it. The last of Yuting Zhang comes in at a 2.17.
Yeah, and Yuting is actually from the Sichuan province of China, which is 1,700 kilometers inland.
Wow.
So she's not really close to the beach. So it's amazing to see her here. In Krui, I know that she's been putting in the hours. I'm pretty sure coaching, I think all 3 of these Chinese competitors in this heat are coaching with KO Belwarren. So they have a great support team to lean on. And starting this one off with a 2.17. Jin Yi is also from the same area as Yuting. So I'm sure they would be having heaps of, practice heats with each other, which is super cool.
Yeah, I've seen them training a lot in Bali, so it's great to see them out here and surfing Krui left as well. But yeah, I've seen them a lot in my home break actually in Canggu.
Yeah,
they spent a couple months there training super hard and putting the hours in, and you just really see the improvement year after year. But with that, we're gonna have a quick post-heat interview with Mark and the winner of the last heat.
Oh, we might actually stick with this live action. It looks like this is huge first turn for Yuting, and that was a really nice connection there. Just a one turn, and then this is Deng Zuiying. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck. She is from the Hainan province, which is where we've seen a few QS events there as well. So she's used to surfing a left reef, but unfortunately that one just catching her a little bit off guard.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to head over to Mark and the post-heat interview.
All right, we're on down here with the winner of the last heat, Kira Buckpitt. It wasn't just a win, it was a dead set smashing. Tell us a little bit about a 6, a 7, an 8, and a 9. How good?
Oh, yeah, can't complain, but pretty fun out there. Like, I don't know, really good waves, good crew to surf with, good fun.
All right, well, you're good fun, and I've got a lot of good stats just off your dad mate recently. He said you've blown out your ankle, you haven't competed in like almost a year, you've got electrocuted. What the hell? What's going on in your world?
Bit on last year. I broke both my ankles, tore both my syndesmoses, and then I electrocuted myself, like blew myself up, and then I've just been out of the water for like 12 months.
And you've recently also just won the New South Wales state titles, right?
Yeah, I went up to that just to go camping with Dad for the weekend. It was a bit of fun, yeah.
And you're straight out of a 4-3, you're here in boardies, steaming hot water. How hard is it to adjust to that sort of difference?
Oh, my days. I nearly blew myself up out there. It was so hot. Like, I'm sweating still. It was so hot.
Well, True Starling said to say you're back, and boy, are you back in a big way. Really, really well done.
Thanks, True Star.
I'm going to shake your hand. Everybody, that's Kira.
She had a great heat. She is so funny. Yeah, I didn't want to dive too far into it because throughout pretty much all of those injuries, something would happen. She'd come up to the Gold Coast, and then we'd have a chat. She'd come over to the household, and we'd have a laugh. So when she got electrocuted, I was like, you did what? She's like, yeah, I got electrocuted. I was like, Kira Buckpit, what is going on with you, girl? It was so funny, but well, not funny. It was pretty hectic. It was pretty gnarly moment, but it was funny to laugh about. You just have to see the good. It was chaotic. It was a chaotic moment for her, but
I mean, yeah, you definitely don't hear that every day. People getting electrocuted. That sounds pretty gnarly, but it looks like she's taking it with a positive approach.
She's like, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. So I'm just gonna laugh about it.
But it's good to see her back and that she's well. So Kira, we'll be seeing you later on today. This afternoon, we will be going straight into the next round. And a name I'm pretty surprised to see in the round of 72 is Ziggy McKenzie. She'll be in the next heat with your bestie Leilani.
Yes.
So it's gonna be super action-packed today.
Yeah, we've got lots of big names in this round of 72. It's pretty insane. Mark and I were talking about that before. Has Ziggy's done she did this event last year, but has she had any good results? I can't quite remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I actually don't even remember if she came here last. I don't think she came to the Krui Pro. I think she was probably focused on the juniors.
Yes, yeah, that would make sense.
So,
well, that would make sense as to why she's in the round of 72.
Yeah, I think she was focusing on the juniors. And on screen right now is Jinyi Wen on her backhand. Beautiful looking wave here. She tries to go upside down. Unfortunately, just goes over. Isn't able to ride out of that, but that is her first wave of the heat. But yeah, so I think Ziggy was concentrating on the Pro Juniors last year. I definitely know she didn't come to Nias.
Yeah.
And, I don't think she came to Krui either. She's been here in the past, but I'm not sure about last year. But we'll get to ask her that later and kind of get a bit of a lowdown on the situation.
Yeah, for sure. It's so crazy how many Pro Junior surfers are also doing the QS at the same time. And it's amazing that they're back to back. We saw the Pro Juniors a little bit earlier on, but this is at 4.23 from Zhang Yuting. A really, really strong turn and gets that solid connection. So good scores for the surfer in red. When Jinyi locks in a 2.43, but it's Lola who has that 4.5 best wave of the heat so far with 12.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so exciting stuff here. Can't wait to see the rest of the girls show up here. And on your screen right now is Jinyi Wen on a fun-looking insider. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that, but it is Lola Group wanting to back up that 4.5. Nice first turn. Sets up this bottom turn for the second one. A bit of a smaller wave compared to her previous one, but she is surfing this incredibly well. Wants to finish it off. Oof, unfortunately gets unstuck there. But she will be going straight to first after that one. And right behind her, Yuting Zhang now on her backhand on a great looking wave. She goes upside down, gets a little bit stuck there, but manages to pull through. She wants to get around this section. And will she be able to? Unfortunately, just gets devoured by the whitewash.
Yeah, that was really unlucky. And then this is Deng Zhuiying. Nice. Oh, that was really unlucky. Just catching a rail there on that sharp eye. So she'll regroup. Not to worry. She is from, as I was saying before, from Hainan. There's been a couple. I've been there for a QS a couple of years ago. There's been some longboard events there as well. It's a really fun left reef. There's heaps of beaches around as well. It's super fun. Have you been there?
No, not yet.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's bit of a mission to get to from memory, but it was really fun when I was there. This is that replay though. Oh, nice first turn from Lola. Draws off the bottom, gets a nice second connection in. She's doing really, really well, staying on rail, and then unfortunately this last turn just leans back a little bit too much, it seems, and then this last one here is just a one turner. It's a 317. Nice connection there, and unfortunately doesn't quite get around this section. It just, as you mentioned, Giada, just devouring her But still one really strong turn and out the back, live action.
Yeah, this is Zui Ying Deng now on a good looking wave. She is a strong surfer. That was going to be a super good turn. Unfortunately, just goes over. But we're getting a bunch of waves come through. So this is exciting for the round of 72 Heat 3. That is Yuting Zhang now taking a look at this set. And I think she's going to go for it on her backhand. Unfortunately, just a little deep for that one. But she is currently in first. We're waiting for 2 scores to come through for Lola Group and Zui Ying Deng. So exciting stuff here. And just as we have a quick break in the action, taking a look at the round of 64 here, there are some big names. We have Nanaho Suzuki in Heat 1, Philippa Anderson, Paige Harab. We have Mirai Akeda and Izzy Campbell in the same heat, Holly Williams. All these girls, have had great results here in the past. And most of them will be surfing today, so it's going to be an exciting afternoon.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be huge. Yeah, wow. Charlie Haitley, Oliver Hardy. There's so many. Giada Lagarde. Yeah, it's amazing to see so many incredible women. I mean, the bar is just rising, but this last wave of Lola locks in. It's a 5.1. So she goes back into first place with a pretty strong lead. Zhang Yuting chasing a 5.37. Wen Jin Yi chasing a 4.97, and Deng Zui-Ying looking for a 5.6 with 8 minutes to go. And unfortunately for Zui-Ying, she's had some really good turns. Just that completion's been just getting the better of her.
Yeah, she wave selection she's had has been a little off, I think, and when she has had the opportunity to kind of get some scores on the board, she seems to just fall off. So hopefully she gets a couple more chances there. It's pretty much anyone's heat, nothing too major. Lola Group, the 5-1 and the 4-5, so she's pretty comfortably out in first, but plenty of time still, so nothing concrete just yet.
Yeah, still that 7.5 minutes. It's tricky, when you're not quite connecting the dots out there and you're like, wow, I know that I can surf. I know that I can get these scores in the 4s and the 5 range, but, sometimes that just doesn't go your way. It's quite hard to turn the tides. I was talking to Jay Okalupo before, and he unfortunately got knocked out. He was surfing really well, but didn't catch a wave until the last 5 minutes, and he was like, yeah, it was just really hard. And he's like, I let Lennox go one wave and I thought it wasn't going to be a good one and I should have gone it. And we see those emotions, you see the emotions, how much it means to everyone on this tour. So I'm sure, for all these Chinese women and for Lola, the New Zealander in this heat, it means a lot to progress. And this is that 5.1 of Lola's really great turns. Love this wave.
Yeah, this wave looks so fun. It really bowled up throughout the entire ride. It was one of those insider ones that just stays close to the reef. But you're right, and especially when the waves are so good and you just can't pull your heat together, it's so frustrating because everyone's getting good waves and you kind of just want to have fun. I mean, that's why we all join these events in the first place. At the end, it's for the love of surfing. So it's tough to come all the way here and lose in one of those first rounds just because you couldn't really surf.
Yeah, it's so tough, especially, the preparation that you're leading up into it. I'm sure, surfing good, feeling good, and then nothing really matters until that 20 minutes or 25 minutes in this case. Nothing matters. It's about how you convert on the opportunities that you have. So yeah, there's going to be some more waves rolling through in the next 5.5 minutes. I'm sure it's Lola Groob out there with that 5.1 and a 4.5. She's looking really strong. This is the first time I've seen her in a QS 6000, so I'm excited to see how far she gets in this draw if she wins this heat. I think that she will move into, well, she'll be surfing tomorrow. She'll be into either heat number 13 or actually she might be in heat number 5, so she'll be surfing this afternoon with Mariah Akita, Izzy Campbell and Ruby True. Wow, that's already a stacked heat.
Yeah. There are some crazy heats in the next round that on paper look really, really stacked. So it's a great afternoon. But I was just mentioning to Mark that it's great to see a much larger group of like New Zealand girls out here. Usually it's always the majority the Australian, the Japanese, but I haven't had too much New Zealanders around here. I remember last year, just off the top of my head, maybe Ava Henderson. She came down here for the Korean Nias Pro, and she was such a cool, easygoing girl and great style. She even arrived late to one of her heats.
Oh no!
Yeah, so her bike broke down, and I was in that heat too. Her bike broke down on the way, and then she had to find a ride and bring her board.
Nightmare!
But she won. So,
oh my god!
She beat me. I was like, good on you, man. Like she came in like 10 minutes left, so it was really great to watch.
Wow,
from the water.
That's so stressful. Yeah. Oh my goodness. How amazing to just like convert that. Just be like, it's all good. I'm going out there and I'm gonna win, and everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll deal with the bike later. I'm just gonna surf my heat and come in. That is so full on. But yeah, I do agree. There's definitely more New Zealand females in the draw this year. It's exciting. It's always been Paige Harab and Safi Vetti that I've seen in the draw. So this year we've got a fair few extras, which is super cool. We saw Chloe and Alani in that first heat. I think Lola and Chloe must be sisters. And now, yeah, Lola in this heat. So I'm excited to see it. We've got Paige Harab coming up in heat number 4, Safi Vetti coming up in heat 12. Taylor Green as well. Can't forget Taylor. Taylor's in heat 15. So a huge group of New Zealand women just taking over.
Yeah, so I know that Paige Harab is traveling here with Philippa Anderson. Paige has had some huge results here, and Nias as well. I think she's back-to-back champion, if I'm not wrong. Could be saying something completely wrong, but it's okay because she deserves it. She has been in the QS and around the surfing world for a really long time. She is here training with Ivan. She trains with him every time she comes around to Indo. Her and Philip are traveling together, so I'm sure they'll be all getting ready for their heats today. Paige is a lovely person to be around, super easygoing, really kind, so big shout out to her and Philippa and Ivan too. I know he's probably watching this as well.
He's like, what about me? Yeah, there's some really awesome women in this event, just inspiring the younger generation for sure. But right now in this heat, we've got 1:45 to go, and it is Wen Jinyi. She was looking for a 4.97, couldn't quite scratch onto that last one, unfortunately. So she may end up losing that first priority. We'll see. With 1:30 left on the clock. And Deng Zuiying, she needs a 5.6. The surfer from Hainan, nice opening carve. She's gaining some speed down the line. One good turn will do it. So she goes up and into that section, throws a bit of spray, loads up into another one. That's a better connection. Wow, this is more like it. And gets please get the finish. She does. Wow. I was like, oh my goodness, that would have been a huge score. And I feel like it's definitely challenges for that 5.6 because that was great surfing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think I'm going to call the best wave of the heat right now, but I won't say that too soon, actually. Now, this is Lola Grube on a good-looking set. Unfortunately, isn't able to finish that one off, but it was Zuiying Deng. Is this going to be a buzzer beater?
Yeah, wow. With 30 seconds to go, I think that's going to be a real score. She only needs a 5.6. I think she's got it. With surfing like that, it was powerful. It was explosive. Yeah, there was definitely some really good moments there. So 10 seconds to go. We might see a change in the leaderboard. This is Lola, the current heat leader, up and riding, gets that second turn in. She's looking to defend first place. So we'll see what this last score of Deng Zuiying is from China. And wow, Wen Jinyi. Oh my goodness, that was huge surfing from the Chinese surfer. So we'll see. I'm wondering if that was even before the Hooter as well, because she only needs a 4.97, and that was 2 good waves. That last one of Deng Zuiying is a 7.67. So she goes into second place, but it's Lola Group that takes that heat out. Don't go anywhere. We have a big heat number 4 coming up right after this quick break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. Right now in the water is Heat 4, round of 72 of the women's. I'm Jara Legati, and I would like to welcome back into the booth Dai Wako.
I'm back here again.
You're back. So in the water, there are some big names right now. This is Leilani McGonigal, our surfer from Costa Rica, just came from the Challenger Series. 2 beautiful turns on a smaller wave, but that is some incredible surfing from Leilani McGonigal. She is going to finish this one off strongly. Oh, unfortunately falls off, but that's going to be a pretty good score nonetheless. And Leilani has been a champion here at the WSL QS Krui Pro in 2019. So she knows this wave well. She's from Pavones in Costa Rica. So very similar wave. Also a super long left. So she's feeling really comfortable right now.
Right. So she's in a different region? Okay.
Yep. So
okay.
Leilani is in a different region. Here, big first turn, sets it up for this second one. So much spray. Weaves through this fatter section, but the wave kind of stands up for her again. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish off, but she has so much time left, and that's going to be a pretty decent score for Leilani. But yeah, so she is, if I'm not wrong, from the North and South American region, I'm pretty sure. She was down in Australia for the Challenger Series, and True told me that she was staying with the Starlings, and True got the call up to come and work for this event. So Leilani was like, you know what? I'm just going to come down and do a couple heats before my next stop in the Challenger Series.
Wow. So pretty much just here for this Krui Pro.
Yeah.
And then
so she doesn't take any of the points. She'll take the prize money, but yeah, just a bit of a warm up for her next contest, let's say.
This is the best place for the warm up, probably. Good
100%.
left. And looks like her first wave comes in 633. That's a healthy number to start off.
You are totally right. She didn't even complete that wave, and it came in at 633. So that is a really good start for Leilani McGonigal. past winner here in 2019. She feels comfortable surfing these long lefts. She's an incredible powerhouse, and she's had many, many heats in the past. Big competitor in the ISAs, represents Costa Rica. So everyone is really there, but I'm sure that they will be seeing the results later. And we are going to head over to a quick post-heat interview while there's a break in the action.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Lola, what an incredible heat win. First one here at Krui.
Yeah, it's so fun out there. The waves are so fun.
Is this your first time here in Krui?
Yeah, it is.
How are you enjoying the time here so far?
Oh, it's so good. The waves are just like, yeah, so fun, and it's warm. New Zealand back at home's freezing. So good to like escape winter and come here.
Swapping the steamers for a bikini is always nice. Getting some experience in a QS 6000 is pretty huge. How are you feeling going into that heat? Any nerves?
Yeah, I was definitely nervous because I've only surfed out here one time when it was really crowded, didn't get many waves. But yeah, I was just so excited to do it. Yeah.
And I was talking with Giada in the last heat about, this new group of New Zealand women coming into these events. It's super exciting for us to see. How special is it to be here with a group of amazing friends and fellow competitors?
Yeah, it's so good being with all my friends over here and just experiencing it all over with them. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Lola. Good luck in your next heat. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations, Lola. She'll be surfing probably later on today, as we're going to be going straight into the round of 64 of the women's. So we're seeing a couple sets come through. The tide has gone down, so the conditions have improved so much from this morning. The conditions were great, but the tide was high, so it was very difficult for the men to really kind of complete those turns and not get their rails stuck into, not really bog their rails.
Yeah, it looks like surf has been improved a lot. Easier to surf on it compared to this morning, like you said. But this is a replay of Last of Blue. That's a good float first section. And put another, checking turns right there. But I reckon she gets another good turn after this. Good connection right there, and it gets a finish. Wow, definitely it's gonna be her best wave in this heat. Wow, comes in 517.
Yeah, I think most of the points came from that big turn. That was really well done for our surfer in blue. 517 goes straight into second, but it is Ziggy Aloha and Guo Jintang with first and second priority. Plenty of time left. Leilani got a 0.5. It was just a quick up and out. So it's a good heat we've got in our hands.
Already locked in 633 and 517. So it's not a slow heat, this one. But Ziggy holding on to the first priority, waiting for the right ones.
So Ziggy has lived in Bali before. I think, if I'm not wrong, for most of her younger life. Her brother, her dad, and mom, they were all in Uluwatu area. Then I think a couple years back, Ziggy moved over to Australia to kind of follow this surfing career and the professional surfing path, because in Australia there's just more opportunity. There's a lot of coaches and places like the HPC for them to train, as well as they practically have contests every second or third day. So every weekend, if you want, you could be competing in Australia. And I think the best way to improve your competition surfing is by competing.
That's so true. You can practice your surfing and all the skills, but you can't really get a feeling of being in the heat. And you have to make sure you have 2 good scores under 20 minutes. That's kind of a lot of pressure. So you're right. You need to be in a lot of competitions to get used to this condition. But this is Ziggy up and riding. Unfortunately, comes unstuck from the first attempt. The wave looking good though.
Yeah, it was looking like a really good wave. Unfortunately, Ziggy just kind of falling over on that one. But yeah, you can try replicate contest surfing while you're training as much as you want, but it will never really quite be the same as when you're actually out there. There's a timer, you have your rashing on, you've only got 20 or 25 minutes,
Right.
so it's a tough thing to replicate in the free surf.
That's so true. Even, well, here is Leilani up and riding again. Smaller size waves, waiting for the section to stand up for her. That's a big, massive power hack. And put another one right out of it. So clean. That's going to be another good score for surfer in green. Yeah, even you having a coach session and doing a heat practice, it doesn't seem like actual heat. You always know that, oh, this is practice.
Exactly. At the back of your mind, you'll always have, the safety of, oh, this is just, I'm at home, I'm just training. Whereas when you're out there, you've traveled all this way, you've put the time in, and losing first round can really sting. So
really hurt your feeling.
yeah,
That's for sure.
exactly. So it just shows how much time, effort, and money goes into these events from the athletes. They most of these people actually work part-time jobs or full-time jobs to be able to come here and chase a dream or surf a couple heats. And so it's a tough world.
It's not an easy world to be in. A lot of work done, and this is a surf in blue, just quick in and out. And sometimes you build a lot of pressures by thinking too much about expenses and all the work you've done. But although all the work you've done is just for this competition, so you kind of don't really want to think about it. But I don't know, I cannot stop thinking about it when I was competing, just thinking about how much I spent all this trip. I can't get knocked out in an earlier round.
Yeah, and that just creates that extra bit of pressure. And when you're out there in those 20 or 25 minutes, you have to try and take as much pressure off yourself to be able to perform. Some people do really well with it, and others just fall straight into the trap.
Right.
That's a beautiful wave from Leilani. Comes in at a 7.17, extends her lead. She's sitting on that last score and a 6.33. So she is looking pretty comfortable out there. Leilani showing exactly why she's a Challenger Series surfer and why she is up in with the big dogs.
Right. Even on a smaller size wave, she was able to get 717 because of the power, speed, flow. Everything was there. And this is Ziggy up and riding. Need a score 425. Managed to put 2 turns in, but not a major turn, I think. But love to see from the beach angle though.
Yeah. So if Ziggy is actually a world junior champion, she's an ISA world junior champion. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, but she had an incredible performance out in El Salvador. She came out the top, so that's not an easy title to get.
Nice.
She must have surfed so many heats and rounds to get there.
Especially for the world,
the
world juniors.
ISAs. Everyone knows how many heats you have to get through.
And there's also like a repechage. Even you lost once, you get to come back, but so many heats.
Exactly. So if you fall into those repechage rounds, you're gonna be surfing at least 20 heats in a week to be able to get back into that final. But she did an incredible job out there. So really well done, Ziggy, showing that the move to Australia and her training has really paid off.
Well, the last of Ziggy comes in 4.00. That's a nice backup there. Now needs 4.311 to go into the second. Jinting has first fly already. Looking for a wave 610 to go into second. But there's plenty of times left on the clock.
Yep, so Ziggy got her first wave of this heat. Just 11 minutes remaining. It is Leilani, though, out the front with the 717 and a 6.33. Shuji Jiang 517 and a 193. This is our surfer in blue right now. She wants to get rid of that 193. And this wave is looking pretty good. Nice, more vertical hit. Will she be able to get around this section? And unfortunately doesn't. So she'll be paddling back out. Don't think she'll be super stoked on that one, especially since her 517 was a really well-surfed wave.
Well, here is Leilani up and riding again. This is a good-looking wave. Nice off the top. Just coming back to the power zone and go straight into the lip. Nice carb again. A little bit foamy section, but decided to kick out.
Right behind her is Ziggy on her backhand. Nice opening first turn. This wave is going to stand up for her. She goes a little more vertical on that one, but goes nice again on that second turn. I thought that wave was going to be a little more critical. Let's see if she does something here on the inside. She goes upside down and unfortunately doesn't ride out of it, but that was a really nice wave from Ziggy. I think most of the work was done out the back. Unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of it, but she'll be getting rid of that 093 pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was a well-served wave from Sapphire Red. Definitely meeting the requirement. 3.11, that's what she was looking for. But here is Leilani. Is up and riding again, but quick in and out probably. Yeah, we're still waiting for the last of blue as well as red and green.
Yeah, so we're waiting for some scores to come through. It is now a score about to drop for Shuji Yang. It comes in at a 3.77, so it does extend her lead a little bit. Now Ziggy looking for a 4.95. It's going to be a close one now. So this is the replay of our surfer in blue. Just a little bit of a half turn there. She sets it up for this second one. Unfortunately, this wave kind of just running away from her, so she wasn't able to really do anything too crazy. This is the last of Leilani. Came in at a 4.47. And right behind her, Ziggy. So some really nice turns here. More just like open face carved. You know, I think she was looking for this wave to kind of really stand up for her. And when it did, fortunate that went over the handlebars, but super well done from Ziggy.
A little bit of paddle battle between green and red right there. But we're still waiting for the last of red. Judges are taking really good time to go through that ride again. She needs 4.95 to go into the second and comes in 6.27 straight into the second place now. Jian needs 5.11 to go into the second. Jinting needing 9.27, just 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, really well done from Ziggy. A 6.27. That's a huge number. Pushes her straight into second. Now it is Jiang and Jinting now needing the scores. We're going to reach the 7-minute mark. Still plenty of time, so we shouldn't write it off just yet. But those are some healthy heat scores that we're seeing from Leilani and Ziggy. So we're going to be seeing the replay of our woman in red right now on her backhand. These two turns were really well done. Tight in the pocket all the way back to the whitewash. So Ziggy showing exactly why she's World Junior Champ. Didn't happen for no reason. So an incredible surfer and a very, very talented young lady. So tell me what you liked about this wave.
Well, I like everything of it, connecting all the turns smoothly, Well, this is Ziggy up and riding again, looking for wave to better 4.00. That's a big section to hit. Managed to, ride out of it. But yet, Ziggy got a 6-7 without a finishing turn. So if she would have made that one, it could be an excellent score range.
100%. That it definitely would have gone into 7s or 8 range. She surfed that so well, so much maturity in her surfing. She wasn't rushing the turns.
Right.
She was waiting for the wave to kind of tell her when to hit it, when to do those turns. She read it really well. So this is a replay of her last wave. One of the sets. We're still waiting for the score of this one to come through. She wants to get rid of that 4.00, and she does. This last one comes in at a 4.93, so she increases her lead over Shuji and Guo. And it's looking a little bit tougher now for our surfers in white and blue with 5 minutes remaining. That's quite some pressure to put on them.
Right.
Jinting still sitting on only a 1-point ride. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit of a slow heat for her. We see the girls readjusting their positions. A huge set came in and washed everyone through.
You can tell with a whitewash, everyone just gets smashed by the bigger set. Jinting has been holding on to the first priority for quite a long time. She's only ridden one wave yet. She's in a combo situation, so probably she needs to get one wave, get out of the combination situation, and she can be back in the game.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Jinting, she's struggling to kind of get into the rhythm here. It's you see her down there in white. She does have first priority, so that means that the next set to come, she has the right of way. If Jinting takes off, everyone has to give her space. It is Leilani McGonigal, though, out at front with a 7.17 and a 6.33. Ziggy McKenzie, a 6.27 and a 4.93 to back it up. She's doing an incredible job. Fumbled a little in the beginning, but found her way and is really showing some incredible surfing in this back end of the heat. Now it's all down to Shuji and Juo to kind of play catch up. Juo needing 2 waves, not just one, to be able to move on to the next round.
Being in the combination situation just over 3 minutes 30 seconds is kind of hard situation for her. You need 2 waves actually to get out of the combination situation, and 3 minutes, well, if you get 1 wave, it's gonna take a little while to go back out. So yeah, she might want to catch as soon as she can.
Yeah, the lineup is, this wave is so long that when you catch a really long one, it takes so much energy to come back, especially with this heat. It's not easy for the athletes to try maintain the speed to come back and not lose all their energy, because if you get out there tired and the set comes, you gotta have some energy to perform.
Right. True. Down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Still Jinting holding on to the first priority. Looking for a wave to get out of the combination situation.
While there's a bit of a break in the action, I want to give a huge thank you to some of our sponsors and some of the people that made this event happen and made sure that we're here and able to give these surfers the opportunity to get some points and show their surfing. Thank you to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Huge thank you to the WSL and the PSOE. As well, thank you to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat, and of course to the ASC. Everyone put so much hard work, time, and effort to bring this together. So it's an important thank you to all of them. We're going to reach the last minute and a half here. Some sets coming through. But we're just going to go on a quick replay of Leilani's. I think this was her 6-3-3 or no, sorry, this was a 7-1-7 of
Yes.
Leilani. Just 2 turns, just showing that it's all about quality over quantity sometimes. Just because you catch a super long wave and do many turns doesn't mean that you're going to get the highest score.
Here is Jinjun finally gets the wave in, using her first priority. Nice off the top. Put another one in. Managed to navigating into this inside section, and it gets the finish right there. So definitely it's gonna be her best ride so far, but I don't think it'll be enough for her to go into second. She decided to just come in.
Yeah, with 30 seconds, I don't think she'll be getting another opportunity to back that one up. It comes in at a 2.90, but really well done from Jo Jinting. She gave it her best, had a good run. Unfortunately couldn't really find her rhythm out there. And as we're gonna count this one out, I think I can safely say it's gonna be Leilani McGonigal and Ziggy McKenzie going into the next round. We're going to be seeing them surf later this afternoon. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Krui Pro QS 6000, day number 4. This is women's round of 64, heat number 1. I'm Daiwako in the booth with Mark Clift. How are you this afternoon?
Good, mate. Yeah, just been out there having a little wander around and soaking it up. It's getting pretty warm just after lunchtime here. Big time heat now. We're in the round of 64, all right? All the top seeds join the party, and it's Nanaho Suzuki out of Japan in the red, Lydia Kato out of Bali, Indonesia there in the blue, Young Suchi in the white, representing Japan, and Alani Morse in the green, representing New Zealand. So 4 different nations doing battle. Should be a ripper because I recognise all these names, and what a way to kick off the round of 64.
Very international heat, exciting. Top city surfers are now surfing in this event. So we're gonna go until heat number 1 to heat 8.
Yes,
today.
yes, correct. Which is good news because there's a lot of talent in this round. I remember seeing Nanaho win an event in Nias on the Asian region in recent years. Big time performer. Lydia Kato, part of the Pisoi team out of Bali. Young Suchi blew my mind the first time I saw her in the Maldives a couple of years ago. Here she is right now. Super strong, really talented. A star in the making, trust me. And we also have Alani Morse. We just saw her win her heat earlier to get into this position.
As well start from Yang. So she's represented for China in Paris Olympics.
Yes, yeah, I believe so. There's been a lot of hype on her, and for very good reasons, I reckon. So Alani Morse.
Wow.
Yep, she's already surfed a heat. Wasn't that long ago. It was in the first heat of the last round, right? So it's only been an hour and a half since she was in the water.
That is a nice surfing from Alani Morse.
Geez,
Gets over the section, but unfortunately comes unstuck.
Got a good projection up over the foam, but just couldn't get the completion. Either way, I like your theory. Keep it up, Alani. That's what's going to hold you in good stead. as soon as you can start making those moves, it's going to be wicked.
She's been surfing already, like you said an hour ago, so she has kind of advantage of this place compared to other free surfers. So she might want to use that advantage,
I reckon, and also a little bit of confidence.
Yeah,
having surfed a heat, everyone else has still been sitting on the sidelines almost 4 days. They're in the spotlight now, so those first heat nerves for them are real, and they'll be feeling a little bit of pressure. And at least Alani's had a surf. She won a heat. She's felt it out there. She knows what she wants to line up with in these conditions. She'll have the confidence of that win, and it's not her first surf. So the others, no one ever wants to lose in round one, and for her, it's actually not round one.
Round two.
Yeah.
Wow,
Oh
that
my
was
gosh.
huge
Lydia.
attempt from Lydia.
Oh my God, she got smoked. Didn't see whether she pulled anything off before that effort, but I think she's still underwater. That was a brutal wipeout. Just came up.
Yep, her board is okay, not snapping half, so she is putting back out. 517 for the first of green. Young, the last wave comes in 417, so that's a very good exchange. Just a point different. We're still waiting for the last of Lydia's wave, and now Nanaho is holding on to the first priority. 5 minutes in, there's plenty of times for Nanaho's to pick right ones.
Yep, and something we're going to talk about a little bit more as we get through this round. We'll just watch these replays, but this is young Suchi's first ride. Got that low power, center of balance. I think Team China are hedging a lot of bets that she's going to be the one that's really going to open the door for those crew. That was a sick move.
It was great, get over the form, over the white form, and comes around the section and put another one. Does a check turn, but this section gets over the white form, but unfortunately went down. But even though without the last section, last finish, she got a 517. That's a good way to start off this round of 64.
Yeah, and she's got the long limbs, Lani. She uses them well to get that projection going on. We saw the 517. Had she completed that end move, could have seen it maybe nudging sevens or at least 6.5s. It was really well surfed wave. So Nanaho out the back, going to have to regroup here. She would have heard some numbers that are respectable. The 517 could be a little concern. 417 for young Suchi is also a number that has been getting some people through heats. Lydia, one brutal wipeout, and Nanaho now has to answer back. But there's something we're going to talk about throughout this round, which is a new initiative by Bonsoi. It is the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. All right, so it's going to run throughout the Asian region events. It's going to feature all the crew that are in those co-sanctioned 6,000s. They're going to incorporate a yellow jersey to indicate who the heat leader is, the rankings leader is. It's going to cover at this stage at least 3 events, being Krui, Nias, South Korea, and tentatively Japan, Shagao, and Taiwan. At those co-sanctioned QS 6000s only. The reward at the end of the series is $5,000 for the winner of each to help with their Challenger Series campaigns. And Bonsoi coming on big time in this year's WSL events. We love your work. Thanks, Bonsoi. Here's Nanaho.
鈴木選手、1本目のライディングになります。大きなカービングターンでしっかりとパワーゾーンに戻って深いボトムターンからもう一度カービングターンを見せてきますが、少しレールが引っかかってしまいました。
All right, and Alani, quick up and down. Not sure whether she got anything before that. Lydia's got young Suchi has priority in the white. Lydia has regrouped. She's back out there, ridden a couple of ways for no real runs on the board. But tell me a little bit about, let's watch this again. So I think this is another wave for Alana. She's got that move dialed in. She's done it a bunch of times, eh?
Unfortunately, closing out on her, but still the first section, it went vertical, with the precision. It was great surfing. But Yang, up and riding, really loved the first down with the power and the flow. And third down, even bigger, and comes around the section but decided to kick out. That was well out from surfer in white. Yang needing only 1.58 going to the first.
Yep, so a good answer back there by the surfer in white, making a real charge and doing it really well. Some strong surfing. The first time I saw her flashing back to the Maldives 2 years ago in 23, blew me away on the Coke's right-hander, gnarly wave with a lot of consequences if you hit the bottom. And then up and down one maneuver. Blew me away. I remembered her name and I went, wow, if she could just keep progressing and get a lucky break here or there, she's the real deal. And maybe eventually could be China's first C tier.
Right.
Because she's really, really good. So good.
Yeah, she has flow, speed, as well as power into her surfing. So, yeah, really like the last of Yang as well.
And just one more note on what young Suchi did at that Maldives event. She surfed so impressive heat after heat after heat, and she blew me away so much. I made the call while I was announcing that. It was the best 14-year-old woman surfing I'd ever seen. She was that strong.
She was 14 years old.
Then she was. So she's not that old now. She's only about 16 or 17
Still
now.
Junior division.
I asked her, I said, so where did you learn to surf and what have you done? She said, well, I used to be a sailor and Team China plucked me out of that because at least I was involved in water sports and threw a surfboard under my feet and said, no, now you're on the surfing team. And she was never a surfer. That was the story she told me. So Team Japan filtered her out of the sailing side of life and put a surfboard under her feet.
Right.
Here goes Lydia.
This is a good looking wave for Lydia. Nice off the top. Went vertical and straight into the first down. Coming back to the white water and put another turn in and gets the last section in.
Yep.
And a completion was a great wave from Lydia.
It was a nice little answer back there. But have a look at White's number, a 667 for that last effort. Just blasting away on quite a sucky wave and confidently exploring the lip line a bunch of times on that wave. So the confidence is there in the white rash vest. You can see her out the back. Strong surfer. Her full belief that she's in this surfing thing to go big and become famous and win stuff and really rattle some cages at the highest level. And the 667 suggests that she knows how to do it. So let's just see how far through the draw she can go because I really like what I see so far. We are going to hear from Leilani McMonigal right now. So take it away there, True. Or actually, G.
All right, guys, I'm here with Leilani McGonigal. You've been a winner here in the past. You won your last heat with flying colors. I mean, it looked like you were at home out there. Tell us a little bit why you're here in Krui, even though you're not part of this region, and what your plan is.
Well, I really love Krui. Oh. Okay. I really love Krui, and last time I came, I had the best time ever. So just to be able to come back and enjoy this, being so close to Australia, I'm like really jealous that this isn't part of our region because it's so much like home, and I really enjoy coming here and seeing all the beautiful people in this beautiful place. So I'm just like vouching for it to be a challenger one day.
Hopefully, and we know you're from Pavone, so very similar setup to this. What do you think are the main differences or similarities?
I think the wave is really similar. We have like a very similar pace with the quick ones. And this one has a little bit more of a fat section through it, but definitely when it's the bully lower tide, it really reminds me of home, and I have so much fun out here.
I know it's really late in Costa Rica right now, but is there anyone you'd like to say hi to?
Solo quiero saludar a todo el mundo que ha trasnochado para ver mi hit. Muchas gracias y un saludo a mis papás que están viendo y por allá. Chao.
Muchísimas gracias. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much. Nice words right there. And Leilani will be surfing again today in Heat 7 is the word. But what are we looking at? We've seen Lydia's last wave. What is it?
717. That is an healthy score for Lydia. So this is a replay of the 717.
Yep, the Bonsoy replay. Boom. Great first maneuver. That really got the judges' attention, I reckon. And just staying engaged and surfing in the pocket. A second good positive move. That's finish as well. She got up there early and just didn't actually hit the lip. She probably would have got gobbled up if she did. So it was a smart play to just get up there early, ride out, collect those little bonus points. So Lydia Cato, a very smart exchange. Everybody has at least a number they can hang their heads on at this stage. Even Nanaho, she just needs to go a little better for a 4.88 or a 4.85, I believe, to go into an advancing position. Alani looking strong. A 4.01 is not much of an ask for her. And we still have 11 minutes. And Lydia could bother young Suchi out of the lead with a 3.67 of her own. There's the next heat getting ready.
This is getting more exciting in the middle of the stage. Lydia's last serve 7.17. That is a huge score, and this is Alani important wave needing 4.01, setting up for the first stand. Nice off the top with a big spray and go vertical. And comes around the section. Is she going to get a finish?
I reckon she already gets the number. Hitting that lip like that was very bossy. A little completion there, just to add a little bit of icing to the ride.
She likes it too.
I loved it too, because she only needed a 4.01, and the fact that she hit the lip on that second move, I reckon she had the points from that moment.
Definitely.
So whatever's on top of the 4 is probably what she, or thereabouts, is, it's going to be a good number.
It's going to be a good number, definitely, and it'll get her into second. But Lydia only needing probably mid-3 or mid-4s to go into the second. So, yeah, it's back-to-back. And Nanaho is kind of a little bit in trouble at the moment.
I reckon it could get her into first. All right, because there wasn't a big difference. And she's already got a 5.17. So if this is a mid to high 5, which I believe it probably could be every bit of that, she'll go to first. She didn't balk at the lip. Right. And that's what the judges want to see. Just that commitment to attacking the top of the wave, that top to bottom second hit. I'm sure we'll see the Bonsoy replay of that last wave of greens shortly. I think she could take it to first. I'm going to see. Here it is again. So thanks, boys. Right on cue. So it's all about this second move for me. It was a great wave. All right. That was pretty good. All right. It was sort of a standardish move. But this thing here, boom, hitting the lip, big risk. And got around and added a little bit more to this. With a completion where she tagged it again. Alani Morse into first with a 6.1.
Yeah, just like you said, straight into the first place with a 6.10 and a 5.17.
Well, I believe it had to be because she hit the lip.
Yeah.
And, judges really send that message that they see a lot of people grinding just under it and grinding just out on the face a little bit. But if you get a lip and you get an opportunity and you actually take it on and make it as easily as she did, and it was had a bit of height to it as well. So the judges would have just sat up and took notice and gone, "Oh, we got to throw a decent number at this," just based squarely on the commitment to that second turn. So great wave choice, really nice attack there, Alani. It is now the Kiwi surfer in first, and I agree with that. I reckon that was just spot on.
Right.
Now, everyone else is still quite well positioned. When you look at Surfer in white just below her, she's got priority and only needs a 4.6. Lydia needs only a 3.67 for second. She's got the best wave of the heat. She's got to remember that. She could challenge for the lead quite easily here with about a score in the low 4s. Would get Lydia to first. Nanaho got a little bit of work to do just to have a look at second place. A mid-6 is not an easy number, but I believe she's got the goods to get it.
Definitely, she has a skill to get that requirement. But Alani is now in first place, but I don't think she's in the safer place because, white and blue got a best score and the second best score in this heat so far. So probably Alani trying to get rid of the 5.17. But here is
young Suchi will also lose priority, I reckon. It's red. Nanaho, you'll go.
選手 6.52 必要です。一発目。綺麗にターンを入れてきます。ここからインサイドにかけて波が張ってくるとその点数を広げてくることができますが、どうでしょう。 チェックターンを続けます。波が切り立ってくるのを待っていく中で、ここで少し切り立ってきたか。しっかりと縦へのアプローチ。さあ、この先も続いてくる。もう一発しっかりと入れてきます。ここでキックアウト。
Don't mind if I give a little golf clap there. She was... Oh, my God. What has Alani just done? Hit the lip with a big, solid grind across the coping. You don't see many surfers do that. Alani just gives us the high five.
Yes, the first
I cannot wait to see it again.
Really loved the first time. She was like drifted on top of the wave.
She did.
And come around the section with speed and flow.
She's rapidly becoming my favourite in this whole division. She's so sick. We can't discount the Chinese server here, though, because this one has got a lot to like as well. So this heat is just blowing up, really. It's going nuts. A lot of frothy stuff here. Young Suchi. Oh, my God.
That was a huge turn, both of the first and second.
How's the surfing this round of 64 is bringing?
Right.
Hey?
Right in the queue. First heat of the round of 64.
I reckon everyone involved in this heat realises they're in a banging hard heat and they're all going for it. And it's kind of paying off for all of them at this stage. Even Nanaho. Nanaho did such a good bottom turn. I think to get to this second turn, I really took note just how long she held one of these bottom turns. And she got a wave that just kept dropping sections. One of the longest waves I've seen ridden for a while. She must have thrown 6 or 7 moves at this thing.
Unfortunately, that wave didn't really stand up for her. It gets a finish, but not the major turn.
It's really going to bring her requirement down, though. It might not get her into second. It might go close, but if it doesn't, her requirement is going to come down substantially. But this is the move we're talking about.
That turn was huge and really losing the tail. Really loved the first turn.
Yeah, Alani Morse has got a big number owed in the green rashi. Even the finish, that was just so many good things to like about that. And then this one here, the Chinese surfer on our Bonsai replay, had a lot of white frothy stuff. And you thought, this is a hard wave to surf, but she just goes up and slaps the lip, if you don't mind.
Well, it was a bigger size waves. And like you said, it's hard to surf on it with a lot of whitewash. But still,
hit a lip.
Managed to pull the 2 turns.
So Lydia's got to do something now. She's dropped to 4th at this stage. So I think her requirement is definitely not going to be a 3.67 any longer because some big numbers. Alani Morse is rewarded with a 6.6. All right, to be going into first and holding it. But Suchi, young Suchi has a number to come. 6.03. There wasn't a lot of surfing on that wave. It was a big wave. You don't see many people really slap hard that end section, which was the real highlight, and that's where pretty much all her points will hang on that one maneuver. But it was a tough move. She's just proving her grit and her skill level. But here is Lydia. She needs a wave, and she's got to do something really good on this because all requirements will have blown north once young Suchi's number drops. So at least she hit the lip as well, a crumbling lip, but she hit it.
So the last of Yang comes in 6.07, put her into the first. Well, now needing 7.73. Lydia looking for 5.53.
Yep, I didn't see the whole wave of blue, so no comment on the number there. I'd like to see another replay. I'm not sure whether it really had the goodness and the steepness of Alani's last ride. It definitely didn't have the size of young Suchi's last wave. Both those surfers, there's only 0.4 separating first and second. So, all right, this is the judges' views. Take us through this one.
Nice wave, but kind of fat out at the back, but still steeper section to hit right there. So that's a second turn, and it's going to be a 5.53.
All right, so the judges are rewarding mainly that second move. The first turn was a little bit of a mini move, but she set it up well. It puts her into third. So for 11.10 and sitting in third, you haven't seen too much of that action today. Most people with 11s have been advancing.
Right.
And even Nanaho surfed a long way, did a lot of moves. When we saw the drone footage, the wave was kind of flat, was probably what really cost her. She probably did the most turns on one wave in this heat and only got thrown a 4.97 because the judges realised there wasn't any real dynamic sections on her wave. 2 minutes.
Wow.
Who's out the back? It's White. So
That's
Chinese surfer.
Has first priority, looking for wave to better the 607 to extending her lead.
I hope she gets another wave. She's an excitement machine
right.
to watch, right?
A few lines coming into the
She
lineup.
really goes for
Right.
it. She's got 90 seconds. And she's prepared to attack at all costs, which is, I'm loving her mentality when she stands up. She's only a youngster. She'd be about 16 or 17. You're probably going to get an interview with her in a minute. So
Right.
you can ask her, please, because I believe she's got a future. I can't wait to see what she brings once we go to NIAS, how the rest of this event pans out.
Wow, a few sets
1
are
minute.
running through to the lineup.
Probably going to burger out when they're that size. They're generally no good. Not today anyway. No. So she has to let it go down to 50 seconds. The ocean will have a lot of froth and turbulence through it once this set rolls through. So it takes a while to settle down and become rideable again. There's no more lines behind it. This could end up being our result. If it is, you've got to almost say commiserations to someone like Lydia, who's in blue. She's paddling for this wave. Not going to get it, but a 717 is the best wave of the heat. She's probably not going to get through here, but it was a high-powered heat. Just the 0.4 separating first and second. So Alani could have easily won this heat as well. She had some outstanding moments in this matchup. So, oh, geez, just what a way to kick off the round of 64. I'm just going to say congratulations to all surfers involved in this heat. It was such an entertaining affair. Boom. All right, so we're done with that very first heat. You can go and have a chat with young Suchi, and we'll be back in a moment right after this break.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Righto, back with Heat 2, the round of 64 of the ladies, and it opened in fine style with that last heat. And our Heat number 2 matchup is seeing Freya Prume in the red, taking on Rita Suzuki in the blue. Yana Sewell in the white, and Arisa Ishii in the green. Welcome back, True.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, that looks like it was a pretty exciting heat.
Yeah.
Lots going on. In that
Me and
last
Di
one.
were loving it. We were on the edge of our chairs and we're doing all sorts of shout outs because it was pretty damn exciting.
Mhm.
Worth the price of admission, that heat for sure. It was great.
Yeah, super fun. Wow, you can see the real spread of the women in this lineup. It looks like Arisa Ishii and Rita Suzuki paddling out. I don't think they've got any waves, just getting themselves into position.
Also got a couple of caddies in the lineup by the look of things.
Yeah, and then way up the point, there's Freya Prum and Yana Sewell as well. So, yeah, a little bit of a separation between the 4 ladies in the lineup right now with 23 minutes.
Well, blue and green.
Wow.
The Japanese pair look like they're a bit late to the party. They're still just getting their paddle out going on. In fact, they're the other side of the caddies. So I don't think the caddies are in the wrong spot. I think the Japanese young ladies, they're in the wrong spot. They should have been out the back.
Super random. Maybe they got some sets on the head. Who knows what's happened in between that quick break and the start of this heat. Freya having a look at this one. She's going to scratch onto it. Freya Prum up and riding. She got an equal 17th here last year. Nice opening carve. Just the one turn though. That wave fattens out.
Looking incredibly fit as well, I must say. When I watched her check in, I'm like, whoa, Freya's been doing the crunches and the training, and she is a weapon. I actually, years ago at the Shargao event, ended up rooming with her in a house, and we became friends. It must have been 4 or 5 years ago. But when she trains, she trains. She's a demon.
Yeah, she does a bit of training with Jared Detiri, with myself, and yeah, sometimes when we get paired up together, I know that I'm getting a run for my money.
Bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, well, she's so strong, but it's good because yeah, it makes you live, that's for sure, and she's super encouraging. Yeah, it's definitely fun to train with her. She's got such good energy. I saw her just before her heat as well. I was like, Freya, good luck, and gave her a big hug. And she's a very experienced competitor. She's been to Krui multiple times. She knows what she needs to do, and I know that she's just excited to be back here.
Unreal. Always good to see her because she keeps everyone else in the pack honest. She's a good competitor. She's fierce. Get the Rashi on. That's why she's here. She's got focus on the job at hand. So I believe she never lets herself down just through lack of preparation. She's always super into it, and that's what she brings. So I'm not really sure about some of these other ladies in the heat, so we'll just see how it pans out. But either way, they'd be highly inspired by what they saw out of that last first heat of this round. Lots of goodness going on.
Yeah, such an amazing way to kick off the round of 64 for the women. Suchi Yang just getting that win. It's pretty inspiring for the other Chinese competitors here that I'm sure are watching.
Well, she'd have to be the team captain out of China, because she's the most experienced. Some of the other ladies are super inexperienced in that lineup, in that team, and
it's
I'm
funny
sure
too.
they all look up to her because she's the real deal, I reckon.
Yeah, and she's only just turned 16 as well, so she's quite young, And let's take a look at this first wave of Freya. Just the one turn, it locks in at a 2. Yeah, you could see it was a little bit fat by the end of it.
So when I met young Suchi at the Maldives event 2 years ago, I asked her, I said, where did you learn to surf? She said, well, I was actually a sailor and into sailing, and surfing in China came along, realised at least she's in an ocean sport, and said, no, you're going to come and ride a surfboard, and we're going to put you in our surf team and see how you go as a surfer. And that's how she got a start on a surfboard. That's how come she's here, dragged out of another ocean sport, and now she's a red hot surfer. So it was actually some good recruiting by Team China. But it's a highly unusual story, and that's how it went.
Yeah, wow, pretty special. I mean, it seems like she's just a natural out there, and yeah, it was an exciting heat for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what she has to say. That's a little insight into the athlete area. Looks like that is surfers getting ready for that next heat. I actually think that might be the heat after, because Kira Buckpitt's in green in that next heat, and I believe that might be Chloe, if I am correct in saying that. So yeah, we've got a whole heap of surfers coming up. We're going to run to heat 8 of this round today, so 6 more heats to go after this one. Lots of surfing. Yep,
and there's some quality names all over it, and I'm sure you got the briefing as well about the new Bonsai Asian Super Series that's going on. So we'll talk more about that as well once Kana Nagashia hits the lineup. Nagashia, she will be featured in a bright yellow rash vest, leading out the series for the first time. Again, another little history-making moment at this year's event, and we'll harp on that a little bit more as we get to it. But it's a great incentive that Bonsai are putting together.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's incredible to see more and more backing for all of the surfers, particularly in the Asia region. Right now in this heat, though, 18 minutes to go. Just the one wave of Freya Prum. We saw it a little bit earlier. It's slow. There's not too much going on, but then things just start to fire up out of nowhere. And then in the last 5 minutes of a heat, you're seeing about 15 waves be ridden. It's crazy.
Yeah, there was no shortage of waves for that last heat. So the energy is still in the ocean. We must be getting close to low tide. It's 1 o'clock down here in Krui time. A nice set wave approaches. Priority, there is none. All three of them have to duke it out. So the fact that White's on the inside, she gets first bite of the cherry. Yana Sul. And weaving around. Doing some pretty good work on this wave. All right. The drone footage, another nice wave goes unattended. Must have broke it a little bit wide. So we've got Arissa in the green, Rita in the blue, waveless at this stage. Okay, we're going to throw down to have a little interview with Dai Wacko and young Suchi. So go for it, Dai.
You started with a good wave and a good surfing and back it up with a huge score. But how is it out there?
I think wave is super fun. I feel my surfing is good. Wave so fun. Yeah.
Tell us about yourself a little bit more. How do you and where you've been surfing in China?
I'm from China, 16. I'm surfing in Hainan, Zhiyue Bay, and Fuli Bay. Have so long left wave, so good. Yeah.
It's a place. It's a Hainan, right? Is it like similar to this kind of condition here in Krui?
It's my first time. I feel here wave so good, pretty fun. Yeah.
Would you like to say something in Chinese to your friend family in China?
OK，就是第一次来到这边，然后这边浪很好，然后感谢家人，然后谢谢队里面的教练还有领导能给我这次机会。
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next round. Thank you.
All right, remember that face, remember that name. We're going to hear a lot of it. And here is Rita Suzuki ripping into her first effort. Boom, huge, solid, confident surfing from Rita Suzuki. We also saw Wayana in the white pick up another wave as well.
Yeah, lots of surfing going down in this heat. A few waves and yeah, some exciting stuff. And that was from Suchi. She was saying that she's been surfing Hainan, which is a left reef over in island off China. And I've been there before, and it's a really fun wave. There's heaps of fun beaches around there as well. So it's an awesome training ground, especially when coming over here to Krui. It's a long left reef, so I'm sure she'd be feeling somewhat comfortable out there. This is a replay of Rita Suzuki's last wave. Gets that opening carve in. You can see she just tags it there. And really well surfed wave for Rita.
Yeah, that second turn just really caught my attention, and a third big belt up in a pocket, which is what the judges want to see, and confidently hits that end section. Big number. It almost drew a 7. A 6.83 is a great result. Rita Suzuki is definitely putting her best foot forward. Every one of those moves just was eking confidence. She's in the zone.
Yeah, she definitely is. She was connecting and identifying those critical sections, which was awesome to see from Rita. 6.83 is well rewarded, and it's scores like that stay in the back pocket and that stay in your scoreline throughout the rest of the heat. And with 14 minutes to go, she's in a pretty healthy lead right now. I mean, Freya's had a 2.67 and a 1.87. Oh, sorry, Freya's had a 2. It was Wayana that's had a 2.67 and a 1.87. She's looking for a 4.17 to go to first, but I feel like once Freya finds herself on a good wave, as well as Arisa Ishii, we'll see some good surfing. Arisa actually getting a 9th place in the Pro Junior of this event as well. So she's got that experience out here.
And had a few heats out there in the lineup, so she'll be familiar with her landmarks and what it takes to compete out here on such a big playing field. There's some motion out the back that seems to be sort of moving down the reef nicely, and the ladies are starting to see and respond to the lines in front of them. Priority sits with Arisa in the green. Freya right next to her with the second priority. Rita Suzuki just blew her last wave to pieces. Every time she hit the lip, the drone footage, you could just see most of the bottom of her board, so she was really tilting that thing over on rail. So Rita has got to be feeling good about herself. The scores like that have been winning heats, so now she's just got to get out there and do some backup work. We're at the halfway mark of heat 2, and plenty of huge names coming up throughout this round. Philippa Anderson is doing it again with the Rashi on, and I would love seeing Philippa compete, because there would be no one in this draw with more experience than Philippa Anderson, other than maybe one of her best friends, Paige Harrop, who's in heat 4. We've got Charlie Haitley, Olive Hardy, Australian Junior Champion. Jihada Lagati, there she is, woohoo, in heat 8. Leilani McMonigal, who who's won here before and won her last tough heat in Heat 4, is up against Kana Nakashio and a couple of others in Heat 7. Holly Williams. We've also got Mirai Aikida. What a name and what a weapon with a rash vest on. Izzy Campbell. The draw to finish off today is, for me, looking like very entertaining afternoon's work down here.
Yeah, there's lots of amazing heats coming up. I mean, the waves are there. And as soon as we see these women up on their feet, I'm sure we're going to see some pretty lethal surfing.
Miko's blue, waving her arms. Rita, 683. But the good news for Rita as well, not only just the blockbuster number, no one else caught a wave while she was paddling out.
Yeah, she's in a good position with that. I mean, 6.83, she's in a healthy lead so far. If she can get a 4, then she's sort of running away with it. So yeah, you can see she's paddling herself back in, maybe trying to find one of those inside connections, one of those inside waves so that she can really
throw some scoreboard pressure at these others. If she gets another wave, look at her, she's struggling to hear or maybe can't understand what the beach announcers are saying. She's got to be feeling pretty good about what she's done, although she probably doesn't know the number. She's got to watch, so she'd probably know how long's left in the heat. It's more about trying to convert the noise coming out of those powerful speakers on the beach into making some sense out of the situation. No need to panic, though. The others, nobody else has struck any sort of blow in this heat. And she was probably paddling out, watching no one get a wave, and she's like, all right. Without knowing the number, she would have to be feeling like she's in a commanding spot, and she is.
Yeah, for sure. 6.83 is a really good wave, especially on that first one. It's always great to start off a heat with a good score. And a 6.83 straight off the bat is, a really nice appearance for Rita Suzuki. So we'll see what happens in the next 10 minutes. If there's any takers, it looks like there's maybe some waves rolling through the lineup. Will it hit the reef?
It looks pretty good up that part of the reef, but it flattens out and becomes a non-event where the ladies are, so they all reposition. Waiana was the first one to go. I think we need to be over there. The others are following. We are going to throw to a quick Bonsoi ad break. Go for it, boys.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Let's go, brother.
All right, well, thanks very much to Bonsoi. We've got some big news on a promotion they've strung together throughout the Asian region. It is a super series indeed that Bonsoi have strung together. They're going to throw some huge money at the best, highest ranked surfers across the 6,000s in the Asian region. At the end of the final event. It could end up being a 6-event series. We're just waiting on a couple of other events that are tentative at this stage, but right now it includes this one as the first, NIAS as the second, and South Korea as the third of those events qualifying for the Bonsoi Super Series, Asian Super Series. And we will see a yellow rash vest paddle out today. We'll talk about that more when it happens, Heat 7.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. It's going to be super cool. There's lots going on. The South Korea wave pool event, the wave pool over there is sick. It's super fun. It's an urban surf technology, so I'm excited to see that event happen again. This time it's now in the middle of their summer as opposed to peak winter. We actually got their first snow of the season when we were there last time.
I remember seeing that and I was just giggling, going, oh my God, they've got to put wetties on. And you're looking at the crew that were doing the presenting and they're just rugged up.
Oh, it was freezing. It was so cold. Yeah, it was. But it was a really special event, surfing in the snow and being able to commentate and
surfing in the snow in a pool.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Who would ever say you'd say those two things together?
I know. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Honestly, it was absolutely freezing the whole time that we were there, but it was so worth it. It's such a special event, and this is Freya Prum using second priority. Oh, spicy first turn, pretty lethal surfing. She gets super low, driving through another one. It's a bit of a whitewashy face to this wave as she tags it once again. Maybe a little bit of safety surfing here for Freya, but pretty smart move because she's going to lock in her best number.
Squarely into second spot, easily the second best number of the heat. The first turn had a real lot to like about it. From then on, like you suggested, maybe safety surfing, but I don't think the wave gave her too many more options with all the white fluff that caught up to a pretty quick smart. But she'll get huge reward from the judges just for this on a great section and a big section. From there, sort of still some good work without being super dynamic, and there was just way too much for her. If she had to push too hard there, she may have fell. So I reckon just a smart tactic to just back it off a little, finish that, add another point or so to the ride. Good connection there, Freya.
Yeah, that was really well surfed. I think, Freya definitely has a lot more to give, but I like how she was just like, you know what, I'm just going to convert and get a score right now because it's 6 minutes to go. And there may or may not be another opportunity for me in the next couple of minutes. So, I thought that was a really smart heat surfing from Freya.
Yep, and she's done it plenty of times with the rash vest on, so playing the game really well. None better than this girl in this heat, 6.83 beside this blue rash vest. It's a small little reef runner, but it's bowling out nicely on this lower tide. It's doing her favours on this wave. Can she ride out of turn 3? Not. Did some pretty good work as well. So Suzuki, she only had a minor number to get into the lead. Big old set goes down and bothers the caddies. Still 2 really strong turns on a smaller wave, but it was really bowly. So I like what she did. Freya's gone to the lead, the 5, 6, 7. Rita will regain the lead shortly. So requirements are about to go a little bit north for Wayana and Arissa. They're sitting out the back, intently listening. They'll hear some numbers they're not going to be that happy with in a moment. Rita, good job.
Yeah, really well surfed for Rita. She's just got that real beautiful speed, power. I love watching Rita surf, and it's unusual for Arissa right now. She had some great heats in the Pro Junior. Looks like she'd paddled for a wave. She was holding first priority, but because she paddled, actually lost that. So that priority goes to Yana, which seems like a bit of a mistake. And this last wave of Rita, really nice surfing. Oh, love that first turn. Driving through this second one, she's just so much spice, and wow, gets that third turn in. Unfortunately, doesn't get the completion, but really good stuff there for Rita Suzuki. 4.33 it locks in.
4.33, that's enough, and that's a confident lead. She now has quite a handy lead over the others, although Freya's put together a pretty good first score. She's only sitting on a 2. Freya now needs a mid-5 out wide in the white. This is Yana using her priority. Big wave. Gives it just a real nice, elegant whip around, and that end section just deletes her in a hurry. So it's going to be half a move a wave, sort of a 1 maneuver wave. So just to me, doesn't really have the experience of the other 2 that are in first and second, but she's out there having a rip at it. Here's the drone footage of our contest site with our 2 work placements there right in the screen. The judging tower is just right on the right side there. The left side in the middle of the screen, the Enjoy Krui banner is where all the athletes sit. There is a stack of speakers just next to that. They just about knock you over when you walk past and they make an announcement. The Indonesians love a speaker and a lot of noise.
Yeah, and I mean, this noise does have to, or the speakers do need to travel quite a fair way out into the lineup for sure. So I get it, but anytime someone talks, I see everyone in the athlete area jump a little bit. It's quite loud.
If you forget they're there and you walk past it during an announcement, it just about knocks you over. There's that much oomph coming out of those things. Here is green. It's nice to see Arissa join the party. That was sick.
Wow.
Really needed to hold on to give herself any chance.
Yeah.
Her requirement of 2 numbers would be a 7.67 to advance. That was her first wave, and she's left herself only 2.5 minutes to get back out there. So it hasn't been a good use of time management in this heat there for Arissa. But she looked like she might have a bit less experience than the others as well. Went for it on the end move, got belted. I hope she can get out there and get at least one more roll of the dice. Here is Freya Prum.
Oh, yeah, Freya had a little look. Doesn't like that wave there. She only needs to better a 2. I feel like with 2 minutes to go, maybe a good opportunity to just get the ball rolling. But she's going to hold on to that first priority. I'm sure she's seeing something out there that she thinks is going to be a good one.
Yeah, that wave just backed off and denied Freya an entry point. So she didn't lose priority. There was no one else sitting around her. So a couple of minutes now. For sure, Freya knows the business. She knows how to compete well. So she'll want to ride a wave in and get rid of a 2 just for her own personal satisfaction.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a smart competitor. She knows what she needs to do out there for sure. And with 1:40 to go, I'm sure she is going to try and defend second place. It's Wayana that needs a 5:01 and Arissa looking for a 5:11 right now. Arissa, she's such a lethal surfer. I saw some really big turns from her in the Pro Junior. So that 5.11 is definitely in her wheelhouse. It's just whether she finds a wave that allows her to open up.
Got to ask the question, what took her so long to ride a wave?
Yeah, well, that's $1 million question.
Waited 22 minutes. So something really went wrong with... She was one of those surfers, I think, that was a little late on the paddle out. Would that be right? We saw 2 surfers that were mistimed the start of the heat and paddled out late, and maybe that messed with her headspace a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a hard one. You always want to start off those heats strong, and we saw Jay Okalupo do it. He didn't catch his wave until 5 minutes to go.
Did you get through?
Unfortunately, he did get through. He got 2 waves in the end. There was nothing wrong with his surfing. He just waited too long to catch waves, and it was Lennox Smith and Jay Brown that just ran away with it because they were catching waves, keeping with that momentum. And
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's easy to have heats where the ocean is slow and there's not much going on. So I think for Rita and Freya Prum right now, they've surfed a really smart heat, just noting what's going on in the heats prior to theirs.
Got to adjust, right? That's the key word there. So it's looked like it's going to be curtains for Yana and Arissa, because Freya will take the next wave if it comes. She's got 5 seconds. I don't think she's going to get there. Either way, Rita Suzuki will win and Freya Prum make their way through to the round of 48 whenever we get there. Job well done, ladies. Over and out. I better go and have a chat with Rita Suzuki, and we'll be back shortly with Heat 3.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
We have already had champions crowned here at the Krui Pro, the Pro Junior, and right now it is Kira Buckpitt up and riding on her first wave. We saw her go to town in her first heat, and she's doing exactly that right now. Wow, Kira Buckpitt just looking really strong on her backhand right here. Once again, another nice connection. Waiting for it to stand up, which it will, and she gets a solid finish. Kira just... once again, showing up and showing why she deserves to be here in this event.
Yeah, that was a really, really well-surfed wave from Kira Buckpitt. Already got a 933 in her first heat. So
And
just
an 8.
Yeah. And a 6 and a 7.
Yeah.
And it looks like she's well on the way to get a similar score to that. This wave, big first turn, kind of a setup turn for that second one, but here again, a massive fan of spray, just swings that board all the way around here. And I loved the finishing turns here as well.
Yeah, wow. Kira just connecting the dots on this wave, really. That was a solid way to finish that wave as well. I mean, what great wave selection to start for Kira Buckpitt. Pretty much just picking up where she left off from run heat. She's taking on Philippa Anderson, Charlie Hurst, and Jade Mannion.
Yeah.
Mannion,
So
great.
Jade is a surfer from France.
Uh-huh.
She's from Hossegor. I've done a couple of the QSs over there with her, like Lacano and Anglet, as well as Pantene. But she told me she recently changed her region to Australia. So she wants to, because she goes every year and spends a lot of time there.
Mhm.
And she wants to dedicate her this year to full-time competing in the QSs in Australia and Asia.
Yeah. Wow. So she lives in Australia?
I think so, like part-time for sure.
Mhm.
She lives a couple months of the year, if I'm not wrong, like 6 months of the year there. I think she escapes the winter in France and goes to Australia, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, she said that she's doing all the QSs in Australia and Asia, because she said that the wave quality is just way better.
Yes, yeah. And can't blame her. I mean, look at these waves rolling through. Looks like Charlie Hurst is having a paddle. She's trying to scratch on and she gets this one. Charlie looking to open up her account. Nice opening carve. Charlie is from Port Kembla, gets a good second snap in there and she kicks out. Kira Buckpitt's first wave came through at a 6.83. Scores for Charlie Hurst to lock in as well.
Yep. So I was just out the front with Philippa before she paddled out their heat. I'll get right back to that as we watch the beach view of Charlie Hurst's last wave. Nice first turn. Sets it up. That was really well done from Charlie Hurst. Beautiful finish. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie, but that was a really, really well surfed wave for Char. She actually got a 9th here at Krui last year, and so did Philippa as well. And you got to have a chat to her before.
Well, kind of. I was letting her prepare. I was there a little bit of support, and I like hanging out with Ivan. I used to train with him in Bali quite a bit, and I know that he's here with Philippa and Paige, as well as the Indian team that we had in the men's round, and Imari Hearn as well. Junior girl, but charges, and definitely one of the up-and-coming girls here in Asia. So a shout out to Ivan. I know he's out there really nervous as well. He really dedicates so much time into his athletes. Couple words of confidence before she paddled out. She's gotten good results here, and she's done the QSs for so long now that she knows what she has to do.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been coming to Krui for 6 years. We've had this event for 6 years now, and it's exciting to be back. And yeah, I think you mentioned Imari. We'll see her in heat number 16 of this round, so she'll be on tomorrow, which will be super exciting. And she had a great run in the Pro Junior as well. And Kira Buckpitt, she's going to snatch this one up under everyone's priority.
Yeah, so wasting no time to back up that 6.83. I'm guessing she saw some potential in it, but unfortunately this wave just kind of fattening out. Not too much of a big deal. I mean, she's already sitting on the best score for now. 6.83 is a good way to start off your heat.
Yeah, 6.83. She's looking really confident on her backhand, so I'm looking forward to how this heat plays out. I mean, this is actually a really stacked heat with Philippa, Jade, and also Charlie. Charlie's first wave was a 4.83. Char's been here for about 2 weeks or so now, just surfing. She loves coming here. Her dad and her mum are over here as well, Mick and Loz, and they're just enjoying a nice little family holiday. Unfortunately, Char's sister Tyler couldn't be here, but I know she's probably watching at home, freaking out, just like Loz is on the beach right now. But Jade having a look. She's going to scratch into her first wave, up and into it. Jade unfortunately had a first round knockout here last year, so I'm sure that she's feeling a bit of redemption in this one. Unfortunately, just the one turn on that wave.
Yeah, and Jade has come here. This is her 3rd year in a row, actually,
Wow.
I think, coming to this event, and Nias as well. She absolutely loves it. But this is now Philippa Anderson on her backhand. Beautiful first turn. Wraps it around here, weaves around this fat section. She's going to be hoping for something a little bit more on the inside to make this a significant score. But I think here we're going to get a good finishing from Philippa. And it's the wave that keeps on giving.
Yeah, wow. That's it's pretty crazy.
Oh, nice.
does well to ride out Philippa Anderson. She kicks out of that one and starts off that heat for Philippa. Kira Buckpitt out behind her, looking to better or back up that 6.83. Huge end turn there as she kicks out with just about 17 minutes to go. You can see the caddies there, hopefully in a safe spot in that lineup. They've been getting pumped all day.
That was a pretty crazy turn from Kira Buckpitt. Can't wait to watch the replay of that. Hopefully she got some work done out the back. But before we get there, this is Philippa Anderson. Couple good turns out the back this wave. She took it all the way down to the inside. Had a pretty strong finishing. Pretty sure most of the points are going to come from that last turn. This wave kind of getting a little sleepy here halfway. But she did a good job to keep her momentum and kind of finish this one off strongly.
Yeah, she did well here, getting that snap to finish. And then out the back, Kira Buckpitt once again going to town. So this is the wave from the start of that beach angle, and you can see she just goes up and into that section. She throws so much spray, maybe not as vertical as she would have liked. She's trying to see if she can capitalize on one of those steeper sections, which she does right here. That was a huge turn from Kira Buckpitt, and that's that signature kick out. So a few scores to lock in for Kira, and a score for Kira and a score for Philippa to come through. With 16 minutes to go, and while we have a break in the action, we'll go over to Daiwako with the winner of the last heat, Rita Suzuki.
非常に、タフな戦いだったと思うんですが、最初少し沖に出るのに時間がかかったところで、ただ後半しっかりと点数を重ねて、ここに今1位通過ということなんですが、ヒート振り返ってみていかがですか？
最初思ったよりもゲットに時間がかかってすごいやばいなって最初はちょっと焦ったんですけど、とりあえず奥に行ってサイズが小さくても、乗るっていうことを心がけて1本目乗れて、それが 6.8 出てすごく良かったです。
She was a bit nervous because she couldn't get out, and 5 minutes in she finally got out, and she knew that even on the smaller ones she get to score, and that's exactly what she did, and she got to 6, and she's happy with that. プランとしてはどんなプランを考えてたんですか？
最初2本しっかり決めてから、3本目で、6点台、7点台出していきたいなと思ったんですけど、1本目から6点台出せたので、すごいいい試合展開できました。
Her original plan was to build up the scores, but in a good way, she got a 6.8 in the beginning, and that worked out really, really well for her. 今回のクルイトリップはどんな感じですか？楽しいですか
？6C チームのみんなで来てて、5人でずっと一緒に生活してるんですけど、みんな女の子仲良くやってすごい楽しいです。
最後に、たくさんの方見てくれてるのでメッセージお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。プロジュニアでは、3位になれて、今回 QS こっちの本戦もしっかり勝って、ファイナルまで行きたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。Back to you guys.
Hi, and thank you, Rita. That was a pretty exciting heat for Rita Suzuki. She didn't really put a foot wrong. And yeah, actually at the start, it was herself and Arisa. It seemed like they, as Di mentioned, they couldn't get out the back in time. I think they had a few sets on the head. So they ended up entering the lineup just a little bit later.
That's the worst feeling in the world when you're late for your heat.
It's so horrible.
Guys, just wait.
Please. 2 minutes. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
I'm just, I'm getting lit up right now. Just
yeah. Hold the phone. But didn't really look like it phased her too much, getting that heat win, an 11.16 combination. And a fair few people have rocked up into the athlete area right now. And it looks like Charlie Hurst up and riding. Nice opening carve for Char. Drives through another one here. Likes a little bit of power this wave right now, and then it's looking like it's going to stand up. Nice connection there for Charlie, and unfortunately, coming unstuck.
That was looking like it was going to be a really good score. If she could get that last turn, that would have been a really high score.
Yeah, that would have been a huge moment there for Charlie. She'll definitely go to second. She doesn't need much. Talk me through the replay, Giada. It was a good wave.
This is a bit of a drone view. Nice first turn, but you're right. The wave not giving too much in the beginning here. You see it kind of starts to stand up a little bit for her. So she sets up this turn. This was really nicely done. But as she sets up for the last one, she just goes over. Not sure what happened there, but unfortunate for Charlie. But plenty of time to get back out there and kind of back that up. So she's definitely going into second position there. But with the names that we have in this heat, that's definitely not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's moments like that, you know, where you can't, unfortunately, you can't make those mistakes. That finish is so important. So hopefully she can regroup. Her last wave was a 3.67. She probably would have got a pretty decent score if she had have, tagged it one more time, got a little bit more vertical. But there's 11 and a half minutes to go. Jade holds that first priority right now. Kira Buckpitt with second priority. And I think Philippa is still making her way back out into the lineup.
Yeah, we haven't seen her since, and the priority number is still not next to her name. So she probably got a couple sets on the head. This lineup, once you get caught on the inside, it is so hard to paddle back out. So she will be rocking up soon. She did go really far down the line with her first wave. But it is Kira Buckpitt comfortably in first with the 6.83 and the 5.60.
Yeah, she's in a good spot right now. We've seen many heats be won with a 12-point combination. And also many heats be won with an 8-point combination in the last, couple of heats that we've had, especially seeing a few of the men this morning as well. There's been some slow heats, but hopefully it starts to pulse throughout the rest of the afternoon. There is 10 and a half minutes to go in this one. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, like we've run through so many heats, and even thinking about the back half of this round for the women, Anon Matsuoka, Kailani Johnson, there's going to be some huge names. Charlie Stokes, she's in the Challenger Series, Minami Nonaka, Annie Dos Santos, Shino, an Olympian, Sarah Wakita, I love watching her surf on her backhand, Safi Vetti, Gia Lorenzen, Sumomo and Sai. I mean, yeah, you could literally continue and name so many surfers in that back half of the draw. The female level and the standard for the women's QS in Asia and Australia is just really lifted. It's so awesome.
Yeah, 100%. And we don't even have to go that far. In the next up, we have Paige Harib, Renan Matsuyama, and Taina Izquierdo, some names that I've seen here time and time again. Paige, a really, really strong competitor. She's won many QS events in the past, so she's a bit of a deadly one to have it in a heat.
Yeah, she definitely is. This is this first wave, though, of Kira Buckpitt. Let's take another look at it. It's a slow-mo. Big first turn, Giada.
Yep.
Wow.
Big first turn here. Solid looking wave as well, but she was so confident here. Her bottom turn is looking pretty solid. You see this wave kind of going a little sleepy on her, but she does really well to maintain her speed. She stays close to the whitewash, and this turn right here was pretty insane.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, a 6.83 for the first wave and a pretty big heat. This is a stacked heat. So really well surfed for Kira Buckpitt. Just going with emotions, adding a bit of power, that finesse. She has had a year off competing. We heard from her a little bit earlier throughout the day. She recently won the Open State titles a couple of weeks ago, which was basically her first contest back. She broke 2 of her ankles, the syndesmosis, and then got electrocuted and a whole bunch of other things going on. So, yeah, there was a lot going on for Kira Buckpitt. So to see her come out with a bang in her first QS after coming back from injuries and pretty much just life going sideways for a minute is so awesome to see.
Philippa Anderson still hasn't made it out the back, so she's really taking her time and just shows how far down she went with that wave. She's going to want to get there soon with just under 8 minutes remaining. The girls are being patient. She's gotten lucky that there hasn't been many waves, but I'm hoping that's not for too long so we get to see some more action.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, far out. She would have gone pretty far on that last wave. Looks like Charlie Hurst is going to take this one. She needs to better a 3.67. That's a better first turn connection for Charlie. Drives through this second one, leaning into her rail. Hopefully this wave starts to stand up for her on the inside. Once again, another carve. Charlie really needs to finish this one to get rid of that 3.67. Few of the same turns, but each with a little bit more power.
Yeah, I think most of the work was done on the outside of that wave. So this is now Jade Mannion cashing in her priority. Good looking set. Bit of a slower first turn. This wave just kind of flattening out for her. But she decides to pull off as she didn't see any potential down the line. So it is Kira Buckpit now out the back with priority in first place with some bombs coming through.
Yeah, she's just getting a few sets on the head. Standard out here, though.
As you do.
Yeah, it is the standard out here at Ujong Buchor. I mean, it's quite funny. This is a front-on replay of this last wave of Charlie.
Yep. Loved that first turn. So smooth and powerful. And that second backup was really nice as well. She surfed this wave really nicely, even though it wasn't giving her too much to work with here on the inside. Really well done from Charlie Hurst. She's going to be getting rid of that 3.67 for sure. So extending her lead, her second place a little bit from the rest of the field. But we will be just under 6 minutes. So it's going to get pretty interesting. A bit of a slower heat. You know, not too many waves ridden. Some of the girls still looking for a backup. And Charlie's last wave came in at a 5.40. So she does extend her lead a little bit. Jade Mannion now a 7.36 to go into second. And Philippa Anderson yet to show up. Looking for a 5.27.
Yeah, wow. Hoping that everything's okay and that she's just had a super long paddle out. I mean, a 4.97. We were talking about this yesterday, Giada. You know, you can go all the way down and battle that really, really long paddle back out for a 4 or a 5, you know, and it's a good score. Her 4.97, she did some good surfing on it, but it took her about 10-15 minutes to get back out the back.
So I think she's probably close by because she does have second priority out now. So hopefully we'll get to see Philippa do some surfing in the last 5 minutes of this heat. Kira Buckpit being pretty patient. She's sitting pretty comfortably out in first. Did most of the work in the first part of the heat. Now probably just waiting for a bomb to come through.
Yeah, she can be patient right now. She can be selective with her priority. That's 6.83 and a 5.6 with 4.5 minutes to go. It seems like she just has the recipe down pat to be getting those good scores. And that was pretty hectic from maybe Jade. Yeah, it looks like that was Jade Mannion right now. She needs a 7.36 at last wave, just a 1. Big turn, but oh my goodness, goes down with the lip and gets exploded.
She went for it. She went for it. She didn't hold back. She saw that big section coming towards her, knew she needs a pretty big number. So Jade Mannion unfortunately goes down. I'm sure she's okay. Now it's the Indo team is down there at the competitors area. Taina Izquierdo up next, so they're all down there to support her. It's an amazing team to have around. Everyone's super easygoing and happy, and they've been working so hard leading up to this event. They're training at least 4 or 5 times a week with the whole team together, so it's great to see them out here, and I'm excited to see Taina in her first heat.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be super fun. She got kind of pumped here the other day, but she got back on the horse. She's like, you know what? It can't get worse than that. That's as bad as it's going to get. And luckily today it's dropped off. Since yesterday, we still have some sets rolling through, but not as big as it was the day before competition started. And we actually just saw Kira Buckpit unfortunately paddle for a wave and lose her first priority, and maybe a little bit of a mistake there in the next 2.5 minutes. I mean, anything can happen. But she's pretty good lead right now. So Philippa Anderson holds first priority, and she's only looking for a 5.27. 2.5 minutes to go. Hopefully another set rolls through.
Yeah, Philippa must be thanking Kira for that. Like, thank you. Gives her the chance now to back up that 4.97. There are a couple sets coming through, and it's looking like Philippa's gonna go for this one. She takes a look, paddles for it. She managed to get on it. Now, Philippa, 4.27 to get into an advancing position. Good first turn. Straight up again for this second one. And will she get around this section? Unfortunately, goes down. Ooh, it's going to be a tough call.
Yeah, 5.27 is what she needs to get up into second with just under 2 minutes to go. Wow, it could be really close for Philippa. Let's take a look at the replay. It's a good-looking wave. Gets a nice first turn. Driving through this second one as well. Maybe, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell if she gets vertical or not on that section from the drone angle. 2 good turns. Let's see where the judges go with this last wave of Philippa Anderson. There's a minute 30 to go. Charlie has to take this one. Uses her priority. Needs to go pretty vert if she can. Loads up for this first section. Nice connection there for Charlie Hurst. Driving through a carve. This wave starts to fatten out just a little bit, and that's all she's going to get. Maybe a missed opportunity at the start. Kira Buckpitt out behind her with 1 minute left. Kira tags it once again. She's looking really solid and looking like she might just take out the heat win, and gets another turn in there. Kira goes up for a very strong finish, rides out of that one with 45 seconds to go. She's going to come in. Jade also on a good wave as well. A nice carve there. I think she might have done a nice turn out the back. We saw a little bit of spray. And, wow, we have quite a few scores to lock in the next 30 seconds of this heat.
Oh, will Jade get a good finishing on this one?
Wow. She needs a 7.36. Oh, my goodness. She's still going. She's pretty much down at Lani's right now. We got 15 seconds to go. Is there anyone on a wave out the back? You just never know what's going to happen.
Wow, that was a pretty crazy finish. And Philippa did get another chance. So we've got a heat in our hands, guys.
Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. We have some scores to lock in, big numbers, and very important numbers. Kira Buckpitt has another score to lock in, which I think might overtake that 5.6.
Yeah, you're right. Kira's wave was really, really good. She had some big turns. It was a solid set wave. And Jade as well. We didn't see that first part, but I'm sure now we're going to have a moment, see all the replays, and kind of see who got the better of that exchange. But scores to come for all 4 surfers in this heat. It's a super, super critical moment. They all must be so nervous right now. I think the only one who's probably in the safe zone is Kira. So it's a battle for second.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like it's a battle for second right now. I mean, big score required for Jade. She needs a 7.36. Philippa is looking for that 5.27. Charlie only needs to better a 4.83. This is this last wave of Kira Buckpitt. Talk me through it, Giada. It's a good one.
Yeah, good opening. I love how tight in the pocket she gets and throws so much water out the back. Just such smooth style here, and it looks so effortless to her. She almost falls out the back, but she manages to stick through with it. So she's definitely going to be improving on her scoreline, I think. And this was Jade's last one. Really good turn, but unfortunately this wave just kind of fades off for her, so wasn't able to do anything too critical. She's looking for a pretty big score, a 7.36. I don't think that's going to be the requirement, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think if she got a more critical first section and really went up into it, I think that definitely had potential to be the 7.36. But yeah, just lacking that vertical surfing a little bit. Just finding those carve sections, but it's hard to tell. You just never know where the heat's going to go. Pretty important scores to lock in for Kira, Charlie, Jade, and Philippa. It's going to determine who progresses through this heat. I agree. I think Kira's safe right now. Okay, that previous to last wave of Philippa Anderson, a 4.73. So all her scores are locked in. Charlie has another score. Kira Buckpitt has some scores to lock in. It's this last wave of Jade that might do something. It doesn't look like Philippa gets a number, so she comes in third.
Yeah, so it's all pretty much down to Jade's last score to see the situation. She's looking for a pretty big number, a 736. So the judge is taking a really good look at it. This is a replay of Jade's wave. So nice first turn. I think could have maybe gone a little bit more up and closer to the lip line if she was really looking for a big score. I mean, she surfed it really well, but it's hard to get into the sevens range.
Yeah, it may be just lacking that real wow factor moment, which is what you'd be expecting on those 736s and scores like that. And starting to lock in, it doesn't look like it's going to be the score for Jade. Unfortunately, last waves of Charlie didn't go into a top two. Last wave of Jade was a 4.6. Kira Buckpitt's last wave is going to be in her top two for sure. It's a 6.3. So it looks like it is Kira Buckpitt and Charlie Hurst moving on through to the next round. We're going to roll into heat number 4 straight away, but we'll be right back with surfing for it. It's going to be a big heat right after this.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. This is round of 64 heat 4. The women's are in the water right now. I want to welcome back Dai Wako into the booth.
Well, another exciting heat. This is レノン松山選手。1本目のライディングになります。さあ、一発二発と綺麗にターンを重ねていって、この先セクション抜けてくるともう一発入れられますが、ここでキックアウト。
Alright, so only wave ridden right now was that last one we saw of Renan Matsuyama. I haven't heard much of Renan. Can you tell us a little bit about her?
Yeah, Renan's been competing quite a long time. She's still young. But look at this replay. Nice. Off the top. A little bit of like setting up for the next turn. That's my looking turn right there. But unfortunately, the wave just shut down on her. A pretty good one. Big hit. But yeah, she's still young. Probably not too sure the age, but still young, but been competing quite a long time. And her dad is professional longboarder.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I believe, yeah.
And right behind is Paige Harrop now. Taking a look at this one. Good first strong opening turn. This wave is going to give her some more to work with. Looking like it's going to be a good score for Paige Harrop. Will she finish this off? And it looks like it keeps giving her some more to work with. Unfortunately, gets her rail stuck on that last one, but did most of the work out the back. Paige Harrop, a name we've seen time and time again here in Krui and Nias. She has been a winner out at Nias, and I'm not too sure in the past her results here in Krui, but we'll take a quick look later. This is a replay. What do you think?
Really love how she engaging the rail so much, leans on it, gets a couple good turns, and good variation, lay back and floats the section. But unfortunately, comes unstuck on that one. But still, it was a great surfing from Paige. She's very experienced surfer, just like you said. Seen her name quite a long time on tour.
Yep, another name I'm seeing on screen that I'm excited to see compete is Taina Izquierdo. We grew up surfing together in Bali. So Taina is here on behalf of the Indonesian surfing team. They're all together staying up the point. I know Kailani and Dea Natasia are on the team as well. Taina is such a happy and bubbly person to be around, an incredible surfer. Her home break is Uluwatu.
Uluwatu.
Yeah, so very lucky to be able to call that your home break.
True, yeah.
Her and the national team have been training so hard following up to this event. There will be joining Nias as well. I see them training around Canggu, Legian, in the Bukit. I'm sure they've had their time out. You know, this wave is pretty similar to Ulu's in certain ways. So I guess most of the people who are from Bali have been training up at Ulu's coming up to this. I'm excited to see Taina and her team is all down at the competitors area supporting her. So big shout out to all of you guys down there and anyone watching back at home. She has great family there. I know Max and Kahea are probably watching this heat as well. So yeah, big shout out to the Bali fam.
Well, you know, Indonesian team has been really, really strong. You know, stick together, train together, pretty much every week. That's what I heard.
Yeah, every week and many times a week. I think at least 5 times a week for sure. Almost every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Surfing together, maybe coaching session. They do physical training as well.
Yep, they do a lot of physical training. They surf. They do surf training, physical training, everything together. And I know they've been working really hard before coming here. So she must be feeling pretty confident that she can do well in this event. She is a goofy footer as well, so I know she likes her lefts. And so I'm excited to see her start.
She's her home break is Uluwatu, so probably used to this kind of left. So yeah, cannot wait to see her performance here. And then we have another surfing green, right? Dia Dimileshari.
Yep, so Paige last wave came in at a 5.50. So even though we didn't have a completion, that was really well done from Paige. Currently in first, but not too many waves ridden yet. And it's just 18.5 on the clock. So plenty of time for everyone to kind of get started. We're seeing a bit of a cloud coming over. And with a bit of a break in the action, we're going to head down to True with the post-heat interview.
Thanks, guys. Kira, that was a pretty insane heat. Lots of intense moments, but you started off really strong.
Yeah, I was lucky to get the inside, got a little one, and then I just waited after that. Yeah.
You had a really great first heat with that 9.33 and an 8. Seemed like you just picked up where you left off. You're looking really confident out there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's fun. I don't know, just trying to surf, not overcook it, just cruise. Yeah.
There was lots of waves ridden in the last pretty much 3 minutes of that heat. Was there ever a moment where you were like, oh, maybe I'm like in a position where I could get knocked out here, or were you pretty solid in where you were at?
I did get scared when all 3 of the other girls did get away, but I was like, oh, maybe I should get another one. But in the end, I'm stoked that me and my good mate Charlie got through, so can't be any happier.
I'm sure you have lots of people watching back at home. Is there anyone that you'd like to say hi or thanks to?
My mother. She organised this whole trip for me. I wouldn't be here without her, so thanks, Mum.
Anya, Justine. We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Right. Welcome back to action. Thank you so much, True and Kira. That was a beautiful post-heat interview. It's so great to be, supporting your friends down here. And Kira's been ripping. She's had an incredible 2 heats. She got a 9.33 and an 8 on her first one.
I remember that heat 9 and 8.
That was pretty insane.
Maybe that's the best heat total score in this competition so far. 9 and 8.
Yep, that's right. But back to this one, not too much has happened. It's been a bit of a slow one. We're about to reach the 16-minute mark. It's Paige Harrop out the front with a 5.5 and Renan with a 3.17. So nothing really significant just yet. Taina and Dia still to open up their heat and catch some waves. There is Dia, the other Indonesian surfer in this heat. Just taking a look at Heat 5 coming up next. It will be Mirai Akeda, last year's winner here at the QS. Izzy Campbell in blue, Ruby True in white, and Lola Grube in the green. That's going to be the Heat 5 of the day. I think we will be following through all the way down to Heat 8. There are going to be some big names competing today, so you don't want to miss out. This now is Taina Izquierdo, our local surfer from Bali. Good looking wave, nice second turn here, takes it all the way back to the whitewash. She's maintaining her speed, but pulls off that wave, just kind of not giving too much to work with.
そして松山選手2本目のライディングになります。ここはチェックターンをして切り立ってきたところ、ここは前を抜けてきたいがクローズアウトになってしまいました。And Paige is on another one on the bomb, racing down the line, tried to come around the section, and she did. Deep off the bottom, lays into it, really big turn, and is she going to have another crack at it? No, she decided to kick out, but that first time was huge from Paige. However, definitely it's gonna be, her best to score. I mean, she's got a 5.5, and the last one was as good as the last one. So let's have a look at the replay. White.
Yep, so this is Taina Izquierdo trying to translate all the work she's done out at Ulus for the past years and bringing it out here. Some two really nice turns. Paige Harrop out the back. This is a pretty solid bomb. She gets around this section and kind of really hacks into this first turn. I love how Paige really leans into her turn. She's a power surfer, so
right here.
Right there. That was incredible. Well done for Paige Harrop. She's going to be backing up that 5.5. And we have one more score as well for Renon Matsuyama. She will back up that 3.17.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be really a great score. She only made probably checking down, and unfortunately the wave shut down on her. So, but there's still 30 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Her last wave wasn't too crazy, but there hasn't been so many waves this heat, and
right,
it's been a little bit slow. So it's really anyone heat. So we haven't had any of the girls really throw any massive scores down. The tide is gonna be dead low. I'm pretty sure at 3 p.m. today. It's 2:10 right now, so we haven't reached the dead low yet. I'm sure that once we have that switch in tide, we're going to see a big change in the conditions. And right now on your screen is Dia kind of taking off on that one. Nothing to work with there, unfortunately.
Might have been a deeper section to take off. She could have gone, come around the section, but unfortunately, she got caught behind.
Yeah. So the last of Paige Harrop comes in at 3.43. She increases her score a little bit, just chipping away at scores and wanting to create distance from the other competitors. Renon Matsuyama's last one comes in at a 3.40. So the best of her too, but she knows she has to do a little bit more. Taina's a 3.90. So she got the best of that exchange, but wants to back it up pretty quickly. Just under 12 minutes remaining. This is the round of 64, Heat 4. What have been some of your highlights today?
Well, there's so many heats we've done today, and everyone was ripping. But let me think. But I gotta say the 9, and 8 in one heat, where what's her name? where she got 9 and 8.
Oh, Kira Bucket.
Yeah, that was one of the highlights
Buckpit, sorry.
so far. But I gotta say, heat number 1 of the round of 64 women's, Yan from China, she showed really strong performances and got first place, and moving on to the next round. So those 2 heats are my highlights so far.
All right, so just under 11 minutes left. Pretty slow heat on our hands. Most of the surfers only sitting on 1 wave. And Renon and Paige only sitting on 2 waves. This is Taina catching one on the inside. This is looking like it could be a pretty good wave. It's one of the smaller ones, but it hugs the reef really nicely. She does a couple of those nice carves that are pretty much her trademark turn. Unfortunately, just falls off on that one, but she will be going into second place with that one. She only needs a 267.
Definitely, she's done the, enough to go into second. Requirement is very small, 2.67. She managed to put a couple good carves on the smaller size waves, but here is a reply. Really loved her rail game right here, just setting up for another section and laced into it, throwing sprays and put another one in. But unfortunately, this one, she pushes too much on the tail and went down, but still it's gonna be a pretty good score for Taina's last wave.
Yeah, I mean, at least she's backing up that 3.9. She doesn't have a second wave. And there we have it. Her last one comes in at a 4.50, goes into second. She has 2 waves under her name. Most of the girls don't, and the scores haven't been that big. I mean, we haven't had anything gone past the 5s since Paige's 5.5.
Right. That's true.
And that could be the low tide really just affecting this wave, making it a little slower, a little bit harder to surf. We're seeing some wind as well affect it. So hopefully with the switch of the tide, we'll be seeing a little bit of an improvement. But I don't want to talk too soon. It is now Dia with priority, only a 0.9.
松山選手、さあ、サイズのある波にテイクオフしてきますが、これはレイトテイクオフのなり、こけてしまいました。残り時間8分40秒のところですが、5.0 が逆転に必要です。
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Renon.
That was a good looking wave, but unfortunately, she just went down on that one. Needed 5.00, which is pretty big score in this kind of condition.
Yeah, she needs a second best wave of the heat right now. She needs to kind of take that inspiration from Paige and all the other heats she's probably been watching all day and get back out there and give it another go. Still so much time, 8 minutes left. Paige now with second priority. It's Dia who has to get a little bit of work done right now. She needs a 7.50, only sitting on a 0.9. So this is Dia right now. Oh, gonna be losing priority probably.
Right, that was a little bit of error from Dia, losing her first priority over to Paige. But this is Paige's first wave, I guess. 5.50. Nice off the bottom. Loved her first big carve and straight into second. Another big carve. And I think that is another layback hack. A little bit of variation to it. And it gets float and come around the section. And managed to put another carve. Unfortunately, got stuck. But that was a 5.50 looks like.
We haven't spoken about Paige's matching bikini with her red top.
Right.
That it's not just about surfing; it's about fashion too.
That's true.
All right, so just under 7 minutes left in this heat. It's been a really, really tough heat. Not many waves ridden at all. We have Paige out in first with that 5.5 and a 3.43. It is our surfer from Indonesia, Taina Izquierdo, with a 4.5 and a 3.9 in second. Been training lots in Uluwatu, Legian, and Canggu with the national team prior to this event. So she is putting it all out on the line now. This is in third, Renon Matsuyama, a 3.4 and a 3.17, looking for a 5 to get it back into this heat and into the next round of this event. And fourth is Dia Duilestari, only a 0.9 to her name, needs a 7.50, hasn't really found her rhythm. Unfortunately, I would love to see her catch a couple more waves out here. She is, I'm pretty sure, one of the local girls from here in Krui.
Definitely, she's used to this condition here in Krui, so she knows what to get.
A little bit of a cat and mouse game there with Taina and Renon. So Taina with second priority. As we reach the last 5 minutes, she's gonna want to have to play it pretty smart, as she won't want to let Renon get onto a good set.
Renon needs 5-0, which is a pretty good score, but still, if she gets the right ones, it's easy to be done. So just like you said, Taina needs to be careful with the priority situation.
Yeah, and you see Taina sticking close to her, creating, I think, playing some mind games. I like to see that, using her priority over Renon. Taina has been competing for many years now. We started all surfing together. A lot of the Magic Wave contests in Legian, those were like pushing division events and under 12s. So I've known Taina for many years. That's her team right there. That's Team Indonesia out here supporting Taina Izquierdo. Big shout out to everyone in Bali as well. I'm sure there are people watching. She is a very loved character in Bali, and she's very happy and bubbly, so a great person to have around on a surf trip.
That was a big Indonesian team at competitors area.
Yeah, it's that's one thing I love about traveling with your national team. I've done it in the past with Italy, is that each heat that you go to, you know that you have your team supporting you out there, and sometimes when the waves are close enough, you hear people cheering and clapping. So it really gives you that extra bit of confidence to know that you have that support waiting for you, and just the extra love. Surfing is an individual sport, and it can get a little bit lonely if you're traveling by yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And in this, in the heat, especially when you're losing, that little extra power can get you through the, round. So she's got the support. Now she's sitting in the second and using her priority really, really smart.
Yeah, so with just 3 minutes left, it's not about so much getting the score, but at this point, it's also blocking Renon from getting hers. Taina is not so concentrated at this point of improving her score line. This was a really good wave from Taina, 4.5. Smartly served, one of the smaller ones, but she knew she needed to back her waves up. So really smartly done from Taina.
Right. So Dia had a finally wave, and here's a replay. Well, this is a good looking wave. Nice off the top. Setting up for the next time. Nice down carve and gets vertical, but unfortunately she got stuck on the top of the wave. But it was her best score so far, 2.83. Now needing 5.57. But the time is ticking. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 松山選手、ここで波に乗ってきます。5.00 が必要。さあ、これはいい波になってくるか。さあ、綺麗に2発入れていきます。ここから波が切り立ってくる。ここで入れられるか。さあ、もう一発入れたいところですが、ここはしっかりと前に出てきます。さあ、タイミングを見計らって、深いボトムターンから厳しいところに攻めていくが、ここはメイクできず、必要なスコア 5.00。さあ、この波どうなるんでしょうか。
All right, so Taina let that one go. Renon had some really nice turns out the
Right.
back. I think she really needed to finish that one to like make sure she got the score, but now I'm on the fence. I'm not sure.
Right. It was a drone angle.
Yeah.
So we need to watch the beach angle first, but here is the replay of the last of blue. This is a very important one. Smaller size waves, but managed to put a couple turns in. This is where the wave started to stand up for her. It gets around, and she gets the finish right here. But unfortunately, comes unstuck.
Yeah, so waiting for that last one of Renon, it's going to be just under the score that she's looking for. So it would have been a bit of a mistake for Taina if she completed this wave, but the last
Right.
of Renon comes in at 4.33. Not enough. This is Dia on your screen now.
Wow.
Oh,
That was a huge...
She went for it.
Mm.
She went for it. And we're going to be reaching the last 30 seconds of this heat. It is now Taina Izquierdo out the back on a big looking wave. We have Team Indonesia there in the competitors area. So I think by the looks of it, I will be having a chat with Paige Harib, and it will be Taina Izquierdo in second. So congratulations to those girls on it. For Renon and Dia will be bowing out early. And with that, we're going to head to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, we're back at Odai. How are you, mate?
Good. Yeah, we're having a great afternoon. So we are into round of 64, heat number 5. We have Mirai Ikeda, IC Campbell, Ruby True, Lola Grove. Was I pronouncing right?
Izzy Campbell. Izzy Campbell.
Izzy.
That's right. She's a West Aussie. I know Izzy quite well. She's a unit. Mirai, we all know Mirai. She's just done famous things out here in the Krui region.
She's trying to get back-to-back win again. She's already done that in the junior division, but she's looking for the win in the QS 6000 as well.
How epic would it be if she could? I mean, there's a long way to go. There's a lot of shredders here. I think just last year she was on a tear. She was so good. Can she repeat it? She already has on one side of the draw. Ruby True, don't know a lot about Rubes, and we did see Lola, I think, compete earlier, or Grube, I remember that name. We had one of those ladies with that surname in the last round, and they're out there again today. So we're looking at, anyway, heat 6 of the round of 64. We've got 3 more of these to go in this round. We know one of our announcers, Giada. We wish her the best of luck. She's in a heat 8, I think it is, at the end of the day. Is that right?
Yes, coming up.
Last heat of the day.
And this is Ikeda Mirai up and riding. 池田選手、先日行われたジュニアでは見事優勝を果たしました。1本目のライディング、大きなファーストターン、そしてセカンドターンと、ここは大きなターンを入れてくる、大きなスプレーも飛ばしています。そして、3ターン目もしっかりと決めてきて、ここでプルアウト、非常に素晴らしいファーストライドとなりました。That was a well start from Mirai Ikeda on her first wave of QS 6000 campaign. Really like to watch it from the beach angle. This is the first wave of Ikeda Mirai.
Oh, how's that bottom turn?
Wow.
Jeez, there was a lot of board poking out of the white lineup, really leaning it over. 2 huge belts. This is what a champion at Krui Beach, looks like. She's doubled up in the juniors. She's the defending champion of this very division. Bonsai replay was just perfect. Boy, oh boy, when she does a turn, she just goes for it.
Yeah, she really leads onto the bottom turn, deep bottom turn, and then straight into the critical section. It's going to be a great score to start off.
Yeah, I reckon. See that wave again and maybe slow mode that first bottom turn. All
A few
right.
lines are coming up to the lineup.
Just hoping we can get another replay of Mirai's wave because the judges soaked it up an 8-3-3. I agree. That was just outstanding surfing. There is a set coming through at the moment, so we'll watch this set, but hopefully we can get another look at the 8-3-3 of Mirai's. Should no one catch a wave here.
Must be feeling great getting 8-3-3 on her very first wave of the QS 6000.
And when she gets a bit of confidence under the bonnet, look out, you know, she's such a weapon.
Such a weapon. But here is
Surfer White doesn't want it, so kind of burgers out.
Right.
I think there may still be one or two more opportunities here. Those two waves, they look like for sure someone's going to ride these, but they just slipped under the guard of the crew out the back, and the girls on the inside didn't want a piece of it either. So it looks like nothing much is going to go on.
Pretty much Mira is getting only
Here's
one.
this replay right on cue. Thanks, boys. Look at that. How was that bottom turn? She just chews through a bump, and another one here.
How's
Now,
that section?
individually, you probably would have got 5 points for each one of those turns. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
As a combination of the whole wave, the judges have gone, well, we've got to save some room in the scale, but we'll throw a big number at you, Mirai, and 8-3-3. So thanks to the team, the production team there, boys. That was great. Bonsai replay looking epic a couple of times when we checked it out.
It's great to have a replays, you know, every time they have an excellent score.
Throw us some stats at Mirai. She's pretty young still, right? What would she be, 17 or 18?
Probably 18, turning 18 or 19, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Still young generation, but
imagine
definitely one of the upcoming juniors.
I imagine she's a big deal in Japan. Does she get
definitely.
around like a bit of a rock star? Like does she have that sort of status thrown on her yet, or is she still a little undergroundish?
Oh no, she's rock star already.
All right.
Winning QS 6000 juniors and this year's juniors again, back to back.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
She's a well-known surfer in Japan.
All right, so I imagine when she goes to a beach, there'd be youngsters down there looking at getting a photo with her or some autographs and that sort of thing. Does a lot of that go on for her?
I'm pretty sure she will be. I haven't seen her in that situation yet, but definitely she will be.
Do you surf near where she lives?
No, actually, kind of far away from where she surfs. So about 5 hours drive away from my area to where she lives. She lives in Tahara area. That's where we might have 6,000 QS in September.
All right.
Tentative though.
All right. Very interesting. So True just walked back in, and for your information, True, Mirai just opened with an 8-3-3. First wave, bang. Nailed it within about the first 3 minutes at the start of the heat. Just went nuts. So Izzy Campbell, I know a lot about Izzy from back home. Being a wet sider, I'm sure her folks are watching in. I saw her sister here at Lani's the other night. She's got a lot of mates. She's part of the Talent ID program throughout Australia. Been a big member of the state junior team for a long time. Just has done so many events over the years, and she's a weapon skateboarder. And she's sort kind of, you can see it when she's on a surfboard. She's got those moves, those coping grinds and the fin wafts and all that sort of fancy stuff. So she is one to watch on a surfboard. She's out there in blue. I'm hoping there's a few other West Aussies at home that might be watching. Let's see, Friday afternoon, 3:30 down there. Maybe the Surfing WA team might still have this on their screens in our big building at Trig Beach. If you are, good afternoon, gang.
So how does the program work?
There's a talent ID thing across Australia that I've identified some real worthy people to put some money into, some time, some effort. There's a bunch of them out of Sydney that are in, and the east coast of Australia that are in the teams, they go to CT locations. Like they end up at Margaret's every year with a whole bunch, about 4 or 5 boys and about the same amount of girls, and get coached and trained at CT events. And they're 17, 18-year-old people that they're exposing to those venues, thinking that in the future they could be competing big time at those spots. So that is an initiative that rolls across the country, and I know Mike McAuliffe and Matt Wilson are involved in that when they come to WA.
That is an amazing program you guys have, experiencing the highest level of the surfing and getting coached at the venue.
At the venues, right? With the thoughts of maybe one day they'll be CTers banging it out for real at those venues. So they're just kind of giving them a bit of a leg up and digging into a big talent pool that is in Australia to try and fast track them. Anyway, here she goes again.
池田選手、2本目のライディング、1本目で 8.33 というエクセレントなスコアを出してきています。さあ、これがどうなっていくのか、ここも縦への大きなセクションへのアタックで決めてきました。
Production team are losing it over there. Here goes Ruby True winding up. So she's a completely different version of Mirai. She's way taller, goofy footer. Polar opposites, gets a nice wave herself and gets herself on the scoreboard. So well done, Ruby.
She did a great job, but the last of Mirai was...
Obviously.
The last section, finishing time, she went vertical.
Obviously, we're going to be asking for replays out of the boys in the same room as us here. They can hear me. They're going to try and cue it up as well because maybe we can do a slow-mo.
Not only the big finishing down here is...
Here we go. So watch this, folks. We're going to try and slow-mo this last turn because, you know, this was pretty good. She loves surfing in the pocket, and then the wave rapidly meets its ending, and she goes up there and just pushes, blasts through the lip. Thanks very much, boys. The Bonsai replay looked just as good, better than the first time around.
Tags it in the most critical section of the wave. And then she right out of it. So clean.
Look, you see a lot of guys come unstuck on that section. You know what I mean? A lot of highly rated men hit that section and get just blown off their boards. Mirai's just taken it on and in a big way, and she's gone into the excellent range again and half a point better than her last ride, ladies and gentlemen. And 8.83.
8.83 and 8.33. That is a massive score, and it's been still like 10 minutes or so.
So effectively, you're all surfing for second. I hate to say it.
Everyone's in the combo situation right now.
Oh, for sure. Ruby True's got a number to come. Yeah. So she did some pretty good work on her wave, but I imagine for Blue, Izzy, and Lola sitting out the back, hearing the numbers that are getting read out, there would be some panic in the camp because there is now one available spot to qualify out of these three.
Right.
Not two. That top spot's gone.
Pretty much 3 surfers just battling for the second place.
100%.
And 4.33 for the first of white. That's not a bad score, you know. 4.33 was keeper.
It's a 3-way surf off here. So let's see what green can bring. So this is Lola.
Smaller size waves, just a couple setting up turns, like racing down the line, waiting for the wave to step up. And that's a better looking turn. And
all right,
unfortunately,
decides to kick straight out. So at the end there. So the judges now, they've thrown those big numbers. Everything else in this heat has to be compared against what Mirai's done. All right, so the judges have got to keep it real here and go, okay, unless you're really blowing up hard, we can't throw any big numbers. So we're looking at Izzy Campbell for her first effort. Her folks in town, nothing goes on there for Izzy. Her folks back home in West Oz. One spot available. I can only imagine how nervous parents get at this stage because, you know, they've come a long way. Izzy's here. She's highly rated. I imagine Lola and True, they've got fans listening in as well out there. And I imagine right about now, being a parent or perhaps a sponsor, oh, God, it must be stressful.
Yes, battling for the second place only.
Yeah.
It's very, very stressful.
And Mirai is just so good, you know. I'm sure she would look every bit at home and probably still extracting these sort of numbers on a CT level. She's that good. All right, well, we do have a mini break in the action. All the scores are in. We'll throw down with Paige Harrop for a little post-heat interview with Giada.
All right, I'm here with Paige Harrop. Congratulations. That didn't look very easy. It was looking pretty slow out there. Tell us a little bit about the conditions.
Yeah, there's definitely some big sets, and my coach Yvonne told me not to go those, so I had to be a little bit patient, and it was kind of few and far between, but managed to get two.
Talking about Yvonne, what are some of the things that you talk about, because you've been competing for so long and you surf incredible, so give us a little bit of insight.
I don't know, I think I still get just as nervous as when I was 18, and I don't know, the strategy's still simple and the same, but everyone's surfing so good and there's so many good groms coming up, so just trying to keep it simple and work on my own thing, and hopefully I can make it through a few heats.
All right, is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back at home?
I just want to say hi to my girlfriend, my parents, all my family back in New Zealand, and you.
Thank you so much, and see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Real thanks, G. Paige Harrop, winner at the NIAS event a couple of years ago. She knows how to win at this level. But here is Ruby. She's in second.
This is a good looking wave for Ruby. Wow, the first section was on point. Unfortunately, it comes on stuck on the second. She was starting to on the way to the good point on that wave.
Yep, you don't want to be making too many mistakes now when there's only one spot up for grabs. You've got someone as quality as Izzy in the heat, who I expect will bounce back with 10 minutes to go. She's surfed a lot of pressure situations before. Lola has got only one score. It's a low 2. Ruby is just living in that mid-range 4 and 3 kind of area. So she'll have to probably step that up a little bit. But more importantly right now, someone like who I know Izzy is that good, she's going to have to get something happening shortly to leave herself enough time to get back out there and get a second good wave, because her best number at this stage is a 1.6. That is a dead set nothing.
And it's less than 10 minutes remaining. So you might have 1 or 2 chances to get 1 wave or 2 waves.
That wave just rolls under a 2, so just a smidge too far out. It really flattened off. Might not have been that good further down the line either. So Izzy just having a look at it. Next line that comes through in this half a set. It's not really a set. She's out there by herself. She's got first priority, and now's the time you just need the ocean to do you a favour, throw you a bit of love. I've got to get 2 waves.
Yeah, 2 waves in 10 minutes at Krui is pretty hard work to do, because there's a long way back out. So you have to be smart. Either you can put 2 turns in and kicks out and get another one.
Yeah. Well, she effectively needs a 6.06, but you've got to be thinking, leaving a 1.6 hanging in your scoreline, you're really, leaving yourself vulnerable. So Lola needs another wave as well. She could do it with just a 5.4. But Ruby True, if she could add to a 3.33, the requirements will go up for both those ladies. But more importantly, as the clocks, surely some nerves start to kick in. I imagine the folks around the globe in their certain respective areas, the Campbells I know would be watching. Hope the SWA crew have got it on the TV and are listening in. If you are, good on your team. I love you guys.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
8 minutes, exactly.
Well, time is ticking. Yeah, like you said, little bit of nerves will kick in soon for Izzy and Lola as well.
I reckon Izzy's backing herself right now that she can get a 6.06 on 1 wave. But the issue would then be that 1.6 left in your scoreline, because I imagine Ruby, she looks like if she connects with a wave and finishes a wave, easily could upgrade her 3.33.
Right.
Mirai's out the back, doesn't need to do anything. 17, 16 2-wave total, if you don't mind, on her only 2 rides. Let's think about the Pro Juniors the other day. She rode 2 waves in the final, and that was it.
Yep. And
she's ridden 2 waves here, and she's got blockbuster numbers.
Right.
And she might leave it at that as well. So she's pacing herself perfectly.
And I'm pretty sure that she's thinking to improve her situation. She's looking for a wave to build an 833 right now. She's not done yet.
I'm sure she's not. She doesn't have to do anything. She could come in and sign a few autographs, I reckon, because she's killing it. And she surfed the perfect final the other day. What did she get? A 9.27 and an 8.5 or something, was it?
In like the first 10 minutes or 15
and
minutes.
then ride another wave. So she it wasn't a fluke. She's just gone out and done it again, basically. Right here in front of us.
Pretty much like 10 minutes. She hasn't done nothing yet.
Might as well relax. You've got a big, it's only day 4 of an 8-day event, so there's still a lot of unfinished business ahead of us in the draw. So this will put her into the round of 32. At some point, they do go down to 2-person quarterfinals once we get to the top 8. So there's still quite a few heats remaining. It would be the round of 32, then the round of 16, quarters, semis, finals. So there's still to win and back up her good work from last year. She's still got another potentially 5 heats.
Right. Yeah, it's a pretty long way to win, but she's showing what she can, do.
She laid out the blueprint for herself last year by doing that. So she's in a good place in out of 2 events and 4 divisions. She's so far won 3 of those divisions with potentially the perfect record if she can hang on. Long way to go in this event. A lot of quality in the field. At this stage, though, those numbers stack up as a kind of scary reading. There's a lot of energy in the ocean that's missing the surfers. So Izzy, with priority and has had for a long time, has not even had an opportunity to pull the trigger and show us her stuff.
And we are coming down to the 5 minutes mark now.
And let's not forget about Lola here as well. She's only got 1 wave. She can string together a mid-4. I'm sure her folks are still keeping the belief as well. Ruby True with 3rd priority. She's had a couple of chances. She could have really shut the door on the others so far. She's just had a fall at the wrong time. And, she got a little bit of it. She got the 2nd number out of everybody, the 4.33, and then got a 3.33 with a fall. So had that been a 5 or a 6, geez, the requirements would look pretty nasty for the other 2. They're probably lucky she fell to keep Lola and Izzy in strike.
That's true. Yeah, Ruby was on a good-looking wave. Unfortunately, she comes unstuck on the 2nd turn. But it could have been a 5 or 6.
Down to 4 minutes. My goodness.
Wow. Here is Izzy. Having a look at this one.
Late takeoff. Oh, my God. Gets swatted. Down she goes. All that pressure. Puts herself in exactly the wrong spot. There goes priority. There goes a few more minutes off the clock. Wow. I'm feeling sorry for the Campbells and Izzy right now because she is such a good surfer. I know that. I'm sure everyone in West Oz and all the girls in this round know that. The Bonsoy replay. Let's have another look at this. Watch this first bottom turn here, team.
Really leans onto it.
Well, I think this is her 2nd number. This is, this. Watch this last turn. This is an 8.83. Wow.
The finishing turn.
She made the end turn actually look easy. Got to the bottom, got the credit, absolutely belted the biggest oncoming section. Mirai Keed, I can't say enough good things about her right now. I'm really interested to see how these next 4 days pan out and where that young lady ends up in the draw and where her future takes her. But I think she's on a collision course with the CT at some point. Well, easy, geez, I'm a little. She'll be filthy on this heat. She is a gnarly competitor. Hello, Green. Hello, Lola. What have you got time? You've got time for a 5.39. Got priority. Got 2.5 minutes.
Pretty much, they will have 1 more shot at it.
Yeah.
In a 2 minutes and half seconds. Yeah. And Green is 5.39, which is, easy for them to do it. So just 1 more wave. Hopefully they're gonna get 1 more wave in for, it's just exciting to see them surfing. So
I hope Izzy gets another wave as well. She's much better than that score line. We all know that. just being just on the wrong end of a lot of decisions here and a lot of waves. It just gave it no joy. The clock's been against her the whole time. When she had priority, the ocean went flat. Ouch. Tough heat.
But here is Lola having a look at this one, but not takers.
Wow, there hasn't been a lot of waves ridden in this heat. We got red with 2, white with 2, green with 1, and blue with 3. So here goes Izzy.
Wow.
Yep, she's really good. She just needs to blow this apart because that's going to be her last turn. May have needed to hit that oncoming section to have a chance at this 606.
池田選手、こちら3本目のライディングです。残り1分を切っていますが、これもいい波になってきています。しっかりとインサイドまでつなげて、これはこのまま上がってくるでしょうか。これはしっかりとインサイドまでつなげて演技を終えます。Well, Izzy had a one wave.
Yeah.
That was a good wave and good surfing. But problem is
it's up against what Red did early.
And is she gonna get 606 on that one?
Hang on. And White might improve her situation. Didn't see what she did out the back, but that's a tidy snap for the tall Ruby True. 25 seconds, so she may have got other turns on that wave. If she did, the 606 is not relevant anyway. Time will tell. We've got a score to drop from everybody, so with 15 seconds to go, we're probably going to have to just hold on and wait for these numbers to drop before we get off screen here and go to a break.
But yeah, Izzy's last wave was this one on the smaller size waves. Really loved the first one, nice off the top with big spray. But this one, it was a nice finishing down, but just like you said, she didn't hit the finish section.
Imagine how nervous she was though going into that. This will be a throwaway number for Mirai. But the judges will be comparing everything that's happened in this heat against the brilliance of Mirai Aikida. A 17-16 two-wave total in about the first 10 minutes was just outstanding effort. Non-stop going for it. It's absolutely world-class surfing. So,
yeah,
we've still got 2 numbers to come. Didn't see all of Ruby's. There's some of the crew down here, the locals in the Tanjung Setia area. Tomorrow, it'll be standing room only, being a Saturday. A lot of Indonesians come down on the weekend and watch what the Boulays are up to. They probably don't understand much of it, but they like to be part of a festival anyway. And they'll bring their picnics down here. They'll get all over it. We've got one more score to come for Izzy. We're just going to hold on.
So Ruby's last wave comes in 4.70.
So
better to back up.
Izzy needed a 7.43. It's not that. I can't see Izzy getting out of trouble here. The numbers are in. It wouldn't have even been the 606 anyway. So 5.67. The result stands with Red first, White second. We will throw to a quick break and be back with Heat 6 in just a moment.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
And we're back, and we've just seen some awesome graphics of what went on the last couple of days, particularly through the Pro Junior division. It was a really nice mashup of some of the highlights that have already gone on the reef out in front. Fujong Bachur, I love it. This is Heat 6 matchup. It's Holly Williams from Australia in the red, Hinata Shimizu in the blue, Nixie Ryan out of Australia in the white, and Carly Shanahan, Australia in green. And welcoming back True Starling. G'day, True. Good arvo.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Yeah, it's been a great day of surfing. We're very close to the end of competition today, and I'm really, really looking forward to this heat. Holly Williams got a 5th here last year at the Krui Pro. Hinata Shimizu was looking really good yesterday. Nixie got a 17th here last year, and Kylie Shanahan, she actually made an appearance. She won the trials into the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. She's wearing a helmet out there right now because she just recently got some stitches out of her head. I know there was
And the stitches happened where? Were they here?
she had some. She actually got them in back at home, I believe, before she came over here. And the other day I went to the medical zone with her, and wasn't quite ready yet, but she was excited to hear that she was able to go surfing. So I know that she's happy to be here in Krui out in the water. But yeah, she surfed in the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Kylie Shanahan. She won the trial. She ended up getting 17th, which she got knocked out in the elimination round by Luana Silver and Caroline Mark. So two pretty.
I remember seeing her in that draw, and I remember all the crew that got around her after her last heat, which she lost, and just it was like she'd won the event because so many crew came down and just gave her a big rap. And
yeah, the Janjak board riders had t-shirts made for her. There was so much support for Carly down there. She's originally from Coffs Harbour, moved to Janjak, and she's just fit in there beautifully. But this lady right here, she's from the Sunshine Coast, Holly Williams, and she's got a really strong backhand. She had a great result here last year, as I mentioned before, a 5th. She's just hoping to start off this heat strongly, gets a couple of nice backhand turns in, loads up once again, just snapping it in the pocket to get a good finish for Holly Williams.
yeah, look, I liked it. A lot of surfing done on that wave, a couple of times up into the lip. Got one of those waves that bowled out a little bit a few times, and just dealt with what she had in front of her. Put some good runs on the board. Almost just such a good way to start a heat and get rid of some nerves. So she's one of the seeded surfers that has waited a long time for this opportunity, late on day 4.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of time to think about what you're going to do when you get out there, time to execute, and she did. Who's this?
Yeah, this is Hinata Shimizu, getting a 33rd in this event here last year. Unfortunately, she couldn't quite find a good connection on that one. She did get that on the inside of Nixie Ryan, who is from Lennox Head. And this is her first QS of this year. So it's the first time we've seen her in Arashi. This is a replay of Holly Williams.
Bonsoy replay. So this is what the judges see, right? We've got the drone footage first time around, a couple of moves just to kick things off. Then the wave starts to improve and she starts to help herself to the top of the wave and driving hard off the bottom for these last 2 blasts. And so good work. It'll be a mid-range number, but it's a solid start. So congrats to Holly. Hinata's wave just at a puff, quick, smart. Won't be much in the blue column. The red will be in the mid-range scoring scale somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like those mid-range scores in like 80% of these heats have been really they've just been winning heats, to be honest. That first one of Holly's locks in at a 5, so it's going to be a keeper by the end of it.
Yep. She'll be hoping it turns into a backup, and she's good enough to get rid of that and add another big number to it. Can't say enough good things about that last heat of Mirais as well. She opened up with an 8.33. We thought that was incredible. And then she did half as much surfing on the next wave and got an 8.83.
Wow.
It was outrageous.
Wow, that's
And that happened in under 10 minutes.
She's a reigning champion here at the Krui Pro. I dare say that she wants to go back to back. So we're going to have a little chat to her. She is there with Dai Wako, and we'll hear from Mirai Aikita.
素晴らしいヒート展開で次のラウンドへと進出を果たしました。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
完璧なヒート展開だったように思えるんですが、ヒートを振り返ってみていかがですか
？1個前とかその前のヒートもちょっと波数が少ないスローなヒートに見えたので、とりあえず来た波にもう最初から乗って、で同じ位置に戻ってまたもう1本乗るっていうクイックな展開を意識しました。
So she knew that the last couple of heats is slower heat, so she tried to get as soon as the horns out. So that's exactly what she did, and she got the best wave of the heat. 8点を出した後にまた8点をエクセレントのスコアを出したと思うんですけど、 エクセレントを出した後に乗った波で考えていたことは何があるんですか？
あの波1本目に8点を出したので、その次に8点出すには、8点か、それよりもっといいスコアを出すには、クローズアウトセクションを決めたいなと思ってたので、ちょっと意識して乗りました。
After getting those first excellent and she was on the second one, she was thinking she needed to land on those closing out section and finishing strong, and that's, well, exactly what she did. それでは、たくさんの方は見てくれていると思うので、メッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンド32も、はい、自分のサーフィンをしっかり出せるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Di. The baby-faced Mirai Akita, you can't judge a book by its cover because when she gets in the water, she just does big-time surfing.
Oh, she's an assassin out there, for sure.
Yeah.
She is a shark in the water. I mean, every time I see her on land, I'm like, Mirai, how's it going? Her and Anon actually are the two where I'm like, hi, how are you? And then I'm like, I really don't want to be in a heat with you ever.
Yes, no,
Because
me
you're
either.
scary.
Probably even around them too much during a free surf. That good.
Mm.
That would make me look silly. So Holly Williams, the 5, is looking good. Great start. Low number there for Hinata. So Nixie and Carly, again, there they are. They're going to have to duke it out for the first tabs on the next set, as they neither of them have any sort of priority billing. And time's now almost 10 off the clock. They both look around hard. They both move in a little. There's no sign of life in the ocean, what I can see. So the pressure starts to mount a little. The 5 for Holly's starting to stack up and look really good as the clock ticks away a little bit here.
Yeah, luckily it's a 50% progression to get through. Hinata's first wave was a 1.83. So looking at it from that perspective, with 16 minutes to go, I mean, it's not too hectic right now. Although in one of the earlier heats, we saw, unfortunately, Philippa Anderson get knocked out. She had like a 20 or 15 minute paddle back out. We didn't see her for so long. It was crazy.
She must have got belted down by the caddies or something.
I think she was getting like smoked on the inside.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then honestly, she didn't get back out the back. She probably got away with it around the, 18, 20 minute mark. Didn't get back out the back until 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I know.
It was crazy.
And I saw her after the heat, and I hadn't even spoken to her this about it. I was like, "Hi, Philippa, I didn't see her. How did you go?" And she just had this filthy look on her face. I went, "Oh my God, what happened?" She goes, "I just paddled for 19 minutes."
Yeah.
And off she went. I went, "Oh, sorry for asking, but I didn't see the heat.
Yeah.
If I had seen it, I wouldn't have asked."
Yeah, it's it's hard navigating that as well. The losses for all of these women in the draw, they felt really hard, and especially for Filzy, who's been here a lot, and she's in the Challenger Series. She feels it, and this is Nixie up and riding. Just a quick in and out of that wave.
It's come down now to someone like Philippa Anderson. She's won at NIAS before, so she's going to a familiar, happy hunting ground. We wish her the best of luck. And same with this young one, the helmeted Carly Shannon. Gets her first opportunity, starts to bury some rail. The wave flattens out a little bit, so she's going to have the decision, do I hang in there and just milk it? The inside may start to grow a little bit here for her, and it looks like it is. So just a bit of downtime to get to these sections now. If she gets up there and belts it, she'll be in for a good score. So that wasn't so bad. Something good to finish would be, there you go. That's the turn she needed on this wave to make it count. So well done, Carly. Had a good read on what was going on down the line.
Yeah, she did. That was a strong backside snap just now for Carly Shanahan. And yeah, starts off really well. It's what she needed. This is Holly Williams up and riding on her second wave. A quick in and out there for Holly. And she's been in the Phillip Island Pro. That was a QS 3000 for Holly, getting a 9th at that event. She's got
this year.
This year, yep.
Nice.
Yep, she's got a 5th here from last year, so really good momentum for Holly. So I know that she's hoping to get back onto the Challenger Series. And this is a really nice wave for Carly. That board, you can't miss it out there, that's for sure. I think she had a bit of a moment on a motorbike where I saw on her Instagram her her bike rack's broke and she had to go and get her board fixed. So it's great that she's ready to ride it in this heat. She gets that really beautiful connection there for Carly. But it's this turn here. Jams it in the pocket, throws a fan of spray, and she kicks out at the perfect time. That was really all she needed to do. And then Hinata Shimizu, beautiful opening turn, drives through this second one. Wow, just whips it in the pocket and driving through a nice carve. Lots of speed and power from Hinata on that wave.
Missed that wave the first time around, and the Bonsai replay made it look pretty good. I was going to say Carly will go straight to second, but Hinata's got a pretty good wave to come. So that was a really strong move by Hinata out the back. So a lot earlier than Carly's good move on a bigger wave. It's going to be one of those two that are going to hold down second spot. Nixie Ryan will drop into fourth. Half time now in heat 6. So I imagine tomorrow morning, there's no calls just yet for the crew online. But as we're getting close to the end of the day, I imagine we'll come back first thing and tidy up the back end of this round.
Yeah.
There'll be 8 heats remaining. We'll get those calls before the afternoon are out, but it will become official at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. My predictions are that it'll be a 7 call for a 7:30 start again with the back end of this round. So we'll let everybody in on that when we get to it. We've just got a score there. It's a 5-3-3 for Hinata. She's the one that holds second. Carly's was under that at a 4-2-3. We'll throw to a Bonsai ad and we'll get back with live action in a moment.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Wow, how was some of the highlights flashing back to the junior day, the junior finals just a couple of days ago? It was so good.
Yeah, it was super exciting to watch. Mirai Aikida, we saw her take out that last heat. She went back-to-back in the Krui Pro Junior. Iko or Ichi Watanabe also getting the win as well. It was, yeah, they were two massive heats, some great highlight moments, definitely. And this is this last wave of Carly. Nice first turn, driving through a second one. And she gets a completion there for Carly Shanahan as she kicks out. So she's got a nice score to complement that 4-2-3 for sure to roll in.
Yeah, she'll go into second. So things are starting to change on the leaderboard. Holly had it all her own way for a little while there with that 5, but Hinata's 5-3-3, enough to sit at the top of the tree. Carly did a lot of surfing for a 4-2-3, so maybe she learnt to just be a bit more brutal early, and she did that on her last wave. Scores are coming, and it's going to be her best ride. She did about a quarter as much surfing as her first wave for a 4-9-3. So Shanahan into the lead. So big reshuffle of the leaderboard. Carly will be a little nervous, though, that the other two just immediately below her, blue and red, have got bigger first numbers. Carly sits there on the strength of 2 4+ rides. I think she's going to have to replace one of those to hold on to this first place billing, because Hinata looks like she's red hot form, and Holly Williams, we know how good she is. Here's Nixie Ryan.
Yeah, Nixie up on her second wave. That's a better looking turn there for Nixie Ryan. Loads up for a solid backside snap and gets a third one in, throws heaps of spray, has a little wobble, but she does well to ride out of that one for Nixie. Coming from the Lennox Head area, surf for Lee Bar board riders, and yeah, gets a real wave in there.
All right, that's definitely going to put her back in striking range of a second spot. 8:40, it just keeps winding down here late on day 4. Here's action replays. So this is young Nixie Ryan. Hadn't done much before this wave, so this will be good for her confidence. It'll be great for her scoreline. Would have been handy to get around that section, but it's going to leave it within striking distance. There we go. So it's a 4-5, moves her up to third. Only needs a 2-6-7 unless this girl here can do something about it. Holly's actually in fourth, a 2-1-7. One good turn here would put her into second. She's got a great wave.
Oh, huge first turn for Holly. Wow. She's surfing with so much power. I love that first combo. Engages the rail there. Holly, if she can finish strong here, she's looking at a really good score. She's eyeing off a section. She's seen it and tags it to get a finish, stands tall, and she's like, yeah, that felt good. And Nixie on another wave out behind her.
Yep, good size wave as well for Nixie. So just staying close to the pocket, hanging in there again, looking for a real steep opportunity. One presents itself, so she does better on a third move. Winding up hard, getting better as she goes down the line. Now a little cutback. She's decided to kick out. Did a pretty good job on the back half of that wave. I was about to suggest that Holly Williams could go to the lead with her score, but so could Nixie.
Yeah, we got some good numbers to lock in for Holly and for Nixie Ryan. Looks like Hinata may have got a wave in there as well.
Well, without seeing Hinata's, I still think Holly could go to first. Some pretty quality surfing. Here it is again. What did you like best about this wave?
Oh, love this first turn, without a doubt. That was huge. You could see the fan of spray. Gets his second one. A little bit of a wobble there, but I like how she engages her rail here. The variety of turns is really exciting to see from Holly. And she eyes this section off. She doesn't need to do too much. I love how she tags it. Still has that power to get a really good completion. And then this last wave of Nixie. Mark, it was such a good one. Loving that this first turn. That board is looking really smooth underfoot for Nixie. And a couple of carves. And this is where she loads up a bit better. Gets a little bit more vertical. And finishes strong on that wave for Nixie Ryan. So 2 good scores to lock in.
Yeah, geez, I think they could both go into first and second here. So time will tell, but it's a pretty close race, really, when you look at everybody's best number. Carly, although she was temporarily in the lead, she's only sitting on a couple of 4s. Nixie moves up a little bit here. Her last wave was a 4-4-7. So she's into second. Williams could still go all the way to first, and I still believe she will. I think it'll be the best wave of it'll be close to, or at least the best wave of the heat. Up there somewhere. It was pretty sick.
Looking at her numbers, she only needs a 4-1-6 or a 4-1-7 to go up into first place, which...
Yep, she'll do that.
Yeah, she's done that for sure. She's definitely got the requirement for second. It's just by how much with, 5.5 minutes to go in this heat. It's gone by really quickly. It's a 5-7-7.
There we go. All right, so that looks good in her column. It's more than backed up. Her 5 has now become her backup right, so that's exactly what she was hoping to do in this heat. She's still got 5 minutes to drop her first number that was a 5, so a great response there for Holly with all the noise and all the fuss that was going on around her and numbers dropping everywhere. She held her composure, found a great wave, capitalised to the max, and that's looking like it could be a qualifying score line right there. So the 5.84, we know Carly could do that, but she's got to get her best ride now to make that happen. Nixie Ryan's got to bust out of she's got to get a high 4, so that's well within her range. And Shimizu only needs a 3.83. Everybody's threatening for this vital qualifying second spot.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely it's anyone's heat right now with 4 minutes to go. I feel like everyone's going to get another opportunity as well. There's some waves starting to roll through. And, 3.83 for Hinata Shimizu. She's got the second best wave of the heat already off that 5.33. Carly needs to better a 4.23 to make it harder for Nixie and Hinata. Nixie needs to get her best wave of the heat if she wants to get into second.
Yep, she does indeed. So she's visited that number, though, a couple of times in this heat. The requirement is right around what she's already done, so just has to step it up a little bit. Hence, Carly Shannon must be nervous. Yep, blue's waving. She wants the lowdown. She's most well positioned because she only needs a high 3. Her 5.33 stacking up as the second best number, but in fourth. Interesting 3 and a bit minutes, folks. I hope you're playing along at home and watching this. Been a lot of close heats today because most of these heats have had 4 really good surfers involved in each matchup. And hence we're getting these super down to the wire moments in most heats.
Yeah, well, looking at this last heat of the day, we've got Kana Nakashio, Amelie Burke, Aura or Alan Zeflin, and Leilani McGonigal. That's going to be the next heat hitting the lineup. And then to finish off the day is Charlie Haitley, Olive Hardy, Giada Legati, and Armani Barber. But this is that
5.77.
Yeah.
Great start to this wave. She picked a ripper that just held its height. It held its bowl most of the wave. Wasn't too many bumps on the surface of this thing. Not many people do that full wrap back to the pocket. So Holly clicked as she knows it. As soon as she saw this section, she's gone, just finish. Boom, she did. And body language, she's well into it. That was a great ride.
That was really well surfed from Holly. Gains the lead, 2.5 minutes to go. Let's see what Nixie and Hinata can do. Hinata has the first priority, so she's in a really good position right now, only chasing that 3.83. It's not a big number. She just needs to convert on the next opportunity that she gets. You know, we've seen so many moments like this where in the last 2 minutes a flurry of waves have come through. It's been so crazy and happens so often throughout the day that it's just kind of expected now.
So looking at what she did on that 5.33 she's got some goodness. She goes over the hangers. I think we missed her one attempt to impress the judges, and it was a bit of a misfire there for Hinata right when she needed the 3.83. Bummer. But this girl could still do it. This is Nixie Ryan.
Yeah, Nixie from Lennox Head. She is trying to get a 4.67 right now. Gets a nice connection in there. She needs to go big, which she does. Gets a completion for Nixie. Will she get another opportunity? Doesn't look like it, but I really liked that 2-turn combination from Nixie Ryan just now.
Would have been really good to get something on the other side of that section down at the end just to totally be convinced. She's probably a little nervous because that was just a nothing move, another little check turn. This was a little better, and then she saw her moment where I've got to do this. Boom, yeah, that was a big turn. I think she will get it on reflection, a 4.67. It was good commitment on a good section with some other stuff added to it. So still she would be feeling a lot better about things had she got that last blast in. I think Carly Shanahan would be a little nervous.
For sure. I think Carly needs to see if she can get herself on another wave. And aim for the fact that she probably needs to get a score. You just never really quite know. With 20 seconds, the score of Nixie's, it's an important number. She needs a 4.67. This is Hinata Shimizu. She only needs a small score. This one looks like it might even grow a little bit down the line. She gets a second combination in. Patient off the bottom, taps that rail. Really nice connection there for Hinata.
Ooh.
And wow, this wave is still going. She goes vertical again, needs to finish this one off. And unfortunately, she is unable to get the completion from Hinata. Wow, that would have been a good opportunity there.
We're owed 3 numbers. I still don't know who gets second. We're going to have to hang in there and watch these numbers drop. So for everyone at home, I'm sure there's some nervous parents and brothers and sisters and fans. When she took off on this, I thought, she had to catch it. But it just got better as she went down the line. Remembering she needed only a 3.83, but everyone else ahead of her is dropping a score. So if that had been the requirement, that's all she needed. She was probably going to get it. She needed to hang in there and just ride out of this because the 3.83 will be kind of false reading, I think, once other numbers drop. So Shanahan wasn't owed a number, but Nixie is.
Wow, this is going to be really, really close. Nixie needs a 4.67. Hinata needs a 3.83. Oh my goodness. This is going to be super close. You can see Hinata there. She's maybe feeling a little bit of the nerve. She's going, wow, I needed to convert on that one. And she did. She just wasn't able to ride out, which is so important in these heats, especially when you're needing a score. It locks in at a 4.2 for Hinata Shimizu. Goes to second. Nixie needs a 5.04. Oh my goodness, this is going to be really close.
So where is Shanahan? Where is Nixie? We've still got the. Yep, she's heard that news, but she might not realise there's one more score to drop. So temporarily, she's pretty stoked. Nixie's score is going to be under the requirement. There's a bunch of fours dropping. It's not going to be the deal. It's going to be Holly Williams first, Hinata Shimizu second. Bad luck there for Carly and Nixie. It drops in at just a 4-5. Over and out. We'll be back in a minute with Heat 7.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Brand new twist that's coming to the Asia Regional Qualifying Series. We're introducing the Bonsoi Asia Super Series, where prestige is on the line across the Asia region's QS 6000 events. We've got a brand new yellow jersey tradition rolling out, and we're seeing it for the first time in this heat with Kana Nakashio rocking the yellow Bonsoi Super Series jersey. You're going to spot her out, paddling out with a bright splash of gold on her back, which is a target for every competitor in the draw. For the Krui Pro, the first QS 6000 of the Asia season, it's going to be Kana in this heat and also Iko Watanabe in the men's, wearing this jersey after their wins at the Sumatran Safaris Hamamatsu event in Japan last month. But we can't get too comfortable as this jersey changes hands from event to event depending on who's leading the race. It's a moving badge of honor that travels with the rankings leader, bringing extra pressure, extra glory, and a $5,000 prize purse for the men's and women's rankings leader come the final QS 6000 of the year. Next stop, NIAS, June 21 to 26. After that, we're flying to the Korea Open on July 18th through to the 20th, where the yellow jersey drama continues. Want to say a massive thank you to Bonsoi for backing the next generation of talent in the Asia region. And we're back with the Krui Pro and straight into action. That was Amelie Burke in and out of her first wave. She's taking on Aura Zeflin, Leilani McGonigal, and Kana Nakashio, who is wearing the gold jersey, which is for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. So exciting new twist to the Asia region, Dai.
Right. It's a good series coming up, and how exciting is that for the Asian, tour surfers to might be able to get a bonus.
Yeah, it's super exciting, and I love how it adds that little bit of extra competitiveness with the surfers in the heat, in the draw, and in the events, hoping to get that yellow jersey and take that win, and then be in that race to win the $5,000 prize purse for the men's and women's rankings. Come the end of the QS 6000 season, we may have a couple of extra ones added. There's talk of a 6000 co-sanctioned in Japan.
Right.
Hopefully we'll be back in Siargao in Taiwan. But we've got 3 coming up pretty soon. And wow, huge scores. Leilani McGonigal locks in a 7. Kana Nakashio gets a 6.33. And it is Aura Zeflin, or Alan as she goes by, having a look at this one with her first priority. She's from, part of the Kandui crew.
Wow.
Nice first turn. Gets a second. Smooth carve in. Driving through another one for Alan. And wow, she's looking really solid out here. She was in the Pro Junior where she got an equal 9th just a couple of days ago, and she's got a great crew around her. And what a good way to start off this heat.
Definitely, there's a few, great waves already ridden so far, and it's been just only 5 minutes, and 7s and 6s, and the last of Aura was good looking wave.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Beautiful, clean, open face with a big carve throughout the, open face. This is the last of the white. Really loved the first turn, and this turn really loved massive carving turn through the open face, and it gets another check turn in and tried to navigate into the inside, but decided to kicks out. That was a great surfing from Aura. Comes in 4.50.
Yeah, 4.5 for Aura Zeflin. And maybe the fact that it was a smaller wave. I mean, she's got great technique. Let's take a look. This is live action. Leilani McGonigal, 2019 winner here at Ujungbuchor. Nice opening wrap for Leilani. She's patient off the bottom.
Wow.
Driving through another carve. Gets a little bit hung up there, though, and unfortunately coming unstuck.
Wow, she was on the way to building some good scores on that one, but still a lot of done at the back.
Yeah, she did well. Lei is from the region of Pavones in Costa Rica. I don't know if you've been there, but it's really long. Actually, you would lose your mind.
The left.
The left.
Yeah.
You would lose your mind over there. It is so fun, and there's so much going on. And yeah, I know that she's excited to be back here at Ujungbuchor, but I think we may be going over to an interview because Holly is excited to be here. She got an equal 5th here last year, and she started off with a great heat win just now. She's down there with Mark.
Okay, here I am down in the athlete area with Holly Williams, winner of the last heat. Holly, that was a weird heat. You started really well, but came back and answered the challenge right when you needed to.
Yeah, it was really challenging out there, like not knowing what was going to come, and it was a pretty slow start and you couldn't hear out there. So yeah, I'm glad I got the win and got the first heat under the belt.
All right, well, a good start, like I said, with that 5. And then you didn't know that you dropped into 4th, right? But you found a really good wave and went from 4th to 1st with that 5.77.
Yeah, I didn't even know the scores out there, so I kind of just knew no matter what, I had to get like 2 5s and above because that's what's going to get you through a heat out here. And I was just fortunate that one kind of gave me something to hit. So, yeah.
And these are QS 6000s, first time ever here at Krui. The Asian region is a big deal, and I'm sure you enjoy coming to Indo every year for these events.
Yeah, Krui is definitely one of my fave places to come, as well as the Philippines last year was really sick. It's just such a good environment. Like, it makes you kind of get ready for that CS of traveling and competing. So, yeah, I love it down here.
Like to say hi to somebody, your supporters straight down the line there?
Yeah, I'd just like to say hi and thanks to my family and friends and Apex and One on the Bolster for supporting me and getting me here. Wouldn't be here without you guys. So thank you. Big shout out to you guys.
And all the best moving through to the round of 32. Job well done, Holly. Go and relax.
Thanks, Mark and Holly. Yeah, Holly had a good heat win. It was a little bit of a stressful one just now, but she was looking solid from the very beginning. So it was good to watch. And this is an exciting heat. Kana Nakashio leading the rankings, and she took a win over at Hamamatsu.
Yes.
That event. Were you there?
I was there commentating. It was she was performing really great on the last day. Got really bigger 4-foot solid wave, and she just managed to put a couple solid turns in. So she is used to this big open face condition. So probably she is ready for the Krui Pro.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, she definitely is. I mean, she's looking strong.
And she came second in the World Pro Junior earlier this year.
Wow.
Held in Philippines.
La Union?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she has, massive results so far.
Yeah, she's looking strong. She won. Did she? It was Kana that won the La Union QS.
Last year, isn't it?
Yeah, last year, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, she's got QS heat wins under her belt, Pro Junior heat wins, second in the world at the WSL Pro Juniors. I mean,
Now she is in a yellow jersey.
Yeah,
For the first time in history.
What's next for
Yeah.
Kana Nakashio? She's studying at uni still, right?
Yeah. Studying at uni, but probably graduating soon.
Mhm.
This year's gonna be last year probably
Okay.
for her
Yeah.
at uni. But she's already committing full time to the CS and QS tour. She
Mm.
was recently in Newcastle for the CS tour,
Mhm.
and she came here probably 2 days ago.
Wow.
So she hasn't had a great surfing practice yet.
Yeah.
But probably, but looking at the scores, she's just in a great shape.
Yeah, she's looking good. Starting off with that 6.33 is great. Great way to kick off this heat for Kana. 15 minutes to go in this one. It's Leilani McGonigal out in front with a 7 and a 2.43. This lady right here, Emily Burke, she's from Newcastle. Nice. First turn goes down. Wow, that was, she would have got pumped on that one. That was a hectic fall.
That was a really critical section to hit. If she met that one, that would have been a good score. But we see some actions on, but when we might see Bonsai replay of that ride.
Yeah, hopefully a replay of that of, I think.
Leilani?
Yeah.
Leilani, that was a Leilani, yeah. Southern
Yeah.
Green. So yeah, love to see the Bonsai replay for the last of Green. She's already locked in 7.0. Trying to get a wave to better 2.43.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, looks like it wasn't a big score for the last of Green. 3.07 for the last of Green.
Yeah, so not the backup that she was maybe hoping for, but just staying busy out there for Leilani. And Di, we have one more heat left for the day.
Right.
It's crazy. We've got Charlie Haitley taking on Olive Hardy, Giada Legati, and Amani Barber. And Olive Hardy's sister Willow was actually supposed to be here in this event, but unfortunately Willow snapped her syndesmosis, which is I think it's like part of your ankle. She snapped it in 3 places after she got knocked out in her Newcastle Challenger Series.
Right.
She tried to go barrel hunting, and it just didn't work out for her. So unfortunately she's out for this event and out for NIAS, and seems like she's going to be out for South Africa as well.
Wow, that's a big injury.
I know, yeah. So she's hoping to be back for the US Open. Go check out her Instagram. She's got some more information of what's going on there. Just Willow Hardy. And I think, sending lots of love to Willow and the family. Hopefully a good recovery. But 12 and a half minutes to go in this heat. And we've seen some big scores, but it's been pretty slow otherwise.
Right. A lot of actions in the first five minutes or so, but it's been really quiet. Looks like many waves came to the lineup, but I don't think there's a potential on that wave. But this one, Melee up and riding, just aiming for the section. Nice turn. That was a great big arc with the speed and power, and gets the finish right here and out of it.
Doesn't ride out.
中潮選手2本目のライディングになります。これはかなり高さのある波に乗ってきました。ここから波が切り立っていきます。大きなセクションしっかりと前へ出てきて、そして2発目を入れてきた難しいスープのセクションもしっかりと処理をして、さあ前から大きなセクション来るが、ここでキックアウト。That was one of the biggest sets that Kana was on. Managed to put 2 turns in, but didn't get the finish. But still, it's gonna be her backup score.
Yeah, that was a full volcano-looking wave coming towards her. This is a replay of Amelie's last wave. A couple of really hard, nice arcs. That was a good one there from Amelie. And Amelie from Newcastle, she's looking really solid. She was competing in the trials to see if she could get into the Newcastle Challenger Series, but just missed out, coming in second or third, unfortunately. But this wave of Kana's, it was a solid wave, one of the biggest sets we've seen this afternoon. You can see it start to just wall up here, and Kana, she's not afraid of anything, goes up and over that section, and it's exactly why she's wearing this gold jersey, the yellow jersey there for Kana Nakashio.
It was a really hard wave to surf. It didn't really steep up for her, but still managed to put one vertical, lip off the lip, and then put another one in. So it's gonna be a good score to me. But we are still waiting for the last of yellow, as well as white and blue. And pretty much everyone has one wave yet. The last of blue comes in 277. This is the last of white. Nice checking turn, coming back to the white water, power zone, and loss off the bottom. Couple of the check turns in, and gets the vertical lip, but didn't get the finishing turn. So we're still waiting for the last of yellow and white.
Yeah, pretty important scores to lock in. Amelie's last wave was a 4.7. Kana will go to second for sure. It's just maybe she might even go to first. She does. It's a 4.33. So Kana Nakashio goes to first place. Leilani McGonigal down in third. She needs a 3.66. Amelie Burke now chasing a 5.38 to go to second. Scores for this last wave of Aura or Allen to lock in as well. A little bit about Leilani. She's also on the Challenger Series with Kana Nakashio. She came over here from Newcastle as well. She had a little bit of time in between the Newcastle event and South Africa, and she was going to stay in Oz, but then saw that this event was on and managed to get in, and she was like, I'm a previous winner here. I love this wave. She loves going left. So decided to make the trip over to Krui and surf a few more heats. She's training with Adam Dufner here. And doing some PT work, some strength work with Jared Detiri as well. So she's just trying to get a bit more time in the Rashi and a bit more
getting the rhythm and flow in the competition, right?
Yes, that's exactly it, Dai.
Yeah, that's a very important thing. Once you had a great rhythm in one competition, you don't want to lose it. You just want to keep it going. So it's it's maybe really hard to do it, but it's a good idea to just be in the competition, even though it's a long trip from Australia to Indonesia, and then now she's off to South Africa.
Yeah,
such a long journey, but still, I think it will worth it.
Yeah, I agree. She got an equal ninth in Newcastle, which was her best result on the Challenger Series, I think, so far. And then heading back to Oz after this event. We won't see her in NIAS. She'll have some time in Oz before going over to South Africa. And I'm sure she'll see Kana over there as well, which will be exciting.
Yeah, probably Kana's, I'm not too sure. I have to ask her, but she's probably competing in Krui only, not NIAS. I don't think there's going to be enough time to go to South Africa.
Very close.
Very, very close.
Yeah, I think it's way too close for comfort for sure. Even speaking to a couple of other people, they're like, we can only do this one. The NIAS, it's a couple of days between it starting, I think, or maybe not even. So it's just not worth it. But here we go. This is live action. Leilani scratches into this one. She identifies that first section. Nice opening carve for Lei. Gets a second one in here. She's probably feeling at home on this big left. Snaps it in the pocket. Throwing heaps of spray. Gets another connection in there for Leilani and a third. Wow, just looking really comfortable. And that was a well-surfed wave there, Di.
That was well-surfed. Especially in between third turn to fourth turn, there's no hesitation, no rush in between. Smooth transition, and loved it. Wow, this is great angle. Last of green, great opening turn, and just checking turn and setting up for the next turn. This is money turn right there. Gets a vertical and gets another one in straight into the fourth. That was well served from Leilani's it's gonna be another great score. Yes, scores are locked in 7.50. She locks in 7.50 and 7 point.
Wow,
Well, what a heat.
14.5 total. That's pretty good stuff from Leilani. Priority is with Kana Nakashio. Kana needs an 8.17 to go to first, which we've seen her drop many an excellent score. Alin chasing a 6.17 to go to second place, and Emily only needs a 5.97. So not huge scores. Kana having a good look at this one.
中潮選手 8.17 を出すと第1のポジションに上がります。しっかりとボトムでタイミングを測ってカービングターン、そしてそのままボトムに行きトップターンのアクション、これはスプレーを大きく飛ばしてきました。そしてパワーゾーンに戻り、そこからフィニッシュもしっかり決めて前に出てきました。Well, that's another big surfing from Kana Nakashio. 3 big hits, gets the finish. She needs 8.17 to go into the first, and I got a feeling that it's going to be close.
Yeah, wow, that was huge for Kana Nakashio. Let's take a look at the replay. Love her patience here. Nice opening carve for Kana Nakashio. Tags it there. And that yellow jersey, she's looking pretty comfortable in to get that finish. Loved that wave from Kana. She is such a force to be reckoned with. There's so many Japanese women in this event where I just, love them on land. I'll stay far away from them in the water. And Kana is also one of them. She's just an incredible competitor. She, leaves very little room for mistakes, and that's going to come in at a pretty good score.
She barely makes mistakes. So every time she's on the wave, it's like a machine.
Yeah.
She does what she can do. And looking healthy for the last of yellow. 8.17. Now she's in the first.
Wow. Kana Nakashio gets a requirement at 8.17. And Kana and Leilani are actually on a 14.5 equal total. But because Kana has the better wave score of that 8.17, she is in the lead, and fair enough, that was huge surfing from Kana.
It was a bigger size wave and a clean hit every time, gets a big finish. So yeah, excellent surfing from Kana Nakashio. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Now Aura needing 10 point to go into the second.
A perfect 10.
But this is looking good.
Oh, that was a really nice turn there. She can just go for it out there. She has nothing to lose right now, needing a perfect 10. Jams it, throwing heaps of spray as she kicks out.
Definitely it's going to be her best score. She kind of managed to put a couple critical hits all the way to the inside. Here is a beach angle. Really love the first sound, just setting up for the next. A little bit of a checking down right there, but still the wave just standing up for her and gets the finish right there. It's a great surfing from Aura. Looking for a 10-point ride, but I don't think it's going to be a 10, but still it's going to be a pretty good score for Aura. 4.33.
Wow. Aura gets at 4.33. It's not the 10 she was looking for, but it's still a very well surfed wave. Amelie needs a 9.8. This is probably the most exciting heat that we've seen for a little while. I mean, we saw a 9.33 and an 8 earlier from Kira Buckpit, but this 8.17, a 6.33 for Kana, and a 7.5 and a 7 for Leilani. Huge surfing from both these women.
Definitely huge surfing. They are just showing what you have to be as a CS surfer right there, and trying to be on the CT tour. Well, these yellow and green, they are showing her their skills.
Yeah, wow. So insane. Kana's just going with the confidence of that event win over at Hamamatsu. This is another look at this 8.17 dive. What did you like about it?
She just timed everything right. Even though it's a 4-me section to hit, so it's kind of hard, but still managed to put everything on point.
Yeah, wow, she really did. That was huge. So with 1 minute remaining, Arlen needs a 10. Emily Burke needs a 9.8. And we have one more heat to go. We have more surfing. This is so exciting. This has been such an incredible heat to watch. Up next is going to be even better, I'm sure, as well. Emily having a look at this one. Doesn't quite scratch on with 30 seconds. Oh,
Emily
my
needing
goodness.
9.80. It's a big score, but she wanna have a go.
Yeah.
Before it ends.
Yeah, she's definitely hoping to stand up. And she's having a paddle, just doesn't quite scratch on. Emily, there's been nothing wrong with her surfing. She just hasn't been on those waves that we've seen Kana and Leilani on. And with 5 seconds to go, it doesn't look like she'll get another opportunity, unfortunately. So we'll see Emily and Alan in Nias. But a huge congratulations. What a heat between Kana Nakashio and Leilani McGonigal. Don't go anywhere. We have an epic heat number 8 to finish off the day. We'll be right back after this quick break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
And we are back for the last heat of the day here at the Krui Pro. It's Charlie Haitley out there in the red, Olive Hardy in the blue, Giada Legati wearing the white, and Amani Barber in the green. This is going to be an exciting heat to finish off the day. Fellow commentator Giada Legati is out there, and I know that she's been really looking forward to having a heat and catching a few waves.
Yeah, well, I'm stoked for G to get the opportunity out of the comm room here. That's her in white and representing Italy, but living in Bali. She's a big-time part of our team and has been for a long time. So we're sending her our mojo, but also someone like Olive Hardy. I'm well invested in her efforts here because she's another West Aussie.
Yep.
Charlie Haitley won a QS event down in Yellingup last October. And that was a famous victory. If folks were there travelling with her, they were just so pumped. It was just such a feel-good moment. And Amani Barber, not got too many stats on Amani. You got much there for? No, nothing. All right. So we'll leave it with that, and we'll let them surf it out. Last heat of the day. It's a 20 heat day. The time down here, it's rapidly approaching 4 o'clock, and a little bit of light onshore out there, but the winds aren't too hectic. We haven't had any strong winds at all the whole time, so this is good. But here goes Olive. She is a Australian under-16 champion. She's really good on a backhand. Is probably her strength. She's obviously Willow's younger sister. So out of Margaret's, loves powerful serve and got a great backhand attack.
Yeah, this is Giada up and riding on her first wave. Gets a solid hit in there and a completion. Nice surfing from Giada, and just doing a little bit of research. Amani Barber's, she's 19. She's from Maroubra as part of the North Maroubra Surf Riders Club. So I'm sure she is friends with a couple of fellow Maroubra people, Coda Killorn and Ty Coolis. But wow, this kind of surfing is what wins your heats. Olive Hardy.
Yep.
This end turn 2 jams it. That was huge surfing for Olive.
Yep, lots of motion going on there out of the Blue Rash Fest, and there is Giada's first effort as well. She was just sort of setting up. She saw this oncoming end section. She gave it a good swack and spun the wheels a little bit there and recovered with a lot of poise, I will say. So good on you, G. She's off to a great start. Olive, non-stop attack, and as I was suggesting, she's a bit of a a charger in big waves like all the Hardys are. I'm sure Jean is watching and Mumsy and Willow. How are you guys? I hope you recover well there, Willow. But they're throwing all of their mojo, and she's out here flying the flag for herself, trying to get her campaign up to where her sister is and the challengers. Let's have a look at green now. So this is Armani.
Yeah, nice opening wave for Amani Barber. Waiting for this one to stand up. She gets another backhand carve in. Really needs to set herself aside with this wave and get it up and vertical where she can. It looks like she just catches a little bit of rail there. Still a nice way to start off her campaign in this heat. Amani once again just kicking out. She's from North Maroubra and 19 years old. She's over here having a crack on the QS, and it's exciting to see her in this heat.
Unfortunately, Armani's wave just had a few weird creases in it that caused her some issues. Most of her turns were very similar and didn't have that real big sort of wow moment at the end of a ride like Olive and Giada. So I think some good work. It's going to give us some early runs on the board that can help her release some nerves. Just probably going to have to maybe try and pick a slightly better wave next time. So Olive's waves drops right in the middle of the scale. A 5, plenty of room to move up and down. Giada's will be based primarily on her end move that wasn't bad, was kind of high risk, and the board had a little bit of a moment where it went sideways, but it was a great recovery. Locks in at a 417. Armani's. Where do you reckon Armani's waves goes? Did you see it all?
I think it'll be in the 3 range for Armani, just because it didn't quite get that, critical section, but there's still plenty of time for her to find one that she can really open up on and go vertical, get that vertical backside attack that I'm sure that she has in her arsenal. So we'll see what happens in the next 19 minutes. But yeah, 417 for Giada, good way to start. Olive opening up with a 5. Charlie Haitley has the first priority and yet to open up her account.
And Armani's 273 locks in. So she did the most amount of surfing for the lowest number. And that's fair enough, because that's what the judges, that's the message they send at pro level surfing. They want to see some real quality top to bottom attacking on the better waves. And basically Armani's wave wasn't one of the better waves. So let's see what Charlie can string together this time. She's got a little bit of bump to deal with, but she's a powerful unit. She's just staying right in the pocket here, drives hard off the bottom and really grinding hard on that heel side rail, giving us a good look at the bottom of her board, throwing a lot of spray. This section looks really great and helps herself to a big blast. If she gets a solid hit down here at the end, it's going to be a really big number. I really liked it. There was a lot of power and precision out of Charlie's act, and I think her strength is her powerfulness on a wave. She's really good.
Yeah, Charlie from Burleigh Board Riders. She's actually very recently recovered from a knee surgery as well. So great to see her back in the water, back in the Rashi. Huge carve there for Charlie. She's just really surfing in time with this wave. Gets another hack in there, and I think this is where she loads up for it. Really nice connection there. You can see how far she throws that spray. And another nice driving carve as she kicks out. So good way to start her heat for Charlie Haitley. Excited to see what she can do throughout this one.
Well, everything she did was confident, created a lot of speed through all the moves. There was a lot of rail, and it is going to come in as the best number. It's just about there. It's looking pretty much like a 6.5. One more score to drop. So a solid start for Charlie. There it is, a 6.33. Olive with a 6. Giada with a 4.17. And Armani is going to have to work on deleting that 2.73 and upgrade some numbers in the next 17 minutes. So for everyone online that's watching, this is the back end, the very last heat of day 4. I think we've had a 22 heat day yesterday, a 20 heat day the day before. Day 1, we threw down about 16. Today's a 20 heat day, so we're well ahead of the curve in terms of 4 days remaining to pick the goodness out of the ocean and really nail this thing. Giada.
Yeah, nice opening carve for Giada. She eyes it once again. That's a better looking turn. Goes up and into that section, driving through another nice turn for Giada. And she's hoping to lay into a little bit more rail, which she does, and she kicks out. So another nice ride there for Giada Legati. She's been watching a lot of surfing the last few days, so I'm sure she's excited to be out there. Let's take a look at the replay.
All right, so this is the judge's angle. There's a nice smooth face to this wave, and geez, just non-stop rail work. Another tidy slash just staying right in the pocket where most of the points can be awarded. Tidy little swack there. This is a good section for G. She hit the lip, didn't really connect perfectly. There wasn't a lot of spray, but it was another nice turn. She'll go straight into the lead with this wave. She's the only surfer with 2, but a lot of good work on a decent wave. Starting to build her platform now to hopefully advance into the round of 32.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave there for Giada. It will back up that 417, but
could even be better.
Yeah, it could be better, but I tell you what, someone who had an incredible heat in that last one, an 817 and a 633, was Kana Nakashio. She is down there with Dai Wacko.
素晴らしいライディングで第一位通過を果たしました中潮香奈選手にお越しいただいています。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
もうさすがというような試合展開とスコアを重ねてたと思うんですが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
とりあえずみんなより先に1本揃えてからバックアップも揃えたいなと思ってたので、それ通りに試合運びができてよかったです。
So she stick to the her original plan, just trying to get as soon as he starts, and that's exactly what she did and get the scores. で8点について聞きたいんですけど、自分の中で波に乗った時にはこれはエクセレント出るなっていうような感覚があったんですか？
そうです。今まで QS ここでやってきてエクセレント出すのが多分あんまりなかったので、やっぱそれ以上のライディングを常に毎年毎年していかないといけないなって思ってたので、とにかく攻めて最後まで決めれたので、それが点数につながったのかなと思います。
She's been in this Krui competition for the last couple of years, but she hasn't been able to get an excellent score. But this time she knew that she had to go for it to get excellent, and that's exactly what she did, and she got excellent score. じゃあ最後にちょっとお聞きしたいんですけど、イエロージャージ初めてだと思いますが、着心地どうですか？
そうですね、WSL のCT のチャンピオンしか着れないイエロージャージをこうやって QS で着ることができて、すごい気持ちもすごいワクワクしてますし、このままこの勢いで次のラウンドも頑張っていきたいなと思います。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
Doesn't the Bonsoi yellow rash vest suit her well?
Yes, it sure does for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series.
Yeah.
It's exciting to see Kana in that yellow jersey and, leading that race so far. I believe Iko Watanabe is going to be in that for the men as well. This is Charlie Haitley. She needs to back up a 633. Nice opening carve for Charlie, but that wave doesn't really do too much more.
No, lets her down there at the end of that one, but plenty of time. A 4.8 dropped in for G while we're on the post heat. A 3.5 for Olive and a 2.8, I believe, for Armani. So a little bit of action went on there in between, but G's wave was in fact her better ride. Got a good platform now to work with. Still needs to get rid of that 417 because she's got some quality charges just below her. The scores are looking pretty tight. There's only less than half a point separating her from Olive. And Charlie would have liked a bit more goodness out of that last wave. Just ran out of puff really quick. It might still be enough to get her. Probably won't take it at first, but it will be, just a throwaway score in the scheme of things, really. No pressure for Charlie. She's got the best number and 11 and a bit minutes to work on a first or second placing into the round of 32.
Yeah, round of 32. That's already going to be so stacked, and we're not even through the round of 64.
You're right. We've got 8 heats to come back and probably start with those tomorrow, unofficially. We'll have a call at 7 a.m. in the morning, but I imagine that would be the immediate kind of format. Just finish this round. We can then Talking to Will earlier, maybe take our time with the back end of the event and just try and slot in bits and pieces here and there. Apparently, a couple smallish days maybe coming up, and then finishing with some better stuff for the finals.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We still have a few heats to go through. I'm excited to see the men's round of 64 hit the lineup as well. But this is Amani Barber. Gets up and into that first section. Driving through another turn, throwing a little bit of spray here. And that's a better looking wave for Amani. Oh,
bit of kneeboarding. G's on a clean looking grinder out the back, and the goofy footer just starting to tee off. Needs to hang in there, but whoa. Can't quite capitalise on wave number 3. Geez, I did like what Amani was stringing together. She, picked a much better wave than that first effort where she did a lot of surfing for a low number. So she learnt, she got a good one, and then was on her way to, I reckon, quite a good number. She was banging away in the pocket, kind of got a little bit of a cover-up out of her first hit. So this is it again. Watch where she puts this first snap. Boom. Wave gives her a bit of shampoo on the way out. Was on her way to a good score.
Yeah, she was. That was super unfortunate here. Looks like her front foot just slipped and landed perfectly on her board. But unfortunately, that will affect the score for Amani. And this is Charlie Haitley.
Righto, let's see what she's got here. It's a smallish wave. When she does a turn, she generally throws a lot of spray. Crunch, big power gaff right in the pocket there for Charlie Haitley, the Burleigh board rider. And there's a lot of solid members out of that board riding club that I'm sure are watching here. They're a tight bunch. They do stick together, and I reckon they'll be there watching their charger. If you guys are, she's going pretty good. Enjoy your Friday Arvo, boys.
Yeah, she is doing a really good job out there right now. The 633 to start. I know last year she was traveling a lot with Sierra Kerr, and they were having their own little con between the two of them. But this is Olive Hardy. She's unfortunately just lost her travel buddy and sister Willow to an injury. But Olive, wow, she is doing really well in this heat. Nice second turn there, but she just catches a little bit of rail, so she kicks out. Olive currently sitting in second, looking to better a 3.5. She needs to do that because this last wave of Willow will take her into second.
Yeah.
Of
wave of Charlie. Yeah. For sure. Well, there was a really good moment there on Charlie's wave with that first hit. So Olive, her wave just really let her down. It just fully flattened out and just turned into a non-event after a second move. So she was probably steering towards a good score, but only comes in at 3.27. Doesn't factor in. Here's the replay. This first turn here, this power gap by Charlie, was pretty sick. Was right in the pocket. I'm sure Giada will be a little disappointed with that last wave of hers, but she's in the lead, so she's got time to regroup. That was pretty sick. Good wave, Charlie. Well done.
Yeah, that was well surfed from.
I reckon she'll have the two biggest numbers once the penny drops and we get the indication from the judges. What did you reckon?
Yeah, I thought that she surfed that wave really well. It's for sure going to go into her top 2. She needs to. I don't know if it'll better the 633, just because it was a smaller wave. She got a lot of work done in the end of it, so it wouldn't surprise me if it does, but I feel like they'll probably leave a little bit of room in the scale, because as soon as she gets onto one of those bigger sections, you know that you're going to see a huge turn. And right now it's Giada scratching into this one.
All right, so she's got herself a big set wave here, just biding her time. Is it a 2-turn wave? It is. So it just turns into that very similar looking ride that her first wave was not quite as dynamic with the finish, but Charlie's scratching hard. I still think she's going to get a good number here and really put the screws on everybody. It drops in at a 5.33, so there she is now. She's got the 2 best scores. It's 1 point shy of what she did earlier. So the judge is really rewarding the power act of Charlie, and just every time she clips the lip, just spray flies around. Always looks good.
Yeah, and she's still a junior competitor as well, so she's surfing beyond her years. She had an appearance in the Newcastle Challenger Series as well, but look at this wave. Wow. Beautiful opening arc for Charlie Haitley. She loads up once again. Big snap there for Charlie. That's more like it. A little bit more critical and a very solid connection there. She kicks out of that one.
This is why the judges left room in the scale.
Yep.
For the Haitley factor, right? That was a sick wave. That second move, that's the sort of move we got to see again. So here's the replay. Strong, convincing bottom turn just to, get some points and put it to this position here where, and a little free fall. One of the best moves of the day on the women's side of the draw from what I've seen on a big wave, a clean wave, and she knew exactly what she wanted out of that section, and she absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, that LSD looking really good under her feet right now. Just smooth surfing, drawing some really great lines. So Charlie Haitley is looking strong. We have 5.5 minutes to go. And we have a score for Giada to lock in as well. Amani holding first priority. She needs a decent score to get to second. It's a 5.4. Olive only chasing a 3.97. We are still waiting on this.
We're going to get a slow-mo of this second turn again now. So let's watch it again. So this is the setup work, which was still pretty decent. And then the wave grew and it got super smooth. But watch this moment. Boom. Really nice. A little bit of a free fall there as well. Big section. Last heat of the day, Charlie Haitley's lighting it up. She's already in the lead. She's definitely going to roll into the round of 32 with a whole lot of momentum. The boys are still watching it a few times. They've got to be impressed with what they just saw. A red-hot crack at a big section on a smooth wave. Oh, Charlie Haitley, she's got the goods.
Yeah, she definitely does. Big scores to lock in for Charlie. And it's starting to filter on through now with 4.5 minutes to go. It's a 6.07 for Charlie Haitley, increasing her lead. She also has that 6.33. So right now it's a battle for second. Giada Lagarde has that 4.8 and a 4.17. Looking to better that 4.17 to make it a little bit harder for Olive and Armani. Olive only needs a 3.97. It's not a big score to get to second. And Armani is chasing that 5.4. And if she can unleash on a decent sized wave, I feel like she'll really challenge for that as well. So 4 minutes to go. And it's really close right now.
Yep. So it's a pair of sixes in the lead with a pair of 4 pluses holding on to second. Olive's well positioned if she can find a wave out there in the Arvo glare. She might be on here.
Yeah.
All right. So Olive, let's see what she can put together this time. So a nice tag to kick things off. And another one. She's still going to need a little bit more out of this, I believe. She hasn't really smashed it yet. A good last turn. Convincingly rides out and pumps back onto the face of the wave. I reckon for sure Olive at this stage can consider herself moving into second spot. There we go with the completion right down the reef. Good work. The 3.97 requirement, I believe. Olive to second. Giada will probably have to answer back. She's got 3 minutes. Let's watch it all again. What did you like?
Yeah, I love this first turn. I honestly think she got the score after these first 2 to 3 turns. I mean, it was sick surfing. It was super committed. And she only needed a high 3. I mean, that was pretty insane surfing from Olive Hardy. That first turn was so committed. And then she gets this bonus section. I mean, where did that even come from? So Olive reads that wave really well. She'll move into second for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes to go, adding a little bit of pressure onto Giada and Amani right now.
All right, so G's sitting out the back, drops into third. That number in at a 5.7, so every bit of the requirement and some. So congratulations to the West Aussie, and the Hardy clan at home would be pretty chuffed with what's happening so far. But Amani now needs to respond. Got a good first section, gets a little caught behind in the white stuff, needs to get back onto the green face, but just gets hung up. She needs a big score. The wave of the heat, she needed a 7.13, but this is Giada.
Yeah, Giada, she's chasing a 5.9 because that last wave of Olive was a 5.7. We saw Giada highline there to get this speed, to get around it. Leans into a nice turn there, a little bit of a fumble, but she does well to recover. And that wave just not cooperating with her at all by the end of it with 90 seconds to go.
Her body language was looking like she was a bit over it.
Yeah,
I wonder if she even heard the requirement before she stood up, because it was only moments earlier that the numbers came through.
Yeah, maybe not. it was a really good wave. I love here how she's highlining and she's like, yeah, I can see that section, but the wave just didn't really do what she was hoping for. It locks in at a 3.47, so Giada doesn't get the score she was looking for. She needed a 5.9 with a minute to go. I don't know if there'll be time for Giada or Amani to get another wave.
Well, Charlie's the only one in the lineup, so it could be a bit of a victory lap here for the Burleigh board rider. She's got priority. There's no one near her. Can she improve on a 6.07? Either way, a 12.40 two-wave total is an excellent result there for Charlie Haitley. Did one of the best moves of the day for mine on the bigger wave. Only turned into a 6.07 because there wasn't much else before it, but she is a powerful unit and loves every big section that comes her way. So she's stamped herself as a contender, moving through to the round of 32 with a lot of momentum. Charlie Haitley, watch this space. Olive Hardy, I'm so glad you made a little comeback there and will represent the West Side and the Hardy clan in the round of 32. Giada, bummer, unlucky, had a taste of qualification there for a moment until Olive took her down and Charlie got her groove on. So the day is done. I'm going to shake your hand if you don't mind. True, thanks again for another big effort, everybody. We'll have some input to tomorrow's format by about 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Would you like anything to say to sign off?
It's just been a great day. I'm looking forward to another awesome day tomorrow. I feel like, we'll have a 7:30 start for sure. And hopefully we'll finish under the 64 for the women.
So
Big
on behalf
surfing
of Mark Clifton, True Starling, and Di Wacko, who's just there, and Giada, who was in the white rashi, over and out from day 4 team, and see you tomorrow.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Krui Pro QS 6000. This is day number 4. Wave looking sharp, on point, on fire.
There's definitely a couple waves again today. It's dropped off a little bit, but yeah, there's definitely a couple gems to be had for sure out there. Still really fun.
Super fun, super sick. So we're gonna be starting at 7:30 this morning with remaining heat of men's round of 96 and moving on to women's round 72 and into round of 64, heat 1 to heat 8 as well. So stay tuned, everybody. Chew!